today's meeting. I would firstly like to call upon Reverend Tracy Ansell to say prayers.
Lord Mayor, Leader of the Council, elected members, ladies and gentlemen, let's pray. Heavenly Father, we acknowledge your presence here today and thank you for such a great city. We are grateful of how you have protected this city over many years and the mighty things still to be done. We come before you today seeking your guidance and wisdom for this council meeting. We pray for everyone here that your vision, justice and compassion will guide them as they consider the items before them. We ask for your help to ensure that our discussions are respectful and meaningful, that they're full of grace, as decisions are made for the benefit for the city of Portsmouth and all of her residents. We thank you for the calling you've placed on all people here for public service, the power you have given them to seek the welfare and prosperity of Portsmouth. Remind us, Lord, that as the city prospers, so should all people that live within her. Bless all residents of this city, the council wards that are served by people here, and may they be served righteously and honourably unto the glory of your name. Let heaven's light be our guide. And we ask this in the mighty name of Jesus. Amen.
Thank you. You are most welcome to stay for the rest of the meeting, but obviously we understand if you can't stay with us. Thank you, members. Would you all take your seats? Thank you. Let's get comfortable. Yeah, not too bad, thanks. Yeah. Okay, so I'd like to move to item number 1. Members, if you have any disclosable pecuniary interest or personal prejudicial interest to declare in the items of the agenda before us, can you please indicate? May I particularly refer members to the Interest Code of Conduct advice previously circulated by the City Solicitor in respect of item 11C, based on which I will be absenting myself from the Chamber if this item is to be considered, and therefore another member who is not conflicted would need to be elected to the chair for the meeting at that time. So, have any? Okay, let's start. I've got quite a few. I'll go down as it is here.
Lord Mayor, 11C, I will need to absent myself as I have a pecuniary interest and therefore can't take part in.
Thank you. Councillor Dave Ash.
Same thing, 11C, I'm a private renter, so I have to exclude myself from that motion as well.
Thank you. Councillor Gemma New.
I have a pecuniary interest in 11C, so I too will be leaving the chamber.
Councillor Claire Oody.
Apparently, because I'm a private tenant, I have pecuniary interest in this, but I'm leaving in an hour anyway because I've got something to do at 4 o'clock. Bye.
Thank you. Councillor Ben Dowling.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Same item, as I'm a private renter, I'll be taking myself out of the chamber for that item.
Councillor Linda Symes.
Same reason, Lord Mayor, I have pecuniary interest.
Thank you, Linda. Councillor Neil Young.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. First of all, my apologies, I need to leave the meeting at 5:30, but also I've taken advice from the City Solicitor and I will have to abstain myself from notice of motion B as I have a pecuniary interest.
Thank you, Councillor Young. Councillor Lee Mason.
11C, pecuniary interest. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mason. Councillor Hannah Hockaday.
Thank you. Same 11C, if I have pecuniary interest.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Steve Pitt.
Same item, Lord Mayor, pecuniary interest.
Councillor Robert New.
Same as everybody else.
Councillor Matthew Atkins. Sorry, yeah, let me just,
Yeah,
sorry.
11C, pecuniary interest.
Councillor Tom Wood.
Ditto, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Rob Wood.
Lord Mayor, I have an interest as a director of a management company, but we're not involved in licensing as a landlord, so I will be staying.
Councillor Chris Atwell, please.
11C, same as everyone else.
Okay. Supposed to stand, Councillor, but we'll accept that. Okay. Councillor Luke Stubbs.
Pecuniary interest in the 11C.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Tom Coles.
I've been advised that I have a prejudicial interest as a private renter on 11C.
Thank you. Councillor Stephen Morgan.
Privately rent my own home and my constituency office.
Okay. I've got Councillor Matthew Willington.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. 11C, same as everyone else, as I'm a private renter.
Councillor Sanders, please.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. After seeking advice from the city solicitor, I have a personal interest in this matter as I rent privately. However, I rent privately in a dwelling that falls under an existing licensing scheme and so therefore is not covered by this licensing scheme. I personally do not believe that is a prejudicial interest. However, I will be guided by the city solicitor given that this is slightly more complicated than everyone else's.
No, you're not. You're fine. Thanks.
Sorry, Councillor Judith Smythe.
As declared in my public record of interest, I am a private landlord for one house.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Jason Vazak.
Vazak? It's actually Fazak Ali, Lord Mayor, but I'll accept that. Yes, well, despite my advancing years, I've so far failed to secure my luxury penthouse, so being a tenant, I'll have to declare the same interest as everybody else. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Okay then, so that's all been noted, so we're going to move on to number 2, which, sorry, somebody else? Sorry.
Can I just confirm that Councillor Sanders' advice is in relation to living in a house in multiple occupation, which is where I live, so am I actually able to stay without prejudice?
If you're occupying a house of multiple occupation or a tenancy with a social landlord, I'd be prepared to give you a dispensation based on the same that I gave for Darren and for Councillor Corkery. So I have a dispensation available for you if you need it.
I'm a licensee in an HMO for one room, so.
Okay, so after that I think we'll move on to number 2, which is minutes. It is proposed by Councillor Vernon Jackson and seconded by Councillor Stubbs that the minutes of the annual council meeting held on the 14th of May 2019 and the extraordinary council meeting held on the 17th of June, both previously circulated with the agenda, to be confirmed as the correct records. Are these minutes agreed? Councillor Vernon Jackson, please.
Yes, my Lord Mayor, but could I refer to minute 45 on page 22 of the agenda, which is the dates for council meetings. We normally do these 2 years in advance, but I understand there's been some concern from members that they think the date of this meeting has been changed. I was just trying to confirm whether this is the meeting, the date that we set 2 years ago and hasn't changed. I didn't.
1 second, Leader. Stuart. Yes.
The Leader's correct. That is the date that has remained.
Okay, so you're happy to agree those minutes, Leader. Thank you very much. Number 3 is communications, and have I received any apologies from any councillors at all? Is any councillors at all? Councillor Udy, first of all.
I did mention it briefly, but I have to leave soon.
I know you have a graduation ceremony. You're not coming back. Thank you very much. Okay, any more apologies? Councillor Luke Stubbs, please.
Councillor Donna Jones.
Councillor Vernon Jackson.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I think that the council would wish to minute its congratulations to Councillor Udy, who has either graduated or has moved to Hogwarts. But I'm presuming the first, so I think we should wish her congratulations on her degree.
Councillor Young, please.
As I mentioned in my declarations, I will have to leave at 5:30. My apologies.
Thank you, Councillor Young. So let's get on to filming in the council proceedings. Just to remind that all the microphones are controlled by me, and members wishing to speak may simply press the talk button on the unit in front of them, and I will activate your microphone when I call you to speak. I will also turn off your microphone with regard to members of the public upstairs. They're attending to address the council, and the webcast will show them speaking, but they will not, but will hear their words. For the attention of those members of the public wishing to record proceedings, the council's rules prohibit the filming of photographing, recording, and members of the public, including those making deputations, filming from gallery to gallery is not allowed. Evacuation procedures, just to inform you all that the assembly point is the Queen Victoria statue in the Guildhall Square. Seating plan, finally a revised seating plan has been circulated to reflect the change in the group strengths on the council. So number 4, deputations from the public, understanding order 24. Peter, please.
There are 5 oral deputations received for this meeting, 1 in respect of 11A and 4 in respect of 11C. The details have been circulated in the chamber. Can I ask Ms Sue James to make your deputation on item 11A? You have 6 minutes, and the buzzer will sound when there is 1 minute to go, and again at the end of your time. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm chair of the Portsmouth Fair Trade Forum, and we are currently celebrating 25 years of fair trade and 15 years of Portsmouth being a fair trade city. We were one of the first cities to achieve this status, and we're quite proud to have kept it going with a lot of help from various councillors over the years, and we hope that you will reconfirm that commitment today. Fair trade has been very successful. As I'm sure you know, UK is one of the biggest fair trade markets, and we're now helping 1.66 million producers in 73 different countries. The fair trade mark is recognised by 93% of UK shoppers. Just to explain the mark, it's a guarantee that producers are paid a fair price. That means a price that's guaranteed to be above the world market price. They're also, most importantly, paid a premium, which is money which goes to their community and on which they decide what to do. That makes it very different from any other kind of aid schemes, because they can decide if it's a school or a well or changing their agricultural practices. Fair trade has got various standards as well, like health and safety, environment, child labour. It's very strong on empowering women, and it promotes a cooperative approach. Many of the communities we're dealing with are now coping with climate change, and they're helping to change crops, diversify, and so on. So, as again I'm sure you know, there is still huge exploitation in the global supply chain. They reckon that something like 152 million children are working. There may be something like 40 million modern slaves, and of course there are thousands of millions of people who are working below the living income. We have to fight this, and fair trade is one way. Obviously we'd like to see it grow, but that depends on purchasers in richer countries like the UK. We believe it's still really important to buy products that don't involve exploitation, and to keep sharing the message about how important ethical consumerism is. So today we hope that Portsmouth City Council will reconfirm its commitment to fair trade and to challenging exploitation. Look again at its purchasing policies to see if they comply with the 2013 Social Value Act, which requires councils to make purchases which secure wider social, economic and environmental benefits. Encourage their suppliers to pay a living income and to help spread the word about the benefits of fair trade and ethical purchasing. 15 years is a long time to keep up support, and it's easy to let things slide, I guess, but we in the Fair Trade Group really believe that fair trade is an opportunity to lift people out of poverty and to make real difference to their lives. So I hope that you will support Councillor Mason's and Councillor Stagg's motion this afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms James. Can I ask Ms Nikki Coles to make your deputation on 11C? You have 6 minutes and the buzzer will sound when there is 1 minute to go, and again at the end of your time. Thank you.
Sorry, can I just check?
Just 1 second, Councillor. I'll call you. Councillor Vernon Jackson.
Thank you. Can I just check if those of us who have a pecuniary interest and can't be part of this debate, are we allowed to remain in the chamber to hear this, or do we need to leave?
It's just information at this point, so my view would be you could stay at this stage to hear the deputations. Are you ready?
Thank you. From speaking to private renters in Fratton, most people are quite satisfied with their landlords. However, this is not the case for everyone when issues arise in the property. For instance, in a flat occupied by a single mother and her young son, she reported that his bedroom door was sticking shut, which was a health and safety risk as they were on the 3rd floor. The door wasn't repaired until 2 days later. Families have also reported that they have been left without any hot water and heating. On the other side of the coin, tenants are putting up with things that perhaps should be repaired or replaced because they fear any rent increases and the uncertainty of being evicted. A decent standard of living is a civil right, and with quite often the rents being more than what the mortgage repayments would be, this isn't something that should be happening. The scrapping of letting fees earlier this year is a step in the right direction. A full-time student and parent told us that they had to renew their tenancy every 6 or 12 months and were required to pay 3 lots of £72 over a 2-year period. It is also quite hard for low-income earners to find a property to rent in the first place. This can be due to the landlord not accepting housing benefits, and if the tenant doesn't have a guarantor because they don't know anyone that fits the criteria, they might be required to pay many months' rent in advance. On top of the deposit, this can be very costly. And I'm talking low-income families that work more than one job, receive little or no benefits. They don't live beyond their means and work hard to make ends meet. Work in poverty is real, and the number of working people in poverty is increasing. Many people would love to own their own home, but with wages flatlining and the majority of that going on rent, it is near on impossible to save for a mortgage. A scheme to drive up standards should be explored to ensure people are living in adequate accommodation, but also to protect landlords against problem tenants. There will be no financial gain for the tenants as rents won't decrease. Renters shouldn't be denied their voice when something needs doing or live in fear of their finances getting tighter and being evicted. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms Coles. Can I ask Ms Kirsty Miller to make your deputation on item 11C? You have 6 minutes and the buzzer will sound when there is 1 minute to go, and again at the end of your time. Thank you.
A home is a human right. Everyone should have a decent warm home they can afford with security for the future. Currently in the UK, having a home is becoming a precious commodity. House prices and private rents have soared. If a pint of milk had risen as much as house prices have over the past 30 years, it would cost £10.38. The National Housing Federation has forecast that without any control, private rents will rise by another 35% by 2020. That's a great deal more compared to how much wages are predicted to grow. Already, we are seeing more than 4 million private renters living in poverty. The private rented sector is in an appalling condition. An estimated 660,000 households in England are overcrowded. 1 in 10 private renters reported they had suffered ill health because of the poor state of where they live. Many tenants saying they had problems with mould, damp and overcrowding. With the rollout of universal credit and the 5-week wait for payments, delays mean more debt, rent arrears and hungry children. It was recently reported in Portsmouth News that 7 families have been evicted from their homes because of universal credit. Rent arrears and eviction is rising. Homelessness is spiralling out of control. We are seeing a housing crisis unfold before us. We demand that Portsmouth City Council must not evict tenants in arrears because of universal credit. Local authority must put pressure on housing associations and other private landlords to do the same. We demand that rent controls in the private sector be introduced so that people are not priced out of their homes. We also believe that private landlords should be registered. Landlords should have a fit and proper person test. Selective registering and licensing of private landlords should be administered and enforced by Portsmouth City Council, ensuring decent home standards are maintained, tenants' rights respected, and to help prevent revenge evictions. I urge councillors to support this motion of implementing a selective licensing scheme in Portsmouth with a view to one being implemented by April 2020. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms Miller. Could I ask Mr Martin Sillam to make your deputation on item 11C? You have 6 minutes and the buzzer will... Your time, thank you.
Councillors, I agree with most of what the 2 ladies behind me have said. The one thing I disagree on is that selective licensing will address any of those problems. As chair of the Local Landlords Association, I'm not... Let me start somewhere else. As chair of the Local Landlords Association, I understand what you guys see when you are standing on the doorsteps. I know how often it is for you, because I see it too. You're stood on a doorstep and you see a tenant with a particular issue with their tenancy, a problem with their house, and you probably go home wondering why you can't help, wishing you could do more. Actually, there is a lot you can do, but selective licensing isn't part of it. It won't help. If you vote for selective licensing, what you are doing is delaying action for at least a year, because it will be that long before it comes in, and I would recommend, or I would estimate it's more likely 18, 24 months. And you're committing PCC to inspect the 25,000 good properties in the city in the hope of finding the few that need work, when most of you can find the few that need work because you're on the doorsteps and you're seeing them. So I think selective licensing is just a big delay that you can avoid. The motion states that a key factor is a lack of rights for renters. This is just not true. There are 150 laws, 450 regulations already in place to control the private sector. In the past year, we've had the Tenants' Fees Ban, the Fitness for Human Habitation Act, and the Homelessness Reduction Act. All of these over time will greatly improve the lot of tenants. What is lacking is education and support for tenants to ensure they understand their rights and what they need to do in order to get the level of standard and tenancy that they deserve. Selective licensing will not achieve this. The motion mentions a failure of local authorities to enforce. That's one part of Cal's motion I completely agree with. Enforcement is the crucial issue. You can have as many rules as you like, but if you don't enforce, they're a total waste of time. The motion also cites Newham as an example. Please be very careful when using Newham as an example. 54% of residents there were not born in the UK. Only 1 in 6 class themselves as white British. This is not a racist statement, this is demographic analysis. 2 out of 5 do not speak English as their main language. 1 in 6 don't speak English at all. And against that background, 71% of properties are rented, which is double the Portsmouth number. And Newham ranks number 1 in the country for its proportion of 5-person households. It ranks number 1 in the country for its proportion of 6-person households. It also, for the number of 7 and 8 or more person households, ranks number 1. Okay, so what? The average property in Newham has 2.4 bedrooms. So do the math. Newham is grossly overcrowded with people least connected to the British system to be able to sort out their own problems. And I would argue that Newham let it get into a hell of a mess before they brought in licensing. And although in 2016 more than half of the prosecutions against landlords in the country were brought by Newham, that was a result of the enforcement that Newham took rather than the licensing or any other tool that they used. It was an enforcement action. Another point, selective licensing is not necessarily self-financing. Yes, you can charge the landlords for the cost of administering the service, but we'd argue that you can't recover the cost of enforcement, and enforcement is key. Further point on enforcement, I believe Portsmouth already has the largest enforcement team of any council on the South Coast. By South Coast, I go up as far as Reading. So why have they not been more successful? It's not for lack of licensing. We've had 5 years of additional licensing, and we still hear of the problems that are out there. 2 reasons, in my view. Administering HMO licensing for 3,000 properties in the city takes a lot of time and effort that could have been better spent focusing on the problem properties. The other reason we've been less successful is because with the licensing in place, it was very easy for some of our council officers to focus on student properties, go for the easy wins, and as a result, make themselves look good, whilst ignoring the problem properties where the most vulnerable live, because that would create problems for housing options and all the other departments that get involved with homelessness. The PDPLA are happy to run education for any councillor. We have an expert legal educator to help explain how you can, next time you're on a doorstep, take advantage of what's out there already and use the enforcement team you already have and solve the problems. No need to wait a year for licensing. It can be done, and we can help you get there. The PDPLA believes that selective licensing will not improve conditions for tenants in this city, but a greater focus on enforcement at the bottom end of the market, where the most vulnerable live, to protect and enhance their lives, will do so. I urge you to reject this motion and instead to ask for better enforcement of existing rules. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Sillam. Can I ask Mr. Alwyn Oliver to make your deputation in respect of 11C? You have 6 minutes and the buzzer will sound when there is 1 minute to go, and again at the end of your time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. My name is Alwyn Oliver. I'm Vice Chairman of Portsmouth District Landlords Association. I'm also a landlord and have been for 25 years, a letting agent for 5. I'm accredited as a landlord and a letting agent by Portsmouth City Council and the Association of Residential Letting Agents, and I hold a technical award from that body. I oppose selective licensing, but would like to speak in favour of the case for reform. In fact, I consider reform to be long overdue at both local and national level. Portsmouth has a very important part to play in some respects, is uniquely placed because of its enforcement team and because of the work done by Housing Options in gathering data. But selective licensing is not the answer. It is like taking a sledgehammer to miss a nut you're aiming to crack. I'm fully with the 2 previous speakers, Ms Coles and Ms Miller, but I just don't see how licensing will help.
I should say I live in Southsea and most of my properties are within 3 miles of where I live. I do own one overseas property, Gosport. And I should like to mention as well, I'm a lifelong Labour Party supporter, former party member and activist, and I've also worked as a trade unionist and within my local Citizens Advice Bureau, where I was a specialist employment law advisor. I'm not to the right of the political spectrum by any means, and I hold absolutely no candle for those who exploit tenants with poor housing, or indeed tenants who exploit landlords through persistent rent arrears, damage or antisocial behaviour, and I do support the need for better landlord education. I'm generally against introducing legislation that would penalise otherwise law-abiding businesses and citizens, including landlords, unless there is an overriding social policy gain. Here I don't see it. As I understand it, enforcement can't be paid that is enforcement of standards by licensing. I understand there's some authority in Hemmings and Westminster that says enforcement of the payment for the scheme and payment for enforcement of the scheme, that is to make sure you're a member, can be paid for. But as I understand it, the enforcement role on housing health and safety rating cannot be paid for that. And some of these cases are up for appeal in the Supreme Court anyway. So I'm not sure it's the fundraiser to solve the problem that it would like to be. There are some good ideas in the motion, and there are good ideas being floated around. I've seen some of the Councillor Corkery's posts on social media, including recommending referencing. I'm very in favour of referencing tenants. However, for this to be a licence requirement, there would need to be an objective standard. Is me, an agent, phoning you, another landlord, adequate, or should I go through some formal process? Is the service provided by one of my referencing agencies costing £5 equally as good value to a landlord or a community as a service provided by FCC Paragon, one of our local companies, for £35? Is there going to be, if there's going to be referencing, what objective standard could you use? It's more complicated than it looks, but it's a desirable outcome. As a matter of social policy, by the way, I want you to think about what happens to tenants who could not pass referencing and who would need provision under the Homelessness Reduction Act, which is an obligation on the City Council. I think it's a blind alley for this reason, because I think it will leave too many tenants disenfranchised when the problem has already developed to an unmanageable stage. Remember as well that tenants who harm their communities also harm their landlords by and large, often by damaging properties and running up rent arrears and hanging on till the last minute. Councillor Corkery is right, and this motion is right, to wish to address the problem of antisocial behaviour, whether it's the much-loathed bin bags or other noise or other antisocial behaviour problems. But selective licensing won't help, however well-meaning. The motion states, our own council statistics show that the single highest cause of homelessness will be the ending of a private sector tenancy. What a shame that problems only get dealt with by ending tenancies. However, it fails to recognise that nearly in every case where Section 21 is used as a workaround to get round problems with rent arrears and other problems. The removal of Section 21, incidentally proposed by national legislatures, all but eviscerates landlords' potential to deal with antisocial behaviour. And in 25 years as a landlord, agent and advisor I'm one of the main legal affairs advisors for PDPLA, I have never seen a case where antisocial behaviour has been the sole ground for ending a tenancy. Education for landlords could be offered in the way that drivers who speed are offered education as an alternative for a penalty. The current legislation around possession is not fit for 21st century, and I think it could be done better. Wider reform is already proposed on Section 21, as I've said. We as a Landlords Association have made detailed proposals for an alternative specialist housing court, which I think would address problems if tenants and neighbours had access to that court. Finally, and there are things We think the example of the Canada Court model provides a much better approach to dealing with issues between landlords and tenants, including issues of disrepair. I think that's me, is it? Thank you very much for the opportunity to address you.
Thank you, Mr. Hall.
Issue again.
There are no public questions under Standing Order 25 today. Thank you.
Would we ask the deputies to leave the chamber now if you've finished, please? Thank you very much. Councillor Vernon Jackson.
My Lord Mayor, I hope we'll be able to remind the people who've done deputations they're more than welcome to join in the gallery to watch the rest of the meeting. They don't have to leave the whole place completely.
They can stay as long as they wish. Thank you very much. Okay, so number 6, appointments. I've been notified of several standing deputy appointments from the Labour group which have been circulated with the green sheets for this meeting. Other appointments are dealt with under agenda item number 7. So members, are these approved? Okay, they've been approved. Number 7 is urgent business. Urgent business is allowed for under the agenda item number 7, and in accordance with Standing Order number 26, notice has been given that the report from the Chief Executive circulated to all members and detailed on the green sheet. The urgent matter concerned an issue of political proportionality on committees and panels. As the full council is the decision maker, the normal rules of debate will apply. So I'll just give a couple of seconds while these go round, members. Thank you. So in response to the recommendations set out in the report, I've received a written proposal from the leader which has been circulated in the chamber. So could I ask the leader, Councillor Vernon Jackson, to formally move the proposal. Councillor Vernon Jackson.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Happy to move the proposal, and the one addition, which isn't a council decision, but it seems sensible to say this at the same time, is that Councillor Tom Wood will become portfolio holder for the resources portfolio. Thank you, my Lord Mayor.
Is that seconded by Councillor Winnington? Councillor Winnington?
Formally seconded, Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much. So I have no amendments to that. Do you wish to debate it, or shall we move on? Leader, would you like to sum up, first of all?
I don't think there's anything to say. I presume we'll need to come to a vote.
So we're going to put that to the council then. All those in favour, please show. Yep, okay, thank you. All those against? Abstentions? None? Okay, that's fine, thank you. So, moving on to item number 8, recommendations from the Cabinet meeting held on the 9th of July 2019, response to the Aquin Interconnector project. Members, a recommendation from the Cabinet meeting which met on the 9th of July concerning the response to the Aquin Interconnector project had been previously circulated and it's attached to your green sheets. I now propose to call that minute. If you wish to oppose the item, please indicate. Can I also remind everyone that any item to which no objection is made will be deemed to have been approved. So I now call minute 77, response to the Aquanid interconnected project. Opposed, okay. So now I've got to ask the leader to formally move it. So, leader, would you formally propose it? Thank you.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. I'm happy to propose this. For people who don't know this project, this is a project where a company is wanting to bring a cable across from France to the UK to bring electricity to the UK. It is proposed that it lands at Eastney and that then a cable is taken through the city, out through the island and then out the other side through the mainland and then up to Lovedene, where it would be connected to the main grid. The proposal is so that when they're building it, they need a 700 centimetre trench for 2 cables, and that is separated by a 5 metre, Steve, a 5 metre gap. So it's almost a 7 metre thing. They've come up with a proposal of a variety of land, and we've made significant progress with them. So that they're now saying that they're not interested in taking any land from anybody that is not a public organisation. So effectively it's the council that they want. We've worked with them significantly because the initial view of where they wanted to go was likely to cause significant traffic chaos. It was going to go up Milton Road, Velder Avenue, up the Eastern Road, across up into Farlington again, up the Eastern Road, and then going up through Farlington in a northwesterly direction. We've done significant work with them to try to get a significantly better route, and they're now proposing to do some of that work with a tunnel underneath particular areas of problems. So people who are allotment holders will be pleased to know at Milton Allotments the proposal is not to go through the allotments anymore, it's to go underneath. And likewise, when we get to crossing from the island onto the mainland, again that'll be there'll be a bore underneath the harbour, and that they will come up onto the mainland. There is 2 sections that continue to worry me where I think we'll need to do additional work. The first is in the area between Burfields Road and Airport Service Road, where they're still proposing to go along the Eastern Road, and we all know the traffic chaos that will cause. The second area of concern is at Farlington Avenue, and I've asked the people running the scheme to have a meeting with the 3 ward councillors for Drayton and Farlington to be able to use your local knowledge to be able to see if they can find a solution that causes less problems for local residents there. But that's the detail of the scheme. It seems to me, and the proposal that's come from the Cabinet, is that this is really not the right thing to be doing. A, we're not convinced that you need this. B, if you're going to do one, why on earth do you land in the most densely populated city in the country outside of London and try to run these enormous cables through the middle of a city? And finally, that we're not keen that the Secretary of State has made the decision that we should not be trusted as local councils to make this decision. If we turn down planning permission for this, there's always the right of appeal up to the Inspectorate, as we all know. But the Secretary of State has decided that he will make this decision, or whoever his successor may be at some point in the future. So our view has been to say that we're not happy with this, and that we think this is not the right way to go forward, but that we will work with the company to try to make sure that if the Secretary of State does give permission, that there is the least possible inconvenience to local residents, and particularly trying to avoid traffic chaos on the Eastern Road. So I'm happy to commend the report from the Cabinet.
Thank you. Have we got, is it a second I do for that? Counts, yeah.
Seconded, Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much. I'm not aware of any amendments, so I'm going to call Councillor Luke Stubbs, please. Councillor Luke Stubbs.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. This is one of these ones where I only objected in order just to allow a debate to take place. And I thank the leader for his speech, because I learnt something in that. I didn't know about the proposal to resink the cable into a tunnel in the vicinity of the water bridge, and it does rather, knowing that, does, open up some questions about the project, doesn't it? Because at least so far, there's talk about we can't run through Hayling Island because how's it going to get over the bridge? Well, then it's going to come off from Portsmouth and it's not going to use the bridge. So that doesn't really make a lot of logical sense. And I think, I share his concerns about the implications for traffic and so forth during the construction phase. I do think it's one of these things that once it's done, no one will ever know that it's there. But it's about actually getting it constructed in the first place. And I know that there are some serious concerns about some of the local implications, particularly in parts of Drayton and parts of Farlington, and about the consequences of that. And I have to say, residents in my ward, some are concerned about this, what it will mean for Brownsbury Road. There's going to be some construction works there. It's maybe not the busiest road in the city, but it's not that quiet either. And if stretches of it are going to have to be reduced in order to allow construction to take place, there are obviously going to be implications for that. I do think it's a positive that the leader has been having, by the sounds of it, quite good conversations with the applicant. So at least there's some information about what's going on, and I very much would welcome it if he was. Just to be sure, really, to keep the council updated, particularly on those eastern wards where this work will take place if it proceeds.
Thank you very much, Councillor Stubbs. Can I just remind members that we are in debate. So the first person on here is Councillor John Ferret. Councillor Ferret, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I think this does, having read the papers, I think this does look like a worthy infrastructure project. And if anyone's concerned about energy security and also concerned about supply going forward, given that this could contribute up to 5%, is that correct, to the nation's electricity going forward, then clearly it's something that that could well be very important to us in terms of energy supply. I'm surprised any major infrastructure projects get done in this country, not least in terms of when they do get bogged down in planning. And understandably, there are local campaigns against things that are taking place. HS2, I suppose, is a classic example. But nevertheless, that then ends up as a barrier to the country's infrastructure being improved and a barrier for us doing as a nation what we need to do. And clearly at this current moment in time, I'm surprised anything's happening at all. But I will be particularly happy to see the Heathrow runway go ahead and the future Prime Minister lying in the way of the bulldozers as they approach it, because I couldn't wish a better end to that particular individual. So there is a danger of these things being seen as not in my backyard. Parochialism can take over. But we do have a duty, clearly, as Portsmouth councillors, to protect the interest of residents here. But those same residents are also going to have a need for electricity in the future and a need for the security of their own supply. I was initially heartened, and I don't say this often, about a council leader's contribution. I was initially heartened by what he was saying. He seemed to be taking a very balanced approach on that. And I note recommendation 2.13, which talks about seeking the support of full council to reinforce the Cabinet's objection to the route, whilst also working constructively with the company. And he seemed to be going down that particular route, and that's clearly an approach that I would support. Unfortunately, I think the second half of his contribution, it did lurch more into a local Lib Dem campaigning objective, and I think we've got to really look at issues like this in the round. So I do support the recommendations. I think we should take that constructive approach in terms of representing the interests of the people of Portsmouth, but also working and dialogue, constructive dialogue with the company that are undertaking this exercise.
Thank you, Councillor Ferret. I now call Councillor Simon Bowsher. Councillor Bowsher, please.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. I think Councillor Stubbs sort of beat me to the punch with what he actually said. We're in a perverse situation that if you want to speak on an issue, you have to actually object to it, which gives the impression that you're objecting to what's actually on the order paper. I mean, I'm not. I'm totally supportive of the recommendation on the paper, but I actually represent one of the wards that will be significantly affected by this, as do quite a few of the councillors that are effectively on the eastern seaboard. But I guess Councillor Ferret has slightly touched on the issue which has really concerned me going forward, and that is the one of communication. Because this particular company hasn't really gone about its communication in a pretty positive way, I have to say. We in reality first became aware of their route when we had a number of people, most of them elderly and on their own, in the Farlington area, worried sick because they were getting letters from this company through the post, very legal, official-looking letters, demanding to know who owned their property, were there any covenants on it, and a variety of other things. But we as councillors didn't know anything about it. We then did a little bit of digging and whatever. And the first situation going forward, I actually went to an East Southsea neighbourhood forum to see this company give a presentation, and I was probably the rarity there, being from where I represent. But I highlighted a couple of things that they were completely unaware of, in the fact that they were gaily looking to plough their cables straight through Solent Infant School and into a playing field behind, ripping up the child's play area. But in order to get to that particular point, they were going to go through two pieces of land that were actually owned by Portsmouth Water. And yet, talking to Portsmouth Water, they knew absolutely nothing about it. So they were gaily ploughing their route through, carving up a lot of areas, affecting an awful lot of residents, without so much as a buy your leave. Now, after the East Southsea Neighbourhood Forum, I actually was sat with Councillor Stubbs and Councillor Times at the time, and I said, I'll have to let you guys go because I've got a feeling I'm going to be doorstepped here. And I duly was by three representatives of this company that were not going to let me get out until they wanted a few more questions. We subsequently had what they called a public consultation up in Drayton. And yet, having already made myself known at the East Southsea Neighbourhood Forum, we were sort of kept away from their experts to a certain degree by their PR people who followed us around the entire presentation. But one of the things that we did actually glean from this is that they're going to be doing something like, I think it was about 20 metres of trench a week. Now, even if they're going up Farlington Avenue, looking at my own locality, they're probably going to be there for 2 or 3 months doing this. God knows what it's going to do for the rest of the city going forward. Now, and I welcome what the leaders actually said about more consultation, and I'm not politically going to hold you to that at all in any way, shape or form, Gerald, because the track record of this company in consultation, keeping the public informed, doing things first and then saying to the council, oh, by the way, we've just done this, worrying residents with their approach, I just worry whether this company are doing the right thing by Portsmouth, irrespective of what Councillor Ferret said with regards to an infrastructure project. Everything that they've done so far with regards to myself and my residents in Drayton and Farlington has left a very, very bad taste in the mouth.
Thank you, Councillor Bosher. Next on the list is Councillor Matthew Whittington. Councillor Whittington, please.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. As Councillor Bosher has just said, the situation around this project has been sometimes extremely opaque and poorly managed, and it has, as Councillor Luke Stubbs has mentioned earlier on, had some real concerns for people across the city, but in Eastleigh, as of course both of us represent ourselves. And from the very beginning, there's been a lot of concern, not just about where the cable might go, but also, of course, it's 2 cables, where the cables might go, but also about the effect it might have on local people. So we had to get very early on a thing, because they didn't tell anyone about it, about the fact would there be any health issues, would there be any things from the electromagnetism of the cables or whatever, and they came out and said, well, it'd be deep enough to not have that effect. But of course, that would have been good to know straight away, as would the depth of the trench, as would the width of the trench that it would take up. I think I can just give Councillor Luke Stubbs a bit of information about the Bransby Road situation. So the latest I understand is that there is 2 possible routes, one of which would go straight across Bransby Park, presumably along the footpath routes, so wouldn't affect Bransby Road, and that was certainly one of the things that we'll be pushing for. But then again, this does bring up the situation that if they're going to trench underneath the allotments, could they not trench underneath Bransby Park? Could they not indeed trench underneath from when it comes ashore at Eastleigh, or indeed trench underneath the entire Portsea Island? Because if they're going to do all this trenching, why don't they just do that anyway? But it brings me to this really ridiculous point. Why are they doing it in Portsmouth at all? Why? It's not the narrowest part of the channel, so why are they doing it here? And if you were doing a project like this, why on earth would you bring it to land on an island, and then you have to take it under the sea again to bring it out onto the actual mainland? Doesn't make any sense whatsoever. I don't think anyone's ever been able to explain to me why this is the case, but that's where we are. And then the kind of disruption it would cause is completely ridiculous. There must be other places, especially further to the east along the coast, and I'm not talking about Henning Islands, because again, land it on an island, go under the sea, land it on the mainland is a nonsense. But right along, other side of Chichester, right along to Kent, you've got ample amounts of land. You've got indeed lots of flat land. Even you don't hit a lot of the hills that come onto the seaside until somewhat later on. But surely you could bring it ashore somewhere else that doesn't cause the kind of disruption that it would in Portsmouth. But we have no say over that. If the government says it's going to be here, if they decide to give permission, then that's what we're going to get. But we have to make sure that the disruption to our residents is as little as possible. But it might help if instead of Aquins still having things up in the air, still about, we don't know exactly what we're going to go to the Secretary of State. This has been going on for a good 2 years. 2 years since I first heard about this project. 2 years since we first had some information about it. And yet all we have is still, well, it might be this or that. We don't even know exactly where on Eastleigh foreshore this is supposed to come ashore. We don't know. There's this big gap of Eastleigh foreshore. They've reduced it. It could have been going all the way from St George's Road all the way down to Hayling Ferry at one point. They have reduced it now to pretty much the area of Fraser Range and the South Sea Leisure Park. But we still don't know. So surely that would be something that could be really good, especially as there are developers who are looking to do Fraser Range. They might want to know exactly where they're going to have this thing coming ashore. If that's going to be part of a planning application, for example, which of course is already in. But it would be good to have some kind of idea of what is actually going to go on. So we can give our residents, whether they're in Eastleigh, Milton, Baffins, Copner, Drayton-on-Farlington, and of course our neighbours outside the city, it would be good for them to know exactly what's going to go on, rather than, as we have to do, seemingly endlessly speculate. And of course they don't give us the information. So I support the recommendation from Cabinet. I don't think this is the right place for this to be coming ashore at all. However, if it does, then we just need far more information, far more transparency from Aquins, and we need it now. Thank you, my Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Whittington. I have 4 people still wanting to talk. The next person is Councillor Steve Weems, please. Steve Weems.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Firstly, let me make it clear, I do support the council's objection to this application, and I listened carefully to what Councillor Ferret said, and I recognise that the country probably does need additional electricity capacity at the moment. Doesn't mean to say it has to come ashore in the most densely populated city in the country, outside of central London. It could come ashore, as many other speakers have said, in a whole host of places at less inconvenience to all concerned. And I'm sure we would all probably then support that. Lord Mayor, I hope not to repeat what many colleagues have said. They have meant it sincerely, and I support them in their objection to this application and in support of the council's proposed objection. What I am concerned about, though, is in the past, when we in this council faced the closure of the dockyard, we acted as one. We made sure that every party was involved, everybody knew what was going on, and that we then stood foursquare behind the objections and where we went and what we did and didn't do. My concern in this, and I accept that for a part of this I've been unwell and not been here to actually be involved in any consultation, so I do give some leeway in that respect, but I do think the objection could actually have been a little more robust than it actually is. And I appreciate that there has to be a balance drawn, because you're trying still to maintain good relations to try and get a better outcome if we are to suffer this application and this scheme. And I recognise that's a difficulty for any administration, but nonetheless I think it would be wise to keep councillors informed of objections before they are sent, not after the event, because there are elements within the objection I think personally could have been made more robust without actually upsetting Aquin too greatly. We'll only be stating what is factually correct, and then we would have more grounds with the Secretary of State to say it shouldn't come here, it should go elsewhere, and that would be right for the people in this city should we do that. So we can't undo what has been done, but I would make this plea to the Leader of the Council that whatever happens in the future, all councillors are kept involved, especially those ones that are immediately involved, but we must recognise that this impacts not only on the ward councillors through which this scheme passes, but on all wards in this city. Because if one of the arterial roads in this city is closed or partially shut, it's going to cause traffic chaos across the whole city for other wards, not just those wards that are immediately affected. So, Lord Mayor, I would ask that all councillors are kept involved, and involved before the event, not after the event. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Darren Sanders, please. Councillor Sanders.
Thank you very much. Firstly, I would like to reinforce Councillor Weems' comments with regards to trying to keep people involved. I think one of the things the Cabinet wanted to do was to bring it here. We didn't have to do this, but we wanted to do this because we wanted to get a sense of where all colleagues are. And I think this is one of those things in which I think all colleagues, particularly those in the wards who are affected, are united. This straddles two administrations. And I noticed that our position is very similar to that of our Conservative predecessors, and I think that's welcome. I would have to say that Councillor Ferret gives a much better explanation of why this project is happening than Aquin do. I've actually asked Aquin at least twice why they're doing this, and if they'd have given me the answer that Councillor Ferret had given me, then it would actually be not as it seems to be now, an answer in search of a question. I don't want to add too much to what is being put forwards, except that there are two areas where I think this falls down. The first is mainly parochial, and it's around the part of the area of Milton I represent, which is Milton Common. It seems to me very logical that when it talks about the compulsory purchase powers, it might be Solent School, as Councillor Bosch was putting forward, but it's more likely to be one of the green spaces we have in this city, and that is Milton Common. And like Councillor Bosch and many people in the part of Milton I represent had those letters, got frightened, thought their homes were going to go, thought this company they'd never heard of was going to take over their homes and their families and everything they had. And that is incredibly bad when you're trying to sell a project. And what makes me nervous is that those compulsory purchase order powers will be used on Milton Common. We can't afford to lose yet more of our green space. The second bit is around the environment. I've asked Aquin a very simple question at the Milton Forum, which is, well, are you actually going to contribute to the air pollution crisis that we've got? Are you actually going to contribute to the climate emergency that we put ourselves in? Are you going to guarantee that your project will emit nothing? Net zero emissions. I have to say I got the same level of clarity that Councillor Bosher seems to be getting on a regular basis from this company. That worries me, because if this is done, this is going to be around about the time that we're going to have to start to look at trying to implement the ministerial directives around air pollution and implementing the ministerial directives on various things that may or may not lead to a clean air zone. I'm also deeply worried that this city won't benefit. There'll be no contribution towards reducing climate change from this project, either from its construction or from its implementation. This is really, really concerning. So my issues are not purely parochial, although they do matter. But I'm concerned that, unlike Councillor Ferrett's excellent explanation of the project earlier, this is an answer in search of a question, and it's not something we should support. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. I've got two people to go. Councillor Rob New, please. Councillor New.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Really just to touch on some of the points already made, so I won't labour them again, other than I do welcome that the leader and the Cabinet have brought this here. And I think it's quite interesting because when the letters initially went out last year and started to scare residents, in my own patch, for example, around Anchorage Park, up there, that's kind of the only main route in and out for them. So even on top of the land grab, they were quite worried about that. But on top of the local media getting on top of this, we were also contacted by people that had been involved in other campaigns, because I understand within the last 10 years there have been a number of other interconnectors that have been set up, developed and successfully completed. One of them, I understand, has future infrastructure, if you will, for the laying of additional cables, which is down on the Kent coast, Eastbourne Way. And so that was one of the questions that we initially posed to Aquins, not very successfully, I might add. And at that time, people in higher circles had to become involved, because trying to get any communication with clarity, as members have found, was not happening. They just had a small PR company based up in Winchester who weren't, I suppose they didn't have the authority to be able to provide any further clarity. They were just there basically doing like a direct mail campaign, if you will. But interestingly, at that time, nobody in government kind of knew who this company was. And so while I welcome and think that we absolutely must have open lines of communication with them, given that also I understand in France, our French counterparts are pretty much going through the similar movements that we are here, it's possible that this may never even happen as well. So we should just bear that in mind, but of course put every pressure and use every resource to ensure that our residents not only, I suppose, have the clarity, but also the reassurance that if this is to go ahead under a decision by a Secretary of State, that we will stand with them to the best that we can.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Pitt, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. This is the strange case of the Aquin interconnector. Having been at most of the meetings with the leader on this, it has been a rather odd journey. After those letters, the first round of letters went out, I too have phone calls from residents wanting to know what on earth was going on, including one resident who said they'd upset his mum so much he'd gone along all the rest of the road, and if these guys from this company turn up, they better watch out. So we made sure that we fed that back when we urgently called in the Aquin team, if that's what you can call it, to a meeting and made them very clear on no uncertain terms of how displeased the council was about their behaviour. And to pick up on Councillor Rod New's comment, mentioning the French aspect to this, I did ask them if they were aware of a French phrase, "to the barricades," because I said that will pale into insignificance compared to what will happen if they go around telling people in Milton they're going to take their gardens away from them. And they still didn't quite seem to get what we were saying. So there's a balancing act on this one, because it is done under a DCO, it's a development consent order. The council, as the council leaders already said, will not get to have the final say on what happens here, although I think all of us in this chamber probably believe that we should have been in that position, and if an appeal was required, that would have been the best way to deal with it. But we also have a duty to cooperate, so it's been a fine line to tread between the two in making sure that we are doing what we are legally required to do, to enable them to do the work that they need to get in place in order to make this application possible, whilst at the same time taking every single opportunity to make them very aware of the implications for specific wards in the city and for the city as a whole. And we made particularly strong recommendations when they came in most recently about the potential impact on Farlington Avenue and what could happen up there in Drayton and Farlington ward. I also made them very aware that the rumour that I was hearing that they were going to seize Farlington playing fields to use as their compound would be met with some distaste should that proposal come forward, and I'm pleased to say they have now said it won't. What the council has done is set up a microsite off its own website called interconnectorportsmouth.co.uk, where the information and background to this is contained, and further updates will be added. Members have raised, at least two members today have mentioned air quality in some form, and we also raised the air quality issues very firmly with them this week to say that it absolutely must not have any impact on our ability to improve air quality across the city. So it's an ongoing piece of work. There's still a way to go. I think we're expecting the application to go to the inspectorate sometime in the autumn. They are not the easiest people to deal with, but I think due to the very robust stance that we have taken with them, they have become easier to deal with, and we have made it very clear that Portsmouth doesn't just surrender.
Thank you, Councillor Pitt. I've got nobody else to speak, so I'm now going to ask the leader to sum up, please. The leader.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Thanks, colleagues, for the debate. We had a meeting with them yesterday, and so some of the things that I'll be able to let people know about maybe news to them, so I hope that it'll be of help. I just wonder if one of the things we might do is to see if they'd come in and do a presentation and question time to all members, and I'm very happy to ask them if they're prepared to do that, and I see nods around, and I'm happy to see if we can get that to happen. Just some of the bits and pieces that came out yesterday that I didn't know. They're able to trench this, but they are only able to trench this for 1.5 kilometres at a time. When this comes across the channel, they will plough, as they say, to a trench to be able to then lay the wires in. They can't do that through Langston Harbour because of the protection of the worms in the harbour, and therefore they're not allowed to do that. And they're limited with the way in which they have to go under quite deep, I think, to get round bits and pieces, so that it's limited to 1.5 kilometres. They have now got a point of arrival at Eastney, Matthew, and so that they will come in. They've excluded almost all of Fraser Range. It just comes in at one corner and then goes down the access road for Fraser Range. In terms of emissions, Darren, I don't think anybody thinks that the UK is going to be exporting electricity to France. Our infrastructure is in such a mess that that's unlikely to happen, and therefore it'll all be coming the other way. And therefore, as French electricity capacity is over 70% nuclear, that will be a low emission production of electricity to help with air quality, but not here. It'll be in France. Or else wherever the generation, we don't have power stations in Portsmouth, wherever that is happening. So I think we'll see what we can do. We're working with the other councils on the route to see if we have a common view and a common response to government all the way through, and I think that's been successful. I've met, I think, the two proponents scheme. I'm not, as colleagues will know, I'm not great at names, but Vladimir and Kirill, who are the people who are the owners or running this company, come from Newcastle, and they were very enthusiastic about the scheme, and I hope if they come down to present to colleagues here what their schemes are and answer questions, they'll be able to do that. So colleagues, thanks. It's been a useful discussion, and I hope we can move on.
Thank you, Leader. So now we've got to go to the vote there. So all those in favour, would you please show? Okay. All those against, please show. Yeah, unanimous. Okay, thank you. And just make sure any abstentions. No. Okay, so it's unanimous. Thank you very much, members. So going on to number 9, recommendation from the Cabinet meeting held on the 9th of July, Portsmouth Youth Offending Team Annual Youth Justice Strategic Plan. I've got there. Members, a recommendation from the Cabinet meeting which met on the 9th of July concerning Portsmouth Youth Offending Team Annual Youth Justice Strategy Plan for 2019 and 20 has been previously circulated and is attached to your green sheet. Is that correct? Yeah. Okay. I now propose to call the minute. If you wish to oppose the item, please indicate. Can I also remind everyone that any item to which an objection is made will be deemed to have been approved. I call minute 78, Portsmouth Youth Offending Team, Annual Youth Justice Strategic Plan 2019 to 20. No? Okay, that's approved then. Oh, sorry, Councillor Judith Smythe.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I just wanted to make a point about this. That is, I'm objecting.
So call upon the leader, please, to move. Thank you.
Can I ask the relevant portfolio holder, Councillor Rob Wood, to introduce this?
Okay, thank you, Leader. Councillor Rob Wood.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'm all ears for a second on this. This is a report required by us under S40 of the 1998 Crime and Disorder Act, and is the duty of the local authority to present it back to, first of all, say what their plan is, how it's been reviewed in previous years, and lay out that strategic plan with our partners. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Have we got a seconder for that? The leader, second that. Councillor Judith Smythe, did you want to speak, please?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. The reason I wanted to have the opportunity to object to speak on this is that the reason that this is a statutory document is that the future, how we deal with youth offending is extremely serious. And I just wanted to make sure that we weren't just passing this through without noticing that our new entries into the crime and justice system are increasing, and the report also draws attention to the lack of funding, the possible lack of funds from partner agencies. And I wanted to ask Councillor Rob Wood, as chair of the spokesman for children and families, what we're going to be doing about that. I'm on that group, but I think it's really a very, very serious matter for us, because we all know that people who fall into crime at a young age often have difficulties later in life. Their children, their families are also drawn into crime, and there are many more public costs associated with this rise in first-time entrants into the system, and we should all be really concerned about this rather than just passing the report through. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Just to remind members, we are in debate. Councillor Hunt, please.
Can I ask a question? Well, I'm quite pleased that you've actually objected. Lord Mayor, this is a good news report, despite what a couple of things that Councillor Smythe has said. If I ask members to turn to page 54 in their papers. And you'll see in the report there the resources and value for money. And if you compare that to the increasing number of youths reoffending in Portsmouth from the cohort 16-17, which was up, and it was at 54%. And I think the average across Hampshire was below that, 46%. I think the national average is 38% in that particular graph. What I'm saying is this administration, I'm sure Councillor Wood will confirm it in a minute, has indeed invested into these services in order to try to bring down youth offending and to work to prevent youngsters getting into the criminal justice system in the first place. So from the budget, I'm sure council members are aware that this administration has invested £500,000 into new youth provision, and we're doing that in partnership with Community Action Network. And I was delighted together with Cal Corkery to be at the recent Buckland Summer Fair, where their teams were present, and I wanted to draw out a little bit about what they do for the members of everybody here that gathered today and listening. So these are under the, it's a national charity, here under the stewardship of Julian Wadsworth, who we all know quite well. And his team, they go out into the community and they are role models really for young people, and they engage with young people and they provide activities from football through the whole host of things, including about lifestyle. And what they do is they bring on other young people and they bring them into their team as volunteers, they give them credits, and eventually they too get employed. So it's a holistic approach, and it's aimed at getting young people not out of trouble, keeping them out of trouble. But also we have to look at what this administration has done. In March 18, the lead manager of this particular service went from being a half-time post to a full-time post, and the people who do the support services for these, the people who actually go out and deliver the services, we've put in, I think, 2 full-time posts now in order to relieve them of the bureaucracy. So, for example, if you look at the chart which I referred to you just now, you see the police and crime, the police have put in £85,998. So that is a police officer continually engaged with this service, and he or she goes out and helps do the restorative justice that this city implements. And you go further down into health, that too funds extra services. So in short, what I'm saying is that this administration has seen that in 16-17 youth offending was going upwards, and we were alarmed by that, and so we put money and resources in, a considerable amount of money and resources from the budget, the recent budgets, into bearing down on that rising youth offending, which we all know about across the city and across the country. So I won't go into debate about the numbers of police officers, which is equally important. But sticking to this report, it's a good report. This administration is putting the money in. It's increased the number of people, the number of staff involved with youth reoffending. So I think that Councillor Wood will probably be able to expand on that a little bit further. Lord Mayor, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Hunt. I have nobody else to speak apart from Councillor Wood. Is that to sum up? Thank you.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. It's a very good report. Lisa Morgan put the report. It comes from Bruce Marr's service. It's very particular about areas. One of the things I want to point out on page 12 or 60 on your agenda is one of the things we've done and made sure we did, which is have a greater understanding of the enhancement of the data we're collecting, because part of this is not just money, and my colleague has pointed out that we are addressing youth services because we know that the cutbacks in previous years to youth services has had an impact, but it's also important to make sure we are getting value for money. So there has been a much better gathering of that data. And now one of the things that is an outcome, if you look on the areas of stretches, we completed a self-assessment during 2018, which gave us the ability to move the plan forward. Now, what we need to do at this present time, bearing in mind we are putting the money into youth services, is also to make sure we embed what we've currently learned from this in the strategic plan, and bearing in mind that the local local superintendent is the chair of that, along with other partners. The main thing that we will do this year is make sure those learnings are embedded from what we've done from the self-assessment. So I recommend this to the Council as a very good report, in detail, and I recommend everybody actually read right through it, because it lays out what the strategic plan is and how we're going to address issues from the figures we've now gathered. But we can have good surety that the data is much better than we've had previously. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. So now we go to the vote. So all members, if you're in favour of that, would you please all show? Looks unanimous. Okay, all those against? Abstentions? No, that was carried then, unanimous. Thank you, members. So now we're going on to number 10, which is a appointment of a new honorary recorder. A report from the Chief Executive has been previously circulated regarding the appointment of a new honorary recorder. In response to a recommendation set out in the report, I've received a written proposal from the leader, which has been circulated in the chamber. Have you all received that? Yep. Yeah, okay. Could I ask Councillor Vernon Jackson to formally move the proposal? The leader, please.
Thank you, Lord. Happy to do this. Must be at least 10 years ago, I discovered that the city was no longer appointing anybody into the post of recorder, and I like history. I quite like the idea of some of these interesting titles, and so I suggested that we appointed somebody, the senior judge in the city, to have the post of recorder. We've had two of them, and I think it's useful to have the connection between the City Council and the courts. Now Judge Hetherington has stepped down. I think it's very sensible if we appoint his replacement.
Thank you, Leader. We've got somebody to second. I understand Councillor Stubbs, is that correct?
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and duly seconded.
Thank you. I understand there's no amendments to that. So the matter is now before members if you wish to debate it at all. No? Okay then. So can I ask the proposer to sum up, please? The leader, please.
I'm not sure there's a lot to sum up.
Makes a change today, actually. Okay, then. So we go to the vote. All those in favour, please, members. Just a matter of to tick the boxes. Yeah. Okay. Any of those against? Abstentions? No. Carried. Unanimous. Thank you. So that concludes this item. Thank you, members. So now we're going on to number 11, which is notices of motion. We have 4 notices of motions before us today, and under Standing Order number 32, was that D? I must be formally moved and seconded. So number A is motion for fair trade, City, proposed by Councillor Hugh Mason and seconded by Councillor Stagg. All those in happy? Yes, are you happy to? Seconded first, sorry, yeah, proposed and seconded, yes, happy? Yeah, okay then, sorry. So, members to move the motion up to 3 minutes on the question only, as to whether the motion should be debated today or stand referred to another council body for consideration. So, Councillor Hugh Mason, Councillor.
Well, Lord Mayor, 15 years or so ago, this council passed a motion. It was to support fair trade, to promote fair trade, and to use fair trade certified products wherever it was possible. The result of which is that we were one of the first cities to be designated a fair trade city. And supporters of fair trade have asked that today we reaffirm that commitment. You might ask, why do we need to reaffirm a commitment which we made? After all, we made it with, I think it was unanimous, if I remember correctly. But we're only human beings. We know what the sequence is like. We start off with high aspirations. We know what needs to be done. We go out and do it. And then we become a little used to it. And it becomes a normal thing which we do. And we tend not to think about it. And the only person who thinks about it at any great length is the officer who we've appointed to be in charge. And here I would certainly like to thank the work that Jane Singh has done on our behalf over many years in promoting fair trade. But then time goes on, and as councillors we largely forget that we proposed this. Our new councillors come along for whom it is history which they may or may not know. And so sometimes we forget. And sometimes, as Sue James said, it slips. And we don't do what we have committed ourselves to do. Hence the need today, my Lord Mayor, to reaffirm our commitment, and hence this very simple motion which is before you today.
Thank you, Councillor Mason. Sorry. The Council will now vote on whether the motion should be dealt with today. So those in favour of debating it today, would you all please show, members? Okay, thank you. Any against? No. Okay then. So I now call upon the proposer, Councillor Hugh Mason, to present and speak to this motion. Councillor Mason.
My Lord Mayor, may I first of all present you with some coffee? You may have to declare it as a gift, but I will present you with some coffee. High-grown, small bean Arabica of the highest quality. Suitable, my Lord Mayor? The farm gate price for this coffee is now slightly over 4,250 Uganda shillings at the farm gate to the farmer. 4,250 shillings is about 90 pence a kilo to the farmer. In January, it was only 3,000 shillings, or about 60 pence. This time last year, it was 6,250 shillings, or about £1.25 a kilo. And I think this variation and the size of the amount which is paid to the farmer underlines the need for fair trade for two reasons. First of all, for a small grower, a price of 6,000 shillings a kilo will enable him or her to pay school fees, should manage the occasional medical bill, certainly they'll do clothing and a couple of meals a day for a family, on an average-sized little plot. At 4,250 shillings, today's price, something certainly has to give, and it's often the school fees. And at 3,000 shillings, people will begin to go hungry. This is why we need fairly traded products, certified fairly traded products. Firstly, to pay a fair price to the producer, not necessarily at the highest market price at the highest time ever, but a good, fair, high price to the producer, which will enable them to have a decent life. And secondly, that fair trading gives them a degree of security. With a coffee price going up and down, often varying by over 50% either way, it is very difficult for a family to plan for the future and to survive. Well, that's the context. Why should this be a matter which should concern Portsmouth City Council? After all, we're a long way away. Trade, international trade, is an international matter, and it's beyond our local remit. We don't grow coffee in this city. I think there are three reasons. First, this is an international issue which concerns the security of the world. And we have an education responsibility which goes beyond just ensuring that children go to school. We have a wider responsibility to promote fair trade, to promote it in our schools so that our children, the electors of the next generation, understand the world in which they live and why they should be paying prices slightly higher than the cheapest they can get. And once again, in this I also commend Jane Singh's work to you. Secondly, in this interconnected world, there are many things which actually impinge on our city. Those of us who have been here a year or two will be aware that we have discussed climate change, because climate change will affect our futures. We have discussed the European Union, because Brexit will affect, one way or another, our futures. So will trade. So will this country is a trading country. And if we don't trade fairly, why should people trade fairly with us? Thirdly, I think in this matter, a city council represents the best in this country, and we have a duty to give a lead. And I think it is right that this city council should give a lead to our city in the matter of fair trading internationally. And so I would argue that for these three reasons, it is a contribution to the future of our city that we are making by, contribution to our city which we are making by supporting this motion, as well as being a moral imperative. It is the right thing to do, and this is the right time to do it. I move the motion.
Thank you, Councillor Mason. So the matter is now before the Council to debate. So I've got, seconding, Councillor Stagg, you seconding?
Yes, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. So with that, I've got Councillor Steve Weems, please. Councillor Weems.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'm not going to oppose this motion, as I recognise it is put forward with good intent, and indeed I supported, as Councillor Mason has indicated, the original motion 15 years ago. However, I do question whether fair trade actually delivers to those who are impoverished, or whether it is just designed to make us feel good about ourselves. There is growing volume of evidence that fair trade actually traps people in poverty. For instance, when fair trade encouraged Nicaraguan farmers to switch to organic coffee, they earned a higher price per weight of coffee, but a lower net income because of higher costs and lower yields. Farmers also get trapped into supplying a fair trade good, rather than being able to choose to supply goods which are most profitable to them. In the meanwhile, non-fair trade farmers are forced into even deeper poverty. Researchers found that for some cooperatives, only 70% of the additional costs of supplying fair trade goods were covered even after 6 years, and 60 to 80% of their produce was still having to be sold on the open market. In the final analysis, empirical research has shown that at most, only between 1 and 2% of the extra cost of the product actually reaches the producer or the farmer. Much is lost through additional costs and corruption in the supply chain. If we really believe in fair trade, we should be seeking to remove regulatory as well as tariff barriers. Can it be right that coffee made in Kenya can only be roasted within Europe? If Kenyans cannot find employment within their own country roasting coffee they make, is it any wonder they look to emigrate to find work? I cannot blame them for doing so. I would do the same. The same can be said for many other products. Why should we then be surprised that Europe has an immigration crisis? It seems to me that we either import the products or import the workers to make those products. Now, I'm just guessing here, but I think many immigrants would rather be gainfully employed in their country of origin rather than make the sometimes hazardous journey here. They make the journey because they are looking for work. And it's important to recognise their motivations for doing so. They're not looking for handouts, they're looking for work. If we really want fair trade, and to support fair trade, we should be looking to remove barriers to trade. We should be looking to encourage our government and all governments to remove those barriers. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Stephen Morgan. Councillor Morgan, please.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. I rise to speak in support of today's motion. Fair trade is the most widely recognised ethical label in the world, and there is a reason for that. Beyond the symbol is an assurance and a guarantee that when you buy those products, you are not enhancing exploitation or fuelling child slavery. A guarantee that you're not promoting unsustainable farming methods or destabilising an economy. A guarantee that farmers are getting fairness rather than mistreatment. And when farmers sell their crops via fair trade cooperatives and plantations, they get more money to invest back into better farming methods, clean water, and improving the health of their communities. We know that by choosing fair trade products, farmers get a better deal and a more sustainable income so that they can feed, educate, and take care of their children. It is not just those individuals who are directly affected, it is also their communities. We know that on plantations, nearly 30% of workers spend their fair trade premiums on education. This means more schools, more universities, and more development. Aside from human benefits of buying fair trade products, there are also a whole host of environmental arguments in favour of ensuring the assurance stamp is on our products. In Portsmouth, we have a proud record on fair trade. It was in 2004, as we heard earlier, that we first declared Portsmouth as a fair trade city. At the time, I was an officer at the council working closely with Sue and the team to make sure that that was implemented. We should be really proud of what we've achieved in the past, but there's a long way to go. I'd like to thank Sue and the team for their excellent deputation earlier and the hard work that they've been undertaking. And clearly from the deputations, there is more work we can do and more work we need to do to raise awareness in this very chamber about the real issues and challenges that communities face. My Lord Mayor, the Labour Group supports this motion that it reaffirms our city's commitment to this cause. Our group believes that there's more that can be done to actively promote fair trade locally, increase understanding and awareness, support the local group, promote on social media, and through the Fair Trade Fortnight do a lot more. I spoke to Sue about some of the things that we need to see based on what the Fair Trade Foundation propose as best practice. And some of the things that they identify is supporting local fair trade schools and universities, celebrating and incentivising businesses, and reviewing procurement policy, which the Labour Group fully supports. Portsmouth already has the status of fair trade city, but it's up to all of us in this chamber to make sure that this reputation is maintained. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Morgan. Councillor John Ferret, please. Councillor Ferret.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Always a pleasure to follow Councillor Morgan, who once again for here today. And if only we had someone in Parliament today making those arguments for us, but unfortunately not. I'd like to commend the movers of the motion. I thought Councillor Mason gave a very good speech in terms of fair trade, in terms of the importance of fair trade, in terms of the importance of trying to lift the poorest people in the world out of poverty. And these are frightening times. These are clearly frightening times in terms of helping people in poor parts of the world. The aid budgets in developed countries are being questioned. The aid budget in this country being questioned. Certain Brexiteers seeking to use the aid budget as a weapon to try and threaten poorer countries, that if they don't give us advantageous terms of trade, they won't be getting any aid from the budget. Absolutely morally reprehensible statements that are being made. So these are very frightening times, and we, certainly as a council, should be doing all we can to advocate support for people in poorer parts of the world, because this is a lowest common denominator world that we're entering into. not least when we look at us walking away from the most advantageous trade deal that we're likely to have, onto who knows where. World trade terms. Again, our prospective Prime Minister has absolutely no idea what he's walking into and what that's going to mean for us. And these are times when we should be looking to maintain the highest environmental and ethical standards. And we can do that through fair trade rather than embarking on some Empire Mark II that certain people in the ERG seem to be committed to. And we're placing ourselves at the mercy of Trump, the racist in chief, the man who has denigrated the poorest people in the world, the poorest countries in the world, referred to them as shitholes. And that's the person that this country is looking to align itself to. So I think it's really important that we support this today. We support fair trade. We support the highest ethical standards in terms of our relationships with other countries. And in doing so, I would hope that we're opposing the lunacy of no deal.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Atkins, please. Councillor Atkins.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I just wanted to add my brief contribution. I'm happy to support this motion and will be supporting it. I've, in the past, volunteered in free trade shops. But I think it is important to note that free trade is not a panacea, it's not a fix-all. The 15 years idea that was being raised by Councillor Pitt is something that got me thinking about the ups and downs of the free trade movement itself. It is not a consistently perfect history that the movement has. It has always had great intentions, but I think it is important to know that the realities of the economics of the fair trade model have not always worked perfectly. I think it is important that the city, when it is bulk buying produce, does seek to buy fair trade, but it's also worth those who have the time and the inclination within the council's staff to look into specific products that sometimes exceeds those requirements without necessarily having the fair trade certification, because there are some companies that seek to do that. And it's also worth noting, I think, that fair trade does raise a number of issues that Councillor Weems touched upon. That if you think about standard business models, a company which produces a very small quantity of quite expensive product, which doesn't have a huge market, is not likely to be successful as one which produces a large quantity of cheaper product which reaches a wider market share. You think of the classic case of Amazon. Amazon actually makes relatively little profit and is one of the reasons it dominates the global market for commercial online goods sales. So there is a difficulty with fair trade in that it prioritizes a certain type of producer. It isn't necessarily going to benefit the wider economy of those countries as much as the ability to develop more advanced farming methods, to develop more advanced local products, to add value with tertiary systems, as Steve Weems implied, such as processing their own goods. And it is worth noting that in this country, as part of the European Union, we have participated in a system which entrenches sort of European dominance in some of those areas and has prevented third world countries from adding value to their own natural products and their own farming produce. So I do think that fair trade is an important part of the picture, and it's worth noting as well that absolute poverty in the world has declined 50% over the last 10 years, and we should congratulate Her Majesty's government and the Secretary for International Development on the contribution that British aid budget has made to that reduction in poverty over those years. So there's a range of things that this country is doing that I think contribute to reducing absolute poverty. And I think fair trade is an aspect of that, but I don't think it's a perfect panacea. I don't think it's a solution to all the problems, and I do think that at times it may be worth the Council exploring the ability to buy products that exceed or better those standards, or which will have a more positive impact on some of the wider economies of developing nations. So I don't think it's always necessarily the best certification out there, but I do think it is a good certification, and I am supportive of the motion in general. but I do think it's worth not being fanatical about it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I've got nobody else wanting to speak, so I now call upon the proposer, Councillor Hugh Mason, to sum up, and then a vote obviously will be taken. Councillor Hugh Mason.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. The first thing I would do is to thank the contributors, all of whom have been very thoughtful. They've been thoughtful comments, and that has been very helpful. I'd especially like to thank the gentleman on my left, Councillor Weems, for raising the matter of regulation, because this is certainly a major issue, and if more processing of goods could be done at the point of origin, it would enable those countries, which are the countries of origin, to lift themselves up in a way which is at present quite difficult. I think people listening might wonder, well, Councillor Weems says, does it deliver? People who are in poverty, extra costs, non-trade. And Councillor Morgan very rightly says that it gives a better deal, it produces education, that people who are benefiting from fair trade invest in their children's education. Yes, they do appear to conflict, but it is not necessarily so, because fair trade is not, as has been pointed out, a panacea. It is a tool. It is a tool to help the world grow out, the whole world grow out of poverty. Not just the very poorest countries, but the whole world. And like any tool, it is appropriate in some areas it is less appropriate. But there is a whole range of areas where this is a most appropriate tool and has been most beneficial. The evidence is that those people who have benefited from fair trade invest in their own production, they invest in their family's future, and they also, by being able to invest that little bit more, invest in their country's future. So I would commend this to you and thank the people who have spoken.
Thank you, Councillor. So now we're going to the vote. So all those in favour of Councillor Mason's, okay. I think that looks unanimously. All those against, members? Abstentions? No, so that is unanimous. Thank you very much. Thank you. So that concludes this motion. So now we're moving on to the next motion, which is motion B. Is motion B, high stakes testing in primary schools, proposed by Councillor Coles and seconded by Councillor Heaney. Sorry? Councillor Coles.
Formally propose.
Have you got a seconder at all? Just to confirm.
Yes, I'll be seconding, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Okay. So, members of the motion... Oh, we've got a vote, sorry, haven't we? We've got a vote on it now. No, we haven't, sorry. If members... Yeah. Sorry, I'm here then, aren't I? Yeah. So members who move the motion now has up to 3 minutes on the question as to whether the motion should be debated today or stand referred to another council body for consideration. So I'll hand over to Councillor Coles. Councillor Coles, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'd rather use the time for my 6 minutes, but if we could just debate this, it's important for the children of the city, for the mental health and the mental well-being to debate this today. Thank you.
So, just heard that. Members, are you all happy to debate that this afternoon? All just quickly showed you. Okay, just about unanimous, I think. Okay, so we're going to hand over to Councillor Coles, please.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. The education system in the UK is obsessed with league tables, using children as data points and denying them a broad, stimulating education at key stages of their development. The current system puts an avoidable and unnecessary burden on teachers, students and parents. High-stakes testing distorts the work of the schools. It narrows the curriculum, has an increase on the stress levels of pupils and adds to the workloads of teachers. Those who work in schools have highlighted their opposition to high-stakes testing, every year since primary assessment was reformed in 2016, the National Education Union and its predecessors has asked its members about their experience of SATs. Each year, NEU members are feeding back to their union that SATs are bad for children and bad for education. In 2013, the OECD stated that the current evaluation and assessment systems can distort how and what students are taught, citing that teachers are being forced to teach the test, focusing solely on skills that are tested and giving less attention to the wider developmental and educational needs of children. Nationally, Labour, the Liberal Democrats and the Green Party have united in their opposition to SATs and high-stakes testing, with Jeremy Corbyn and the Lib Dem education spokesperson Layla Moran committing to abolishing SATs and baseline testing at the NEU's annual conference. The Welsh Government is moving away from high-stakes testing. In its 2019 document, A Transformative Curriculum, it stated that the evidence of the effects of high-stakes testing is accepted internationally, places undue weight on outcomes, and where failure or perceived failure has consequences beyond what is intended or appropriate. Only the Conservative Party is committed to continuing high-stakes testing in schools, despite the evidence of research, despite international opinion, and despite repeated messages from teachers. The Tory government is rigid in its belief of testing. Since 2010, Conservative-led governments have introduced new versions of SATs, as well as the phonics check and the forthcoming multiplications tables check and the baseline assessment of 4-year-olds. As for school leaders, according to a YouGov survey, 93% of school leaders support the view that the government should review the current system of standard assessment, while 87% thought that politicians don't take on board the views of head teachers when making policy. In 2017, a survey following the completion of Key Stage 1 and 2 tests described how children are inadequately served by the current system of primary assessment, with 84% of teachers feeding back there was a particularly negative impact on children with SEND, 56% saying there was an impact on children who speak English as an additional language, and 33% said that children eligible for free school meals, a recognised benchmark for disadvantage, were particularly adversely affected. Clearly, something needs to be changed. As a father of 3, 2 of which are at primary education age, I've seen firsthand how the stress of SATs have affected them and their fellow pupils, as well as the effect on their teachers. Having spoken with the teachers, I was told the tests are designed to test the effectiveness of the teachers and not the advancement of the children, which is one of the reasons I brought this motion to the Council. Indeed, the current Secretary of State for Education, Damien Hines, has admitted these tests are testing schools and not children. Change needs to come, and hopefully, as I believe we're the first local authority to debate this, Portsmouth can be at the forefront of this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Coles. I understand there are no amendments to this motion, so Councillor Heaney, are you happy to second it again? I've just got to ask you again.
Yes, Mayor, I'd like to second it. Can I reserve my right to speak later?
Of course, Councillor. So the matter is now before Council for debate, and I've got Councillor Susie Horton, please. Councillor Susie Horton.
Thank you, Lord. Thank you, Lord Mayor. Sorry about my croaky voice. I'm going to go for this, though, because this is something I've been talking about for nearly 30 years, I have to say, since 1992. And I feel really passionate about this. I have written letters and emails of objection to all political parties over the years, lobbied, even been on strike and marched about this. Probably most significant of all, though, is that I actually walked away from a job I absolutely loved on a point of principle because of this high-stakes testing agenda. It was February 2003. I walked out of a staff meeting I'd just done on assessment, and I thought to myself, I don't actually believe in anything that I've just asked those teachers to do, as it neither benefits children or the teachers, and it's solely the politicisation of the curriculum, and I resigned the next day. Since then, I've got a really clear view on this, and my main feelings really is that actually this high-stakes testing leads to unhealthy and unhelpful levels of competition. It pitches children against children, teachers against teachers, and local authorities against local authorities. We all know in this room, particularly in a city like ours, that there are complex and numerous factors that contribute to children's outcomes, and a lot of them are beyond the school gates. And yet we base all our judgments on how successful a child, and therefore a teacher, and therefore a school, and therefore a local authority, based on a snapshot of a performance on one day. I want to emphasise that this is not an anti-assessment position I'm advocating or anti-testing. Teachers always have and always will assess. It's how children progress, it's how they learn, and it's how they become resilient, and it's how we prepare them for adult life. But these standardised tests arguably use children to test teachers and therefore schools. They've been elevated to such a status and become so prominent that they've skewed the curriculum to become the be-all and end-all of what a school represents. They dictate the balance of subjects taught, they increase bureaucracy, they limit creativity, and they cause stress and anxiety for teachers. But more unforgiving, perhaps, is the impact on children, as Councillor Coles has highlighted. We know that some children are okay with tests, but they'd be okay under any system. But many are not. We test these children relentlessly, often to find out again and again that they can't do something in order to train them and teach them for a test on which so much hangs. Measuring things just doesn't make them grow. And for a lot of children, this experience of being measured is at the cost of good teaching and professionals enabling them to learn through enjoyment and become the best versions of themselves. A few years ago, I did an exercise with some teaching assistants who were working across all ages. I asked them to bring in a list of every possible test or formal assessment they might give a child in their class. We wrote them on post-it notes and we created a chronological timeline, a kind of worst-case scenario for a child going through school. There were over 1,500 potential tests that a child could experience in their school lifetime. That is shocking. Anyway, to the specifics of this motion, it's good to see the recognition of opposition parties united on this, but actually I'm a little bit disappointed it was made so political, because you're right, Layla Moran, she is a Lib Dem education spokeswoman, apparently voted today as potential best MP or something, but she set up an independent education commission because she wanted to focus on the issue, and it's garnering cross-party support. I know this is an NEU motion because I got it as well, and it's almost word for word it, and I just hope that it won't put people off listening to the issue. In fact, St Helens passed this unanimously just 2 days ago, and in their debate, and they had Conservatives voting out completely cross-party, they actually highlighted the fact, which I thought was really interesting, research from Cambridge Primary Review estimates a saving of £20 million a year if we get rid of this high-stakes testing. So we know where that money could go, back into schools. For the other bits of the motion, I think I've either covered them, I pretty much agree with the general narrative of it. I could have put in an amendment to make it different politics, but I didn't want to. I'm happy to call on group leaders to write to the Secretary of State. I definitely have already written many times. I have no objection to calling a meeting. I'm just a bit mindful of workload of teachers coming to talk about the workload that the tests are causing. Perhaps Councillor Coles and I could have a conversation, but I'm definitely not against having a meeting. I do visit a lot of schools. I always bring this up with heads, so my general feeling it could have widespread support, but I'll go with the flow on that. It's just worth highlighting, I want to make this point, that despite high-stakes testing and league tables, which I obviously don't agree with, but actually there's an incredible amount of really, really effective assessment and teaching and learning that goes on in Portsmouth schools every single day, including moderation exercises which are linked to the testing, which would probably happen even if the high-stakes testing went. And I don't think we should constantly look at the negatives of some of these issues without actually recognising that teachers in Portsmouth schools are doing an amazing job. We should support schools in their unrelenting efforts to increase the chances of children in the current system as well to do the best they can. I don't want children being used as guinea pigs because of an issue that I feel passionately about. They need to do the best they can. But that shouldn't stop us wanting to fight for a different future. As if I didn't need reminding, I had an email. Can I just say this one thing, Lord Mayor? Just had an email this morning from a school I used to work in where I was told that they got 94% SATs. And I found myself going, yeah, that's amazing. And then I thought, Susie, you've just written a notice of motion that says, so it just goes to show how much we're pulled into this agenda. Please support the motion.
Thank you, Councillor Horton. 4 people to speak. Councillor Luke Stubbs, please. Councillor Stubbs.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. One of the things that's often said about targets, and particularly in the public sector, is that you can't measure what's important, so you make important what you can measure. And I think that that often holds true. I mean, I was a governor of one of the secondary schools in the city, starting in 2007, 10 years into a Labour government, and there was a great deal of pressure relating to particular exam standards and tests. And so, that was the situation then. It was the situation throughout the time I was a governor at the school, and I'm sure it still is. So I start off with a measure of sympathy for what Councillor Coles is trying to get to. But you just have to read the motion. I mean, just the repeated use of the phrase high stakes testing. Well, it actually isn't high stakes for the children, because it actually, if you fail a SATs test or a maths test at school, particularly if it's not the final exam, then the implication of that really is nothing. You'll still go to the school the following year, you'll still go to the comprehensive school. I suppose the only high stakes testing really which exists in primary schools is the 11 plus, but that only exists in a few areas of the country. So what's really the high stakes, of course, are for the teachers, and that's been actually said by explicitly by Councillor Horton. I think that's right. But this motion really says there shouldn't be any testing or accountability of teachers. No, I've not heard anything about it should be done in some other way, because you're trying to measure the fact that the school is being well run, and you can't just leave that with the head. There has to be some system so that we can find out, parents have a right to know if a school is performing or not, and an imperfect measure is still better than no measure at all. I mean, we need to have something so that there is some form of accountability in the system. And the NEU's position really is that there shouldn't be, and there shouldn't be any form of centralised accountability. I don't think that's really on, so I shall not be voting for the motion.
Thank you, Councillor Stubbs. Councillor Terry Norton, please. Councillor Norton.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. So high-stakes skills tests such as SATs are designed as a measure that to measure children's progress, but the reality is they are used often in schools to compare. And this promotes a culture of heightened accountability, I think, among head teachers who seemingly prioritise their school's place in the league table over the holistic well-being of the children within their care. So I agree with that. Now, in addition to this, it does put pressure on schools to teach the test, and possibly at the expense of a wider curriculum. Now, I agree that constant encouragement of young children particularly to do well in these tests can lead to stress and anxiety, but schools are getting better, increasingly better, of highlighting this and challenging it and addressing it. Now, the long-term problem with this is that testing of this nature breeds a wealth of very organised practitioners. It creates teachers who are very good at ticking boxes, but leave very little room at building relationships and strong rapport with the children that they serve. Now, you see this all the time in teaching, very system-driven career-like teachers who progress up the ladder into management positions where they're effectively telling the best teachers in the school how to do their job. Now, in terms of the effect this has on families, I think we must acknowledge that some people in this city do not send their children to school just to learn their ABCs and to make the grade. Some need school to be a safe place. They need it to develop and belong socially as well. So while grades are important, yes, they're not all the be-all and end-all of education, and in a time where 66% of employers say that they take the person over the qualification, we must do more, I think, to make sure that children within schools are finding their voice, finding their talents, so that they can go out into the workplace and be successful. The problem I have with abolishing tests is that it leaves pupils and parents without aspiration. And these tests are not indicators, they're palpable evidence of how students are doing within their attainment. Furthermore, Ofsted, I think, are making strides at the moment to make their inspections more about the quality of education and less on data. So they're moving towards a holistic approach. Now, although I disagree with teaching to the test, a lot of these issues can be alleviated with sharing good practice, and I think that's something that across the city we need to be better at doing. Some schools do very, very well with their budgets, they do fantastically well with their resources, and yet a couple of hundred yards away, there are schools that plead poverty, despite having business managers. So therefore, good practice across this city must be shared, and this applies to surrounding success stories and ways of promoting really, really good, well-rounded high school tests and how that curriculum is delivered. Some staff across schools across this city are happy. Some schools are adept at creating a well-rounded and good curriculum that suits the needs of all their children. So let's share that practice. Now, the point surrounding teacher workload, recruitment and retention that's in this is a contentious one for me. Most teachers do a fantastic job. Some are overworked and many are undervalued. But outside of the teaching profession, whenever you say that, the response is often, yes, but teachers get 13 weeks off a year. Yes, teachers don't have any directed time at weekends to work. And if you look at it, the average holiday entitlement is more than double for teachers. So we cannot ignore that. We also cannot ignore that within the education system, there are streams of teachers who do not move with the times. There are streams of teachers who, for whatever reason, have not become particularly great at inspiring our children, and heads have the responsibility or have the entitlement to be able to hold them accountable. But again, this is unfortunately an issue that becomes more about the adults within the system as opposed to the children. Now, where I feel this motion falls short is the suggestion that teaching unions are the moral compass for overworked teachers. This is not my experience, nor is it the experience of many of my ex-colleagues within education. My experience is that teaching unions do not only protect teachers of their rights, in fact, they work with the state to relieve them. Unions will collect your money, they'll spend it to prop up political parties instead of supporting teachers and the students that they claim to represent. So when a teacher in need turns to their teaching union, they're often told, that their union rep is either only works part-time or they're on annual leave, and therefore there's nothing that they can do. Now, fundamentally, if teaching unions cannot protect a teacher's job, then why should we trust them to go out on issues such as testing? Now, sticking with the issue of unions, in state education there's a social obligation to belong to a teaching union with very little return. So while union reps push the mantra of evil senior management, exploiting staff, the reality is that most teachers are lucky to see their union rep once a year, and that's often when they turn up with handfuls of branded tap for a £180 sign-up fee. So, do I feel that we should be voting for a motion that empowers unions who pay travel expenses to anti-academy rallies, that spread propaganda about free schools, and spend thousands each year to go up on flyers to go up in staff rooms when they very rarely are able to protect the people they claim to serve? After all, if we lose members, or if teaching unions lose members, who will pay the union bosses their £100,000 a year salaries? So, before I'm vilified for having got unions, that's not the case. The basic set concept of unions is admirable, but they're meant to protect workers against exploitation. In education, they're far too busy locally with playing politics. We hear outrageous stories about schools not being able to afford loo rolls and books for students to work in, when actually, let me get to the point, when actually I don't believe they're a moral compass. I think there are much more proactive ways of working. And to conclude, I cannot support a motion, one, because I struggle with its integrity, and two, to support Councillor Horton's words there, because this is far too political. I think this is designed to play politics and to play lip service to the leader of the council group's friends, who have very little transparency when it comes to education.
Thank you. That was your maiden speech. Thank you. Members, can we, I've got 4 people wanting to speak. Members, thank you. Councillor John Ferret, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'd like to congratulate Councillor Norton on his first speech, and I was agreeing with much of what he was saying until we came to the end of that speech. And I don't say that from a position of any sort of vested interest in terms of working for a trade union, but I believe that everybody should be in the union within their workplace. Everyone should have that voice. Everyone should have the opportunity to influence how that union operates. And it actually needs people like Councillor Norton. It needs his colleagues in there to be arguing their corner in order to be, if he believes this is the case, be a moderating influence within that organisation. But I don't think just attacking the union is the way forward. The unions are stakeholders in the same way that teachers are stakeholders, in the same way that parents are stakeholders, and most importantly, in the way that pupils are stakeholders. And I listened with great interest to Councillor Horton, and both Councillor Horton and Councillor Norton, double act, but both spoke with great experience and great insight into the reality of working in schools and working with tests. However, I have to say that I'm broadly in favour of tests, and I say that as someone who was a member of the Labour Party for many years, an enthusiastic supporter of the reforms and programme of the Blair government, a parent whose children have been right through the school system here in Portsmouth, and were at, certainly my eldest son, at Milton Cross at a time there was a real crisis of leadership. I think Councillor Stubbs himself was governor at Milton Cross, and that showed to me the importance of leadership at a school and the influence that that can have, and a way of measuring. How do you measure then how that school is turning itself around? And clearly results are an important way of doing that. So I think tests should be part of the way that we measure the performance of schools, and they should be part of that tool set for raising standards. Because let's remember, failing schools are invariably in the poorest parts of our communities, and they are the schools that most need to be turned around for the pupils, and there has to be a way of doing that. Clearly investment, and I commend the previous government, the coalition government. I know it was a strong Liberal Democrat influence in terms of the people premium, but we recognise the fact that failing schools, that has to be addressed, and an important way of measuring how those schools have improved is in testing. And I do remember the days, I've just alluded to it, but I do remember the days when we had a Labour government that were committed to raising standards in our schools, a Labour government that were committed to investing in our schools and investing in early years education. What do we have now? We have Labour putting forward this motion, but we have a Labour Party that are pledged to spend between 11 and 13 billion pounds on scrapping tuition fees, which will benefit the best off in our society, whilst doing nothing to pledge money for early years education. So I think in terms of the movers of this motion, they really need to look at their Labour Party policy and sort it out, because pledging that sort of money for tuition fees and effectively the middle classes is an appalling use of resources. So in terms of the motion itself, I think unfortunately this is throwing the baby out with the bathwater. Clearly there needs to be reform, and because it's so absolute in terms of what it's saying, I can't support it.
Thank you, Councillor Ferret. Councillor Rob Wood, please. Councillor Rob Wood.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Can I say straight away I'm going to support this, despite all the supposed political direction of this. I agree with Tom Coles there. There's something very wrong with SATs, and I agree entirely with my colleague Susie Horton, who's laid out why it's not good. And I say, I've got the Children and Families portfolio, and I've had a long measure as a councillor to see the impact it's had on young people. And it's not great because it's too much of a gravity well. SATs have become such a gravity well to parents, to schools, to children, that it impacts what they want to do. Children are complex young people going somewhere in life, and these SATs, they don't level the playing field. They, in fact, have too much impact on them. I can say this from personal experience. My granddaughter's just taken her SATs. She's not had a great time this term, so her SATs turned out to be average. She doesn't want to go to school because average isn't good for her, apparently, and this is how other pupils see it. And I think you've got to take that personal experience and say there's something very wrong when she's no different to a lot of other young people and other parents, because parents will be saying you're only average. etc. So we need to look at this and say, I'm not against testing. I think SATs themselves, the way it's implemented, is wrong. And we have a lot of personal measure. A lot of people feel very strongly about this, that we need to do something different. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Wood. Councillor Matthew Atkins, please. Councillor Atkins.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'm coming at this, it's a slightly strange experience, I think, to be standing up and speaking against this motion in a way, because I regard the SATS process, and I think in a way, Councillor Ferret alluded to this, as something of a Blairite exercise, at least over the last 20 years. Because, well, perhaps so, but it's, the idea, of course, is to introduce a kind of standardised testing that would allow students to be properly assessed on the learning progress they're making, and schools themselves to be assessed to ensure that across county lines, that neighbouring schools within different parts of a city, that schools are all contributing to the same kind of standards. So no matter where you are born, your primary education will reach a certain standard, and will be something which can give you a good launch pad in life. And coming at this as someone who sees students at the opposite end of their educational lives, we can see how significant it is that someone's early education, how significant a role that plays, even as late as their degree stage education. I'm not saying people become trapped, and someone with a strong attitude, a strong work ethic and natural ability could certainly overcome a challenging start in life. But if some primary schools are allowed to get into a position where they are not producing the same standards as neighbouring schools, as schools in better off areas, as schools perhaps in areas that have high levels of deprivation, not producing the same standards of middle class schools, well, that is going to have an impact throughout their education and ultimately their university careers and then their working lives. It's something which will impact the whole way through. In a perfect world, children would not grow up in a system where life is so competitive, but the reality of life is that it is competitive. And educational testing, exams are part of that. At universities, we are expected now, as we're charging such high fees, to demonstrate as part of our university rankings that we're adding value to students. And SATs are a means of primary schools demonstrating that they add value to students. Yes, that may not be a perfect thing for children, and the conservative part of me longs for a time where teachers can be left free to teach a more rounded curriculum, can be left free to develop children on a more individual basis, not put them under such exam testing and pressure. But the educator in me knows that that also leads to differing standards across differing schools. And so I would want to know what the proposed replacement is for a SATS process in terms of ensuring that kind of consistency of approach, consistency of standards, consistency of outcomes for students. A student that leaves the primary school unable to do their multiplication times tables is going to struggle at secondary school. If they struggle at secondary school, they're likely less likely to attend university or go on to higher achievement in later life. As a further point on that, a number of the focus of a number of these early years SATs particularly is actually in testing for students who may have special educational needs and ensuring that students are identified early where they may need extra support to develop. And what is the replacement for that system if we don't test students to see what level they are performing? How do we know on which students to focus special attention? Now, I fully appreciate that a good teacher, and the vast majority of primary school teachers, I'm sure, are excellent, will focus on their individual students, will provide that support within class without the need for any kind of government oversight. But SATs are a means by which teachers who are not performing as well can be identified. Teachers who are not providing that function quite as well can be identified. And that's important for parents, that's important for schools, and it's important for children. Now, perhaps we might all accept that the SATs themselves put undue pressure on children too early, that they create too much of an exam competitive environment at a very early stage in life. But there needs to be some system fulfilling this function. And a motion which is led really by the idea, I would say, of protecting teachers from the consequences of SATs more than children is not the kind of motion that I feel I can support. There needs to be a viable alternative proposal in place as to how we will properly assess student outcomes and student performance before you start proposing sweeping away the existing system. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Steve Pitt, please. Councillor Pitt.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. The oldest cliche in the council chamber, but I hadn't planned to speak on this one, but I'm minded to after one of the comments that Councillor Norton made in his speech, and it's been bugging me ever since he said it, and that was that taking away the test would somehow remove aspirations for young people. And I just find that completely extraordinary that anybody would think that a young child's aspiration in life ought to be to pass exams. I was very fortunate to get... Yeah, thanks. I was lucky enough to go to Corpus Christi School in North End, where emphasis was put on academic results, but in a completely balanced way with enjoying music and drama and getting involved in public speaking, even when we were 8 and 9 years old, and turning out individuals and people. And as somebody who's employed dozens of those people over the years, I can tell you that I have employed a lot of very successful academic people when they were students to work in public-facing environment who were awful at dealing with the general public because they'd never developed those interpersonal skills, and some much less academically gifted people who were absolutely fantastic in that environment, and they've gone on to have some very successful careers in one way or another in the creative industries. So
Lord Mayor. Thank you. Yes, so the point about aspiration is within the class and within the classroom, not further life aspiration generally, but children need to aspire to something within the classroom. And
thank you. Councillor Pitt.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. My comment stands. The point is that it is about creating well-rounded people. We shouldn't have people young children remotely obsessed with exams. There are other ways of testing without having formal tests like this that do put them under undue pressure, and it's something that will come as no surprise to anyone. It's something I say all the time, and that is that putting the A into STEM to put all of the emphasis on STEAM is vitally important, and that should be something we embed right through the school process and take the exams away from young children, take the pressure away and let them develop into people.
Thank you, Councillor Pitt. Now we're moving on to Councillor Graham Heaney, please. Councillor Heaney.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. It's been really interesting listening to the Conservative members talking about this, because they seem to agree that SATs are not an ideal solution, but they object to supporting the motion because of who is putting it forward. That doesn't seem to be a very good basis on which to make a decision. You have to listen to the balance of the argument. Well, you did, because, Councillor Knight, you said it was because it's the NEU putting it forward, you weren't going to support it. I've been a school governor since the late 1990s, and I've just come to the end of my final term. I was up for renewal this year, but I decided not to stand again because I've now become a councillor. I've got other things to do, and I decided to step down from my school. And over that time, I've seen a lot of changes, seen a lot of things happen, and learned a hell of a lot, and met a lot of teachers, and seen the work they do. I have huge admiration for our teachers in primary schools and for our head teacher. We've just gone through our Ofsted last week, so I'm not going to say anything about that. But I see the dedication almost every day. The question we have to ask ourselves: what is the purpose of SATs? What is the impact of SATs testing, and why have so many come to see it as a problem? If you take the official view, the government view, it says it's to test pupil attainment at 11 and form the basis of league tables for schools, and government sees it as a key measure of performance of schools, helping parents in decisions about choosing schools. So that's the sort of official line of what it's about. But the government dismisses all criticism of SATs and any attempt to reform the system, whether it's suggested by experts in education, researchers, teachers or members of parliament. There does seem to be some rather simplistic politics behind the decisions to stick with the SATS test and not to listen to any criticism. And I want to just quote something from a Conservative Home blog. I had to look at this one. It's April 9, 2019. Mark Wallace, he's the executive editor. He's also been a campaign director with the Taxpayers Alliance and was recently the head of media relations for the Institute of Directors. And he says, what is the purpose of SATs? Obviously, the function of tests is to measure a child's educational level, but the reason to do so is not to assess a pupil's ability, achievement or effort, unlike, say, GCSEs. Rather, it is to measure the performance of teachers and schools in order to identify where there are problems. Now, this assumes that teachers need to be made to do their job properly. They go to work and are going to do a bad job unless you really punish them. And these tests are actually not a good way of doing that anyway. They wouldn't do the sort of thing. You need other measures to make sure whether teachers are performing. And you have head teachers who are constantly wanting to make sure that their staff are performing well. It's fueled in part by myths of the 1960s about what happened in teaching then, which Conservatives often bring out. Now, I was taught in the 1960s and 70s, and I can tell you we did lots of testing. I went through the 11 plus, yes, and failed it, but still managed to survive. I think the emphasis on SATs testing is really having an impact on narrowing the curriculum. And I talk to head teachers, they'll tell you that. For schools with small intakes, for example, the performance of one or two pupils can have really dramatic effects on your SATs testing. So the House of Commons Select Committee on Education said, well, actually, they should look at 3 years as an average, at least as that, rather than doing annual testing. So there are all sorts of ways in which these results don't produce really good results. They produce flawed results. I mean, for secondary schools, SATs will tell you something about pupils, but they don't tell you the whole picture, because these tests are a snapshot in time at a particular moment, and you can't tell everything from the SATs test. There is increasing evidence that the high-stakes testing that we have is affecting children's self-esteem, their well-being, and in some cases their mental health. They pick up on the fact that the tests are really important because schools get really agitated about them, parents get really agitated about them. And some even think it will affect what job they eventually get. And this is crazy. But as I said, these are just a snapshot. Now, the other thing the government says it does is it helps parents to decide on which school to choose. So what does some evidence say? Well, if you look at a survey that was done by the Times Educational Supplement back in 2016, they did it with Mumsnet. They found that the attainment and performance data are much more important to parents choosing secondary schools than primary schools. In the survey, they said 55% of parents surveyed say key stage 2 results are quite unimportant or not important at all in considering school preference for their children. Only 10% thought they were important and 35% thought they were quite important. What they're interested in are other things about the ethos of the school. What's the school like? How will my child be treated? What other activities do they do? The survey, there's a nice publication which I went through, some really interesting data there about that. So we need to think that it's actually not meeting the government's objective. The other big myth, of course, that's being perpetrated by the opponents is that this is all about not doing any testing at all. And of course it is not. Campaigning groups like More Than a Score are actively promoting discussion and debate about different forms of assessment, whether it's sample assessment, whether you do different types of assessment. We're doing this, as my colleague at the university said, we do all sorts of different types of assessment for students because we know we need to do that. The Scottish Conservatives are abandoning, or have said they don't want to support baseline testing, which is another thing that's coming in. So I think the government needs to listen. Why are so many people saying this is wrong? Even Conservatives are saying it's wrong. So let's have a look at this and try and devise a system that works for the pupils.
Thank you, Councillor Healy. Councillor Robert New, please. Councillor New.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I guess really I found myself most in agreement with Councillor John Ferret and Councillor Atkins on this, and for reasons that may amuse everyone and still does myself. I spent a year teaching in a primary school and obviously decided after that to choose a different path. However, when I first started doing this, I suppose I never thought I'd find myself in that situation, and I was put there under duress by my university lecturer at the time, because we all thought we were going to become superstar music producers, and they were like, you need to have a career to fall back on, so you're going to be a music teacher. And so they found me a very nice school to teach them for a year. And it was eye-opening. And when I was at secondary school, I remember my deputy deputy head saying, "You won't amount to very much, you're not very academic, you're too much of a dreamer, you're too vocational." And at that time in my life, I mean, we're talking in the 90s, that really affected me. And something that I'd always worked really hard towards was the exams, both in primary school and also in secondary schools. And sometimes I found it really difficult. But one of the things that was great about that, which I didn't realise until I then started teaching people, was that those exams actually enabled the schools to then provide me with the secondary support so that I could catch up with my peers. And as it happened, I left school with a good set of GCSEs. I was able to go on to the college course, the university course that I wanted to do, and ended up teaching, which was just a bizarre situation to be in. And so as I guess all of the teachers that are in here will recognise, when you meet your new class, there's lots of predetermined positions that children have, which are often the opinions of their parents. You know, why would I want to learn music? Music is a useless subject. And okay, they may well be right, but some children are not academic and some are creatives, I guess a bit like myself. But one of the things that I learned very quickly within a few months was, as we were working towards teaching them so that they would pass their various exams, and working in conjunction with my colleagues in the maths and English department, was actually if you created a really good environment for those children to learn in, they prospered. They were then coming to the after-school clubs, not only for music, but literature clubs, for example, and they were learning all sorts of things where I guess, you know, a lot of children wouldn't do unless they have the encouragement from the teachers to be able to do it. So in the end, it ended up being a real privilege, even though I didn't carry on that career path. It was a real privilege to see those young minds prosper when I've seen other teachers at that specific school. The person that was actually supposed to be mentoring me, who I nicknamed Mrs. Hannigan, after the awful lady from the orphanage in Annie. So I think she was fairly sick to death, actually, of teaching. But it was insightful. But also seeing somebody else's unwillingness to provide a good environment only kind of forced me through to want to provide that for them. And it was great. And of course, there were children there. None of them were equal in these classes. But what it did mean is that I could then set up all of the additional support that they required so that they could ensure that they not only did they pass, but actually that they also felt that they could move forward. And we used to have some great end-of-term assemblies and various things where I think none of those children would have necessarily enjoyed or taken part in before that. And it was really eye-opening and rewarding. And so that's why I suppose it's only in hindsight and retrospect that I realised that the things that I thought that were against me actually were a massive help, both for me and then for the children that I went on to teach.
Thank you, Councillor. We've got one more person wanting to speak so far on the two now. Councillor Willington, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I think my first question, as some have posed in this debate already, is what are SATs for? What are they for? Are they for the children? I mean, we all know, we've all done GCSEs or Scottish standards and higher or A-levels. And we've been through that process, and we know at the end of it, we know we've got a grade, don't we? So we know what our grade is, we know whether we've done well or badly or whatever it might be. But actually SATs, it doesn't really work like that, does it? It's more about, well, what's the school done? What's the school done? That's what matters. It's the school, as Councillor Heaney was mentioning about the chap from the Taxpayers Alliance. It seems to be about, well, we can pick up how schools aren't doing very well by what their SATs results are. But why would you use high stakes testing to do that? Why wouldn't you have a far better way of doing that in all aspects of a school? One of the things I find really strange about the way that the government, and this is governments over the last 30 years, interact with schools in terms of assessing them, is how ridiculously blunt instrument they are. They use SATs testing. They use Ofsted assessments. They use really blunt instruments. There was talk about value added earlier, and talk about SATs. You can get an idea of value added through SATs. No, you can't. The way you get value added about how people do, how children do, is about all those other things that they do in their community and in being rounded individuals, as Councillor Steepitt was saying. And that's something we don't get from government, and we haven't had from governments at all over the last 30 years. My mum was a teacher up to 20 years ago, and she was a primary school teacher. She had to teach to SATs. That's what you do. You teach to SATs. You don't teach the children to be rounded individuals. You teach to tests. But not for the benefit of the children, it's for the benefit of the school. And if you don't do the right thing in the school, you will fail your Ofsted. Because actually, if you're getting not enough in your SATs, that is something that will feed into your Ofsted scores as well. So it's a horrible situation. It just becomes a never-ending chasing your tail around. So that's why I think high-stakes testing should be abolished, and therefore I support the motion. But it's another quandary that I find myself thinking, and I think about this more and more as time's gone on, and I think about why is it that Conservative members, not just here but in Parliament, are so wedded towards simple testing. Why is that? On one hand, they say we like the government, the state, imposing testing, exactly how you test, really, really digging down about testing of children in schools, really, really top-down stuff. And then on the other hand, they say, oh, but we want schools to be run by their teachers and by the parents, so we want free schools and academies. It's a complete quandary, and I've never been able to figure out how those two things fit together. Because effectively, you don't give schools freedom to teach their children and give them freedom for their children to become really rounded individuals, because the state is ever more cloying in its control over what they're actually taught, because you have to teach to the tests. If you don't teach to the tests, your children will fail the SATs and the schools will get rubbish results. So that's a quandary just to pose to our Conservative colleagues here. And it's just one to think about in terms of what are SATs for. I think SATs are about government control. I think they're about top-down processes. They're about imposing onto schools what they think, often secretaries of state, often ministers, think that children should be doing. It's not about our children, who should always come first, being made to rounded individuals with lots of exciting things they do, not just academic things, but non-academic things as well, becoming rounded individuals, and SATs do not do that, my Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Last one, Councillor Joe Hooper, please. Councillor Hooper.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. This is a really interesting motion, and I thank the Labour Party for bringing this. I think it's imperative that we discuss it. But what I want to do is problematise the one-dimensional nature of it and broaden out the context slightly. I do agree with a lot of the principles, so I reckon I'm going to be a hybrid between Susie and Matt Atkins, who both gave very powerful speeches. Right, from my point of view, statutory testing in primary schools can inhibit a joy of learning in the early years. Children at this stage should be nurtured to ensure all developmental needs are catered for, as well as their academic skills. However, there needs to be some measure of attainment and progression. And before me with this motion, I only see half a measure that doesn't suggest a viable alternative. If it did, I would really be minded to support it. So I want a bit more flesh on these bones. Consequently, I'd like to ask, what is this viable alternative? I'd like further info, and I guess it's up to me to research it, on more than a score. If it is being touted as a credible option, alternative, to testing, high-stakes testing. I don't even like that language, and I'll come on to that. I think we need to rebrand the way, from a psychological point, we introduce testing to children. I would also ask how else development could be monitored in an effective but non-evasive way that could cater inclusively for all. Is this even possible given the disparate nature of children. They are all very different. They develop at different rates. There is no one size fits all. So, for example, I've known very, very competitive children. My nephew is a child like that. He was like that from the moment he popped out of his mother, incredibly determined, and will not be fazed by anything at all. He loves testing. Okay, he loves to be measured. He rises to the challenge. However, and he is 7. However, I would say, I do fully appreciate that it leaves other children angst-ridden. I was a child like that. I can remember having a hideous French teacher who didn't encourage your skills. I was very weak at foreign languages. And in fact, she would ridicule you and make you feel pathetic. Now, we're obviously at senior school level here. If you didn't pass a test or you underperformed, okay, including embarrassing you in front of other class members. And I'm not saying that our teachers in Portsmouth, widespread, they carry out that practice, but I understand that fear, that French test the night before. French was on a Monday, Sunday evening, oh my God, I can't sleep. Okay, so I understand that for some children, testing will not work at all. However, consequently, I would problematise any one-size-fits-all model in education, and sweeping statements that suggest testing damages the mental health of all primary children. Now, I think that that is quite a dangerous and arbitrary label, because we all know kids at primary school who clearly do not have any sort of mental health issues at all. However, I appreciate for some children, the picture is a lot more complex. I would like personally to find a progressive and balanced route that offers more personalisation in education, both broadly and within the realms of assessing. Now, I believe this has been an age-old conundrum in a sphere that deals with vast swathes of children. It isn't down to any one particular government. Teachers throughout time have really struggled. They do not know how to fairly assess. Because as we know, an exam or a test, whatever you want to call it, an assessment that is timed relies upon you being in top form at that particular moment in time. We know, and I think as adults, we have all sat examinations, and that is not possible. We all have off days. And then we don't always get kind of a fair score. We can't always judge that child fairly based upon one test. So my focus as an aunt, I guess, has always been to allow children to be their very best and achieve success in a child's own terms, because that's important as well. You are ultimately in competition with yourself to better the skills that you've got, okay? And I think it's important that we encourage children to recognise that. In order to discuss the merits of testing, I think we also have to factor in psychological aspects. Need testing even be a terrifying prospect if it is introduced, packaged and labelled in a positive and empowering manner? I also sometimes worry that adults' hysteria and negativity rubs off on children. I see that with my sister, who's a very good mum, but she's overzealous in putting pressure on her son sometimes to supposedly revise. I said, don't use the word revise to a 7-year-old, it's not appropriate. However, I also feel limited testing does have a place as it builds resilience, teaches children that judgments will be made about them throughout life, and that inevitably life does have a competitive strain that we can't get away from. We have all won a competition ourselves, indeed, to be sat within this chamber. We know that competition is there. If I have time... this is my most important point, although I might not be able to air it. Viewing this testing issue in isolation is also massively flawed and an abrogation of our duty to children. Testing has become the inevitable cultural ramification of an education system that has for decades... Can I just finish? 30 seconds? That has for decades put university graduates on a pedestal and demeaned those with practical skills. This is wrong. Ironically, it was also Labour under Blair who set what felt like a ridiculous mandatory target of 50% of all young people should aim to access uni, really demoralising to youngsters with practical skills who didn't fit that remit. They were also perhaps once children in primary schools who didn't excel at testing, but then Labour made them feel like doubly exacerbated their failure at 18.
Sorry, Councillor. Thank you very much, Councillor Hooper. So we have no more members at the moment, so I now call upon the proposer, Councillor Coles, to sum up, and then a vote will be taken. Councillor Coles, please.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. It's great to hear support from the Cabinet members for education, the Cabinet member for children and families as well. I agree with Councillor Horton's comments on the increase in bureaucracy and the strain on the children. I'd be happy to attend a meeting with yourself and teachers if that was set up. If Councillor Horton had some concerns with the motion, I would have been interested to see an amendment. Councillor Stubbs alluded to this being a political motion. I don't think it's especially political, makes no mention of parties. I referenced parties in my speech to outline the national picture. We're not asking for all testing to be abolished. We believe the assessment of pupils and schools should be separated to ensure both can be done in a fair and reliable fashion. The recommendations in the motion are to discuss and engage and not abolish. I congratulate Councillor Norton on his maiden speech, but it's a shame he used it to attack teaching unions and people in the profession rather than talking on the content of the motion. I'm pleased Councillor Atkins agreed the system is not ideal, and I believe a reformed system would give a more meaningful and balanced measure of academic attainment. Congratulate Councillor Heaney on his maiden speech, in which he pointed out the inconsistencies in the Conservatives' arguments. I hope the majority of members can support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Coles. So we're going to go to the vote now. So all those in favour of Councillor Coles' motion, would you please show as high as possible so we can count? Thank you. Can all those against please show? And any abstentions? So that motion is carried. Thank you very much.
Orders are suspended in order to allow the seconder of the motion that I'm due to propose to be amended.
Sorry, we're not just there yet, Councillor. Sit down, thank you. I know you're keen, but we're not quite there yet. Yes, so that concludes that motion. Before we move on to the next motion, C, having regard to the advice on interests from the City Solicitor, as mentioned earlier, if there is an intention for this item to be considered now, I will be abstaining myself from the chamber. Okay, and I'm asked, yes,
Order. May I just bear patience for a few seconds, because what is about to happen may not look great, as essentially half the councillors leave. I just wanted to put on record something in the hope that this can help. This was going to be an amendment I would put in case this got debated.
Sorry, Councillor, I'm getting, hold on a second, from everyone. Thank you. Sorry, he's saying we can't do that. So do you want to expand on that one?
Lord Mayor, if you're taking the expressed view that you cannot preside over the next item, you cannot have a precursor to the debate about that item while you're still presiding and others who've got an interest.
Okay.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. As you have said that you have a conflict of interest in this item when we were leaving, and the Deputy Lord Mayor has done so as well, my understanding is that the tradition of the Council is that we look to former Lord Mayors to chair this section of the meeting.
Sorry, Leader. Yeah, we've already sorted that out. If you just want to go, if you think you've got to go, that's all you need to do. Okay. For those that need to leave, leave now.
Okay.
That way.
The Mason's got to go.
Just huge. Yeah, please. Thank you. Thank you for everyone. Obviously now, as the Lord Mayor mentioned, we don't have the Lord Mayor presiding or the Deputy Lord Mayor presiding, so obviously there's a legal requirement now to ask for a proposer and seconder to nominate someone to perform the chairing role who's not conflicted. So if someone could kindly propose someone for chair for this meeting. Okay, and that's seconded. Councillor Jones, do you accept that nomination? Are there any other nominations, please? Okay. Yeah. Well, Councillor Jonas is now going to be the chair for this item.
Well, members, first of all, let me... Well, before you, Darren, please, you'll have to excuse if I'm a bit slow on this Monopoly board, as certain members of you know how IT and electrically, embarrassed I am.
Thank you, I've never had this in 14 years, so forgive me if I don't know the rules. Thank you, Councillor Jonas, and it's good to have you back, albeit for hopefully not very long. I just wanted to say before we begin, because of the situation that we're in, and you're now in, Councillor Jonas, just your indulgence for a couple of minutes as the Cabinet Member for Housing. The situation is this. I'm fully aware of Councillor Corkery's comments and social media posts about all this, and I understand that. Just before this motion was published, and Councillor Corkery can go to the Director of Housing. Okay, all I'm saying is that as an administration, I've asked officers to go away and actually look at...
Councillor Silas, although I appreciate what you're trying to say, apparently is out of order at the moment, so if we'd like to return your seat.
Back.
Thank you.
I'm trying to foreshorten the debate.
I'm now going to I'll now call upon the proposer, Councillor Corkery, to present and speak to his motion.
Well, are you not formally...
Okay, yeah, then I'm formally proposing a motion and then wish to make a point of order.
Have you got a seconder?
I wish to make a point of order on that point. I'd like to propose a point of order to suspend standing orders to allow us to change the seconder to this motion. The reason for that is that the seconder that we originally proposed has been unable to participate in the debate due to advice that we have taken from legal services. I think there seems to be quite widespread opinion across the council and members that I've spoken to that this advice is unusual and unprecedented, and I think it would be a shame if the result was that it was going to curtail debate about this issue, which is obviously a lot of public interest about today. So I'd ask members to support this. Well, okay, I'll propose that George Fielding will second the motion instead.
Surely, first of all, we've got to go for the suspension of...
Yeah, you need... is someone seconding the proposal to suspend?
Is someone seconding the proposal to suspend?
And who's... Okay.
Can you confirm that again, George?
Yes, I formally confirm suspending... seconds to suspend standing orders.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Sanders.
I thank your indulgence again, Councillor Jonas. Just to make a very brief statement. because this would require suspending standing orders, which I know from talking to colleagues across the chamber is very difficult and creates a whole range of precedent, I would say this. I have already asked council officers to look at selective licensing as one way of trying to make the private rented sector easier and safer. There are pros, there are cons. I've had significant officer advice about this. I remain open-minded about the suspension of standing orders. If this goes ahead, I will put down an amendment to that effect. But I think given where we are and given the need to make the private rented sector easier and safer, and selective licensing may be a way of doing that, I thought before we went to this unprecedented situation, it was just useful to let colleagues know.
Thank you, Councillor Saunders. Councillor Smith.
Sorry, I'm getting a little bit confused because I didn't think we were in debate. And although Councillor Sanders has just given a speech, I'm not sure what point we are at the process. So could somebody enlighten me where we are in the process with this?
No. My understanding of where we are now, currently, Chair, is that obviously we've had a proposer and a seconder to suspend Standing Order 32A, I'm assuming, regarding seconders for notice of motions. I think Councillor Sanders, with the Chair's indulgence, just wanted to clarify the position of the administration before that vote, but there's not a debate. We're now having to go to that vote just to find out whether actually there is going to be a subsequent discussion. So, Chair, if you want.
Fellow councillors, can we go to the vote on whether to suspend standing orders? All those in agreement? What?
Okay, sorry, Councillor Bosher. Do you want to say something?
It's on the suspension of standing orders. One minor correction to Councillor Corkery. Actually, this isn't unprecedented. This has happened quite a lot in the past, in the fact that we've had a lot of issues like this. But I have to say, I am very, very concerned that we have something on the order paper here today through, let's call it an administrative error. In this particular instance, the advice from legal is the fact that this seconder can't actually go forward. What this is actually doing by looking to suspend standing orders so that we can chop and change who proposes and seconds notice of motion on order paper, I think sets this council down a very dangerous road of a precedent if we are not careful.
Thank you.
Okay. Yes. Just to clarify, obviously it is a standing order that technically can be suspended. There are a few that can't, but this one, obviously, it's down to the will of those remaining members in the chamber whether they wish to set the standing order aside. Yeah, simple majority, yes.
Councillor Pater-Harris, you got a query?
Again, I did indicate to speak on the same issue because fundamentally we could have actually avoided this had the motion have gone to Peter Balfour a lot earlier. You know, and rules are rules, so I'm afraid.
What we're going to do now then is go to the vote, councillors, as to whether there should be a suspension of standing orders. All those in favour, please indicate.
Sorry, so just to clear, okay, because a few more putting their hands up. Standing orders.
Those against standing orders, suspending standing orders, please.
Majority to suspending orders.
That leaves us.
That means in accordance with your standing orders, in the absence of a bona fide seconder being able to put their secondership, as it were, the motion is abandoned for today. Obviously, it can be resubmitted afresh, but our rules do not allow this matter to be debated today in that situation. So we would, with your indulgence, Lord Mayor, you go to the next item.
Well, fellow councillors, that was one of the shortest stays in the job that I've had. But just let me say that, as Schwarzenegger said, I shall be back. But before he comes back. Before the Lord Mayor comes back, I've still got the power to say we're going to have a short adjournment. 15 minutes. Carry on, lads and lassies.
So, where are we moving on? Sorry? I couldn't, sorry. Point of order. Right, let's do that one first. Point of order. Councillor Smith.
It's about the last motion anyway. Once again, we had deputations at the beginning of the meeting, and members of the public were hanging around for 3 hours, and then we didn't debate the actual issue. And I thought this was going to be addressed before, so how are we going to avoid this in the future?
I took guidance and asked a few questions. That was put to me as it is today, so I'm afraid that's the way it is. Sorry. Sorry, I can't, sorry, yeah. Do you want to answer that one then?
Sorry, if I could just help Councillor Smith there. We were doing a piece of work last year in governance and audit about how we address that aspect, not necessarily specifically for this one we just had, but sometimes we do get notice of motion or something that come along which have a large number of people in the public gallery. Now, we did come up with some ideas which needed to be manoeuvred and addressed as part of the Constitution. Bit of a change in administration, other things have sort of slowed that down, but it would have to come back through full council anyway. Now, as it happens, Councillor Madden, as Chair of Governance and Audit, and myself, there are several aspects of the Constitution that we would like to change, and we have been talking about it, and that is one of it. So I can just assure Council, it is on the radar to have something sorted out sooner rather than later, because I think there's cross-party agreement here that having people sat here for 4 or 5 hours, just because we suffer, it doesn't mean members of the public should have to suffer too.
Thank you, Councillor Bosher. Is that okay, Councillor? Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, so moving on to the next motion, D. Can we please call members of interest back into the chamber, which you've done? And is motion D parking proposed by Councillor Stubbs and seconded by Councillor Linda Symes? Proposed. Councillor Symes? Okay then, so that's members of the move of the motion now has up to 3 minutes on the questions only as to whether the motion should be debated today or stand referred to another council body for consideration. I'm going to hand over to Councillor Stubbs. Councillor Stubbs.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I hope I can make up for some of the disappointment that I'm sure some members of this chamber are feeling that the last motion couldn't be debated by bringing up one of our favourite topics and favourite things to discuss, which is parking. It's certainly, I think it's one of the key issues at the moment. It's certainly playing out that way with the public. And the reason for putting this motion down now is because I think I am on the verge of being proven right. I've been saying that once you put in MB and MC, it becomes inevitable that you create residence parking zones across a very wide area, quite possibly the whole of Portsea Island, because any borders smaller than that are not going to be defensible. They're going to lead to spiralling displacement. And before all of these new zones go in, as they're going to go in, before they all go in, we need to get clear what the rules of the game are, what the policies are in terms of managing borders and so forth. So that's why this motion is here today, and I hope members will agree to debate it.
So members, we're going to put that to the vote. Are members in favour of debating it this afternoon, this evening? Yes. Okay, any of those against? No, okay, so we're going to debate it. So Councillor Stubbs, would you present it? Thank you very much.
Yes, I don't have that much to say as an introduction really, but I mean there are a number of issues that do need to be looked at. One is to do with zone boundaries. So at the moment, and this is true for most councils which have residence parking zones, you can only park within the zone that you live. And of course that creates problems for people that live near the edge of the zone. I will find that myself because I live right on the edge of KC. So if zones are extended beyond, created beyond that, I won't be able to park in those localities. Other people, large numbers of people are going to experience similar problems. I certainly believe there should be some form of overlapping zones, perhaps by dividing, splitting zones up when they're created. So if we take MD, which looks like it's now going to come in,
why not subdivide MD into MD 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5 or whatever, and for the areas which are nearest to the boundary in the neighbouring zone, they can park in the segment that is closest to the border. I think that's something that should be looked at. I think some consideration needs to be given about the conflict between the parking needs of residents and of businesses. That includes businesses on the seafront. It includes local town centres, Albert Road, many other examples. What is the trade-off on that? Is there going to be a position of having some measure of pay and display as an option in those areas? I think it probably is necessary to do that, but that's something that needs to be considered up front. What is the position regarding students and many other questions? So I'm hoping, what I would like to see is the administration agree to prepare an overall plan along those lines. That's what I'm seeking with this motion.
Thank you very much. Councillor Linda Symes, do you still wish to second it, please?
I would speak, reserve my right to speak. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. So, are there any amendments to this motion?
Notice of two.
Notices of two, okay, which need to be proposed and seconded and circulated. So, do you want to do the first one?
Yeah, Councillor Heaney.
Do you want to read it out then? 'Cause I'm not...
Would you like it circulated?
Yes, please. Yeah.
Councillor Heaney, is it okay if we circulate your...
Yeah. Can we circulate it first, Councillor Heaney? Thank you. Yes, please, and circulate both of them, Peter. I'll give you a couple of minutes to have a look at them.
Yeah, this from Councillor Stagg.
And the other one is from Councillor Stagg. Sorry, can I ask Councillor Heaney to read out what's going around? Yeah, you've got a proposal, I know, but could you just read it out? We'll do that first. I've asked him now.
Tin pen, but yeah, basically it's a very simple motion, amendment. What it does in line 5, it's going to add the words "and publish" between the words "up" and "a," so the line will now read "draw up and publish a strategic plan." It's just adding those two words. It's very simple.
Don't say no more yet. You'll have a chance in a minute. Okay. So it's over to one second, thank you. Councillor Bowsher.
Just through you, Lord Mayor, I'd just like some legal advice on the notice of motion amendment in the name of Lynn Stagg and Dave Ashmore.
Sorry, I've been told it hasn't been put up yet. Sorry, hold that back. I'm sure you will.
Whilst it's not been proposals.
Councillor Heaney, do you want to propose and second it now? Start, if that's okay. Everybody happy with that? Yeah. Councillor Heaney.
Yes, Lord Mayor, I want to propose the amendment to publish because, as some of you will know, I'm come back on the council again and I've taken on the responsibility for traffic and transportation as one of my particular responsibilities. So I've been doing some research, trying to find out the background as to what's been going on, get my head around all the problems around traffic and parking. So I went back to the Cabinet paper of 31st of July 2018 to see where the residence parking programme and consultations were. This is apparently the baseline document. There's been an update in February. And I read in the paragraph 3.1, it says, following a change in council administration in May 2018, a revised residence parking programme of consultation was requested, reflecting the new administration's priorities. So I continued to look through the report, seeing if I could find the new administration's priorities, and they are not written in the report. There is nothing in the report that tells us what the new administration's priorities are. So I thought it was quite important that the council should not only prepare a plan, but also publish it so that we can see what it is. If you look on the Lib Dem website, you can see what they are saying as a party, in terms of everyone can have a parking scheme, but none of the issues that arise, such as what is the council's approach to conflict of interest on timings, for example, because in MD, to take an example, the King's Theatre is there. I'm assuming that the decision to go to 4:30 to 6:30 was in some sense a response to not wanting to disadvantage the King's Theatre, but I don't know what that is because it's never spelled out. They don't actually spell out what the priorities are. So when residents are consulted, they think they're going to get what they ask for, but the council's already decided they're not going to do certain things, but they don't tell you that. So we need to have a clarity about what the administration will do or not do, and this is why I want to see the thing published, so we have a clarity about what people can expect.
Okay, I think it's seconded by George Fielding. Is that correct, Councillor Fielding? Would you just say that?
Seconded.
Thank you very much. Sorry about that. Now we're going over to the other amendment, which is Councillor Lynn Stagg. So would you like to say your piece, please, Councillor Stagg? Propose it.
Just to say, as it stands, that's what I think is better wording.
You want to speak at the moment? No, you're quite happy. Right, okay. Councillor Dave Ashmore, do you formally second that? Yeah. Okay now, so it's now to the vote. So both amendments on the floor, so I take it it's open. Right, okay, I was just about to say open for debate, but I'll go over to Councillor Bosher, 1 second.
I've sort of started, but I'll finish. Standing Order 41H effectively says an amendment may not introduce a new proposal or simply negate the motion before the council. Effectively what the amendment in the name of Councillor Lynn Stagg has done is to keep the very first word of the very first paragraph and change everything else in it. So I would argue that it's actually completely rewriting and negating the original notice of motion on the order paper and should be ruled out of order, notwithstanding her last paragraph is actually saying what she's doing on the 8th of August anyway.
Thank you. I'm just going to hand over to Peter, please, if you just, Peter.
It's probably in the spirit of as it was originally put in the agenda and minutes, in the sense I don't think it fundamentally alters all of it. I think it just stays with it. Yeah, that's my view about it. It doesn't negatise it. And frankly, frankly, for what it's worth, I don't think it does actually give a negative. So I'm going to rule it not acceptable.
Sorry, one at a time. Sorry.
I mean, it is effectively a completely new proposal. Taking out, just including one word from a previous proposal means it's a new proposal, and that is explicitly prohibited by the standing orders.
So I'm on the understanding that if the city solicitor's ruled on it, he's ruled on it. So would you rule on it again, Peter? Your final decision?
I'm going to stick by what I said originally, in the sense that it doesn't negatise it under 41H, as you just mentioned. I think the spirit is the same.
That's it. Thank you, Peter. You've made your decision. We'll stick with that. Okay. It's all open then for debate. Councillor George Fielding, please. You're the first one on my list. Councillor Fielding.
Sorry, I didn't realise my button was on.
So, members, thank you. Councillor Judith Smythe. Councillor Smythe, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Thank you very much. I'm in favour of the motion and the amendment that talks about publishing the plan. I think it's really important that we can have debates about the principles behind parking schemes, and in particular, and I would take this as read, that if we're going to publish a plan, it needs to be properly consulted with the public. And I draw as my example of a precedent of this the way in which the views of the public for Zone MD have been absolutely ignored and not taken into account. I've had many people noticing this and observing that their views haven't been taken into account about the timings, which a lot of people don't like, of between 4:30 and 6:30. And I think Councillor Stubbs...
I just think my understanding is that Councillor Smythe lives in MD and will benefit from the zone. I wonder are you allowed, if you are living in and going to benefit from it, are we allowed to talk about that in this context, or is that a conflict of interest? I don't know.
I have taken legal advice about that in the past, as I am a resident, as indeed many other people in this chamber are. So what I was saying was that I think one of the reasons that has been difficult to deal with is that there are all sorts of considerations behind the decision that has been made about MD zone and the timings between 4:30 and 6:30, that had they been made explicit, would have made it much easier and much more effective to have a public consultation. The public in my home area thought that their views would have an influence, and they've been bitterly let down by this administration. And I think I said at the last full council that I would be seeking to hold them to account for that now, and I certainly think that having a proper strategy, and I'd quite like to see it extending to public transport and bicycling and walking, because I do agree that we need to reduce the number of cars and make the whole thing more climate friendly. But I've been appalled about the way in which that public consultation has been completely overturned. And there was a particular clause in that, I think 5.53, which I thought was verging on an untruth in that report about how that decision could possibly be upheld. So I would like to support the amended motion with the assumption that published means that the public will have a chance to have a say. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Lynn Stagg, please. Councillor Stagg.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Can I reassure everybody that priorities are currently being updated because everything is changing at a rapid rate, and they are being updated. We're nearly there, and they will be published as soon as possible. Okay, so that's to hopefully allay people's fears. Right, when I took over the traffic and transportation portfolio last May, I inherited a piecemeal process of implementing residence parking zones from my predecessors, in fact from all my predecessors of all parties, since the first residence parking zone was implemented in 1999. So I'm not putting any blame on anybody because it's been going on for so long. And in the 20 years since that first parking zone was introduced, the number of cars registered in Portsmouth has increased significantly from 107,000 in 2007 to 128,600 last year. That's an increase of 21,600 cars. And the number of vans having to park in residential areas has more than doubled. And there's no corresponding increase in parking space. So there is now a massive parking problem in most areas of the city. The Lib Dems have no policy to impose residence parking, but we do have a policy of responding to residents' requests, which is why we now have a rolling programme of surveying, consultation, so whether residents vote, and implementing an RPZ if there is a majority in favour, or not implementing if there is a majority against. In order to get this done as quickly as possible so that areas don't have to wait too long, we, and when I say we, I mean the Transport Department, not the Lib Dems, now have 3 work streams, one in the south of the city, one in the north, and one to review existing residence parking zones and to address the waiting list of requests. To do this, we've had to employ additional qualified officers. As a year ago, when I took over, we had only one officer working part-time on traffic regulation orders. We've trained another full-time officer and recruited a third part-time officer, she works 3 days a week, to deal with the overwhelming number of requests received. And we have tried to recruit a fourth officer with no success, tried twice, as it is a very specialist field. So the manner in which resident parking zones are dealt with is coordinated and planned. Unlike in past years, there is a list of areas that have already requested residence parking zones, plus the list of areas surrounding existing and proposed residence parking zones where we plan to have exhibitions such as the one held last Saturday and to be held next Saturday to give residents of those areas surrounding the proposed residence parking zone HC information about the possible impact and proposed schemes that may have on them. Some of you insist there should be a citywide scheme introduced. Now this I'm a bit bemused at because Councillor Symes is seconding this motion, asking for a citywide scheme, yet in the weekend's Facebook she said that the Conservatives didn't implement a citywide scheme because the legal process was too long. So I just find that a bit strange. Apart from the fact that we don't have enough qualified officers to deal with a citywide scheme, there can only be three outcomes. Number one, a majority citywide vote in favour. So do we impose residence parking zones on everybody, including those who don't want or need one? For example, people living in Anchorage Park have off-road parking for the most part. So would they want one? Would they need one? But they would have it imposed. Secondly, a majority citywide vote against. So do we prevent those who desperately want or need a residence parking zone from having one? Or finally, thirdly, some areas within the city are in favour and some are not. So do we implement residence parking zones in those areas that want one, where there's a majority in favour, but not implement them in those areas that don't, which still creates the same problem as we experience now, i.e. displacement from the areas of the residence parking zone into the areas that don't. To clarify the current hoo-ha of last Saturday's exhibition consultation, I'd like to make 4 points. One is the exhibition and informal survey was suggested by council officers who had run these types of consultation in previous roles in other authorities. I had suggested the City Council, not the Lib Dems, the City Council send a letter to residents surrounding a proposed zone, informing them of the possibility of the proposed RPZ, and they thought an exhibition would be better as the residents could talk with officers, and there were 3 officers there on Saturday that people could talk to.
One second, Councillor Harris, please.
Councillor Stagg's actually misrepresented herself, actually, because your comments on Facebook saying it was the officers when it's actually yourself. Your exact words were, we didn't need to have the exhibition or the questionnaire, but I wanted residents to be made aware of what was happening and involved in implementing.
Yeah.
You just said you didn't want to do that. It was
No, what I said, Councillor Pater, what I said was that I wanted a letter to go out to residents to explain what was going on and the possibility of being impacted by displacement, and the officers suggested having the exhibition. Secondly, the survey used last Saturday was designed by parking officers here and our own comms team. It had absolutely nothing to do with the Lib Dems. All 6 councillors for Cobham and Fratton wards were invited by the Assistant Director of Transport, not me, to a briefing where the suggestion of the exhibition and informal survey were to be outlined, but none of the councillors replied, so it wasn't possible to change the timing of the meeting if it didn't suit everyone. Councillor New did come to the meeting, having been reminded by Pam Turton at the beginning of the meeting. Thirdly, the informal survey last and next Saturday was to give officers an idea if there was any support for further residence parking zones, so that if there was, they could prepare the informal survey across the whole area, ready to go out if HC was voted in. There's no definite decision that they haven't voted yet, so we don't know if that will happen. This would mean residents wouldn't have to suffer displacement for a long time. The survey sheets were collected by council officers for them to analyse, not by me. I haven't seen any of them. Fourthly, the process... Can I just finish this a little bit? The process would have been used in the future residence parking zones application right across the city to cut down on the length of time residents would have to endure displacement, because it is impossible to implement a citywide scheme. So there is a strategic plan for the whole city, but I can't give you precise dates as it depends on how many areas request residence parking zones and vote in favour of them. If they are not requested or residents vote against them, then they won't be implemented, and so the programme will roll out quicker. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stagg. Sorry to make you go quicker. Sorry about that, but never mind. Okay, Councillor Rob New, Councillor New.
Thank you so much, Lord Mayor. I agree with Councillor Smythe, the comments that Councillor Smythe made earlier on in this debate. For me, the problem is regarding making official policy to implement parking zones upon such a low survey and consultation engagement. So following on from Councillor Stagg's comments about listening to residents regarding if they want or don't want a parking zone, how can it be right that the Baffins HC zone that has already been cancelled previously has now been resurrected at the request of the Cabinet member, I understand, and despite that, only 118 houses out of 720 took part and responded. The impact is going to affect thousands of homes across Copner Ward, Fratton Ward, and also in parts of Baffins Ward. And that was admitted by council officers, and Councillor Stagg has just confirmed that earlier on today. So with that being, you did just now, I just wrote it down. And while... Thank you, sorry. So today, with Councillor Stagg admitted that, and also council officers have also admitted that this area that's going to affect is the area in the city that has the highest amount of FPNs for parking on yellow lines, etc. It can't be right, and the fact that it's going to come in around Christmas time, it's going to really hit people at a really bad time. But I think on top of that, I take all the points that you said to excuse yourself with regards to the consultation and the exhibition on Saturday, but it was a sham. I mean, as soon as you saw us, I mean, you saw how angry I was about it. The fact that you were willfully attempting to mislead with you and your team, residents, my residents, Fratton residents, and also some Baffins residents by labelling it as Copner HC parking is not right. And that we had to get David Williams, the chief exec, involved to find a solution, which was basically crossing out Copner on a printed survey and writing Baffins above it to try and allow residents to be fairly informed to a degree, I think is outrageous, you know, and so therefore I suppose my plea to not try and make this too negative would be that moving forward, I would hope that given this seems very woeful and it does seem very underhand, if you could be in our shoes looking from our residents' side, that you won't seek to make policy based upon, one, such a low turnout, but also that given that this will affect so many more people than those that actually live in this proposed zone, that we do this fairly and that we ensure that every person that is against this or has a view on this, whatever way, are fairly listened to and that they are included in the thorough consultation and that this isn't just nodded through, because I believe that, for example, on here, coming up into the HC zone, this will just be the start of a huge long period of displacement that's going to keep going and going and going. And I think at this point in time, you've got the ability to completely avoid that. And I would urge you to do that and to ensure that everyone is heard democratically and fairly and that things are followed and is above, I suppose, with decency and moral compass.
Thank you, Councillor. Just a couple of notes I noted. Judith Smythe, Councillor Smythe and Councillor Stagg, you've still got your buttons on, so unless you've got a point of order, can you switch them off? You have got a point of order, have you? Councillor Lynn Stagg, then.
Well, I think it's a point of order. I've never at any time suggested that HC be resurrected.
Okay, thank you very much. And now moving on to Councillor No.
Well, it was cancelled, and yet it's here again.
Okay, do you think we can move on now to Councillor Hugh Mason, please? Councillor Mason.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. First of all, let me say that I am always in favour of strategies being published. I believe people have a right to know what the strategy is and how it is developing, because there is a plan, and it is a developing plan. Secondly, it has been said by two members that in the case of the MD zone, the public were overruled and it was suggested by the council. May I remind you of some facts? 70% of the people who replied to the council's November survey said a parking scheme would be helpful. Only 15% said it not. Fact, 65% of the people who replied to the TRO wanted a parking permit scheme, 15 did not. Fact, 42% of the people who replied to the consultation agreed with the council's proposed scheme and timings. Although 45% wanted something different, these were spread over 32 different and usually conflicting ideas. I know because I was one of those who suggested something different. But do we listen? The replies made a difference. The scheme was modified or postponed in 6 roads because of the responses which were received. And so we will look at the scheme in 6 months' time to see how it's working and tweak it or fine-tune it or possibly even abandon it, depending on what the people think. The idea that this was done over the heads of the people and against their will is complete and utter tosh. Thirdly, the alternatives which have been suggested, it's been suggested that the proportion of people voting was too low. In which case, what proportion of people would make it satisfactory? Or how should we deal with those who chose not to respond or for some reason or another didn't want to respond? We can only go ahead democratically on those who are willing and able and make a response. It's the same as in an election. Are you going to say that Paulsgrove, because of its low turnout, we should abandon the elections for Paulsgrove? I hope not. And anyway, lastly, can I vote for the... Well, it's below 30%. Lastly, my Lord Mayor, if we look at the motion itself, I cannot vote for this motion for 2 reasons. It is based on totally incorrect premises. And basically, the premises which are put down here are an insult to our officers. Firstly, it says continuing piecemeal. The officers have worked out with the cabinet member a plan, an order, a strategy, a development. This is hardly piecemeal, and it is being carried out by our officers in a planned, coordinated way, which is the way in which it is done, so far as I know, every other council. Every other council, that you go out, you take a survey, you get the most likely solution which people want, and then you put it to them with a TRO and see whether they're in favour, or if they come up with other things, whether there is a sufficient number for something else for that to go forward. I think that this motion is a complete insult to our officers, and I will certainly not be voting for it.
Thank you, Councillor. Just to remind all members, please, you've got buttons in front of you. If you disagree with anyone, use them. Let's be democratic about it. Okay, Councillor Lee Hunt, please. You're next.
Okay, so, Lord Mayor, I've been around this particular discussion, this debate, for now probably getting on 20 years. And I have to say to Councillor Symes as she leaves the room, and as she leaves the room, and the others, to my friends in the Conservative Party, Rob and so on, I mean, I'm trying to be really pleasant here, and I'm going to be pleasant throughout my speech. But, sorry? Yeah, I'm trying to persuade. Yes, thank you, Lord Mayor. Lord Mayor, I'm going to be very pleasant through my speech. Guys, you have lost the residents' parking argument. Now, you made it front and centre of the recent local elections in a couple of wards that you wanted to win, and in one that you were determined to win. And in that ward, Eastney and Craneswater, it was a very negative campaign. We all know that. And you secured it. But across the rest of the city, 28% of the electorate voted Liberal Democrat, 26% voted Conservative. And that puts in even, Simon, your ward, because you're one of the biggest protagonists down there in Central South Sea, delivering all those anti-Lib Dem, anti-residence parking leaflet things. You didn't win. And you didn't win the argument. And the electorate now expects us to move on from that. And I think the Labour Party have recognised that too. because halfway through the last local election, they started to lay off the issue. They've got some criticism. Of course, we've all got criticisms. But I would say to you too, through you, Lord Mayor, that the electorate also recognises that you guys had 4 years, as long as World War I, to do something about this. But in those 4 years, you did nothing but kick the can down the road, a bit like Brexit, I'm afraid. And in those 4 years, nothing changed. You didn't change the trigger mechanisms. You didn't change the way that residents are consulted. You didn't change the process in any way, shape or form. Yes, there was the scrutiny committee, and that was indeed useful. But again, you had 3 or 4 different chairs throughout all of that, and hardly any of the members ever turned up to it. So this is simply politicking. We all know that. Everybody in this room knows it, and I think half the population in Portsmouth knows it, and they're tired and they're fed up with it. So we move on past those 4 years where absolutely nothing changed, where you failed to take the opportunity to do anything about it, except, of course, to remove a couple of zones, which again was very unpopular and didn't do you any favours at all. So I'm trying to give you some good advice here. Give up on it and let the council get on with doing what it's doing. It's come up with, the administration has come up with an amendment that seeks to agree with you and seeks to agree with everybody in the room so that we can get on with this, so that residents, where they want residence parking schemes, can have them, and residents where they don't want parking schemes don't have to have them either. You know, as I say, I've been doing this a very, very long time now, and the advice we got back 20 odd years ago was you can't do a citywide scheme. I've said this over and over and over to you. I'm the only councillor in this chamber right now who actually voted for a citywide scheme. And I've said over and over again, back then my proposition to the council that it should be a citywide scheme was defeated by every single councillor except for one. That was the Labour group, the Liberal Democrat group and the Conservative group. So then we started to go on and do it in the way that it's been done ever since. None of the rules have changed. The process has not changed from start to finish, from then right through till now. So you can carry on politicking about it and continue to upset residents. And I'll tell you what, when a resident parking scheme goes in, you try taking it out. When people see the benefits of a resident parking scheme on their daily lives, they realise it is a benefit. I agree sometimes the times can be difficult, and we heard one example earlier on, but that's why there's a rule that was, after a year, it got reviewed, but on this occasion, the administration, the cabinet member and the cabinet listened to representations from our side and from the Labour side too, that we should look at that particular zone in Southsea after 6 months. I do not know how much more fair the council can be to people out there who are looking for some kind of mitigation around parking in their area. Councillor Stagg has told us, and it's reflected in our amendment, there are more and more cars coming to this city. Residents' parking schemes actually have a beneficial impact on that by keeping vans and so on that people don't want there. So give up, guys. You're just going to keep losing votes. Well, you say no, Councillor Norton. I'm glad you say that from your lofty heights up there in Drayton Farlington. But residents up there probably won't ever want a scheme. Well, they have got a scheme. They've got a scheme in a road where there's double yellow lines up and down the road, and they've got garages and off-road parking, which is quite remarkable. Is my time up? Yeah. I love talking to you, Lord Mayor. We talk all the time. So there you are, Lord Mayor. I'm pleased that they're going to carry on with this baloney. Forgive me for saying so, guys. I'm not being unfriendly, but it is baloney. And all the time you continue to do it, we're going to continue to do rather better. So thank you very much indeed for bringing the notice of motion today. I enjoyed it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hunt. Councillor Jason Fazakerley, please. Jason Fazakerley, Councillor.
Thank you for the double introduction, Lord Mayor. Well, it's been 5 years, I think, since I last stood up in this chamber and gave a speech about traffic. And it's a toxic issue. I think whichever party we're in, we've all struggled with this. And the previous speakers today have all highlighted a number of specific schemes, but this just demonstrates the situation that we're now in. I mean, I think with the exception of 2 or 3 others, or Graham I think was here, myself, Leo and Steve, we were the only ones here that are still in the chamber back in 1999 when that first scheme came in. And in those days, the luxury, of course, was when the first schemes came in, the displacement really didn't have much of a dramatic effect on the areas that are close by to it. Of course, that now changes, because the more schemes that come in today, the more becomes the effect of displacement, and that's why we see it more of an issue for ourselves and for the residents, obviously, that are affected by it. And those of us that have had the delight, if I can call it that, of being TNT portfolio holders, again, which I think there's only myself, Simon and Lynn in the room that have done that, I've probably spent many years and many, many hours trying to find a way ahead in meetings that we've had with officers, residents, colleagues and such like. But as it stands at the moment, there has been no clear solution to where we go with it. And as my colleague Councillor Stagg touched on, Portsmouth is facing an ongoing rise in vehicles. We've got a finite amount of parking space, yet we've got no way of limiting the number of vehicles that are on our roads. And it's the roads that really we can't change, apart from adding a few here and there. And unless I'm wrong, none of us are traffic management experts here. We have to rely on the officers that we've got, and we're beleaguered by representations from residents. Clearly, each area has its own individual problems, whether we are in the city. Councillor Hunt touched on Drayton and Farlington. Drayton and Farlington maybe not so much, but again, they have their own issues as well. So all of us, I think, have suffered from this over the years. And trying to deal with that, trying to deal with the views that come forward from officers, and they're limited in numbers, trying to deal with government legislation, residents' wishes, and our own group interpretations, it's a sort of total potpourri. And as yet, as I touched on, there is no clear solution to it. And I agonised many times I spent in the office when I was doing the TNT portfolio, trying to deal with the split feelings of colleagues. And whichever group I've been in, I think I've had to deal with colleagues, at loggerheads, over residents' parking schemes. And I got to the stage I thought, literally, I'm just putting a sticking plaster onto a hemorrhaging wound here. It's, I was very conscious that I was just trying to do damage limitation to it. And that's the reality, in my experience, of where TNT's gone. And the motions and amendments that are here today all support calls for a report on the way forward. Well, basically, good luck with that. As it stands, I can't see a final solution to this. I can't see where we're going to get out of it. We're damned if we do and damned if we don't when it comes down to citywide resident schemes. And surveys on traffic schemes, again in my experience, are worse than Brexit. I mean, laudable though Brexit is. There are constant closed votes, residents split down the middle. It's so difficult to try and get any views. It's such a contentious issue. I've got no problems with the strategic plan being drawn up, but I don't hold out any high hopes of there being a plan that's going to be able to resolve the situation that we're currently in. That's maybe pessimistic, but I think I'm more of a realist than a pessimist. I'd love there to be a solution, but in all my years here, I've yet to see one. All we're doing is just prolonging the agony by just introducing scheme after scheme, which, as we know, just causes problems to it. By nature of our own individual ward needs, we've got to try and get the best for the residents that we represent individually, but the knock-on effects of that often then affect our colleagues or our opponents or whatever, our collective colleagues in the chamber in different wards, because obviously what we bring in there may well then affect them. There has to be a concerted, wider overview to this. A report probably offers the most realistic chance of progress, but I'd like to see what comes out at the end of it. That's probably all I've got to say, apart from one last point that I just have to get in. Lee, 4 years, you said World War One. Also, yeah, it was, but I'd rather go for the War of Northern Aggression, which was also 4 years. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. We've got 3 more people wanting to speak. Councillor Harris, please.
I won't correct you, Lord Mayor, don't worry. Yes, I thank the Labour amendment. I quite like it. I've got no issues with it, and it actually corresponds with my own position. I think we do need to see a published plan, and we can see where the resident parking zone argument is going. However, let me firstly go on to the Lib Dem amendment, because I do have issues with it. I do believe that, despite the legal advice, it does actually negate the original motion. However, I'm happy to talk about it because it's given me some really good talking points. It's quite interesting in the sense that I've actually found a part where it contradicts itself. And if you look into the motion, On the point, it says, for instance, a citywide scheme could not be implemented under the previous Conservative administration because the legal process took a long time. So it says it can't be done. However, then it follows to say, on that basis, the Council formally welcomes all recommendations in the recent Traffic, Environment and Community Safety Scrutiny Panel report on parking. So there we go to recommendation 3. And what does recommendation 3 say? Well, it says this: the current piecemeal approach to RPZs be reconsidered with a view to introducing to a citywide strategy or alternatively removing all parking zones. So effectively, the amendment has contradicted itself, which I think is great, so thank you. Which effectively, again, if you look at the amendment, let's go to the bottom part. It calls on the Cabinet Member for Traffic and Transportation to produce a plan. Proposer, Councillor Lynn Stagg. So effectively, the Cabinet Member is asking the Cabinet Member to do something. So basically, the Cabinet Member is talking to herself, which is great. You know, and asking us all to vote on it and validate it, which, you know, perfect. So you want our validation. You're not going to get it, I'm afraid. When in reality, your plan should have been published long ago. Strategic plan, there's not one, which is why the amendment is here. They're trying to cover themselves again. Then again, it's the same Cabinet Member who tried to rewrite a public report in a public meeting to railroad a parking zone in their own area. Thankfully, the Conservative spokesperson for Traffic and Transportation ensured that did not happen. I thought that was the end. We see the same again last week. This is something that concerns me immensely. But do you know what concerns me more than anything? It was a Facebook post over the weekend. And this is how it reads. Obviously, that wasn't a sensible thing to do, and it would have been preferable to residents to ignore them. So in future, I will think twice before involving residents in the process. And that is from the Cabinet Member for Traffic and Transportation. And if that is your attitude to residents inquiring about RPZs, I have serious concerns about your amendment and your ability to do the job.
Thank you. Councillor Scott Pater Harris. There we are. Thank you. Okay, so next one is Councillor Swan, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. My colleague, Councillor Pater Harris, has actually stepped on my point a little. But I would like to speak a little bit about the conduct that came from the following the exhibition at the weekend. When a potential decision that affects residents becomes public knowledge, they have a right enshrined in our democracy to voice dissent and make objections, be that through formal means or through any other media. I was absolutely shocked when I read Councillor Stagg's post on social media on the objections from local people in the ward, my ward, Copner, that she wouldn't bother consulting residents on decisions. Such a reaction from a senior member of the administration is completely out of order, and an apology would seem to be in order.
Sorry, okay. Next one is, no clapping, no, please. Councillor Steve Weems, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Councillor Fazakerley had the grace to mention me in dispatches being here in 1999 and considering the onset of RPZs at that time. And I have to say, the ward it came in first was St Thomas Ward, which I represented at that time.
Got a good place.
Good. But the point I made then holds good now. I said at that time, once we introduced residence parking zones in the city, there would be displacement and they would ripple out across the city. And that they have done over the intervening years. And I have to say, Lord Mayor, we have now reached the tipping point in this city. We cannot now just arbitrarily do one here, one there. We have to look at the city as a whole and approach it as a whole, because residents are suffering and struggling throughout the city, both in areas where RPZs exist and where they don't. We need to approach it in a coherent manner for the benefit of all our citizens, which is why I support the notice of motion brought forward, and I oppose the amendment that's been brought forward by Lynn Stagg. Happy with the and publish elements to the notice of motion, that's sensible. But, Lord Mayor, I have no more to say, really. It is important and imperative that we address this issue properly for our citizens. We can go on about election results to ad infinitum. They have no effect on people's parking, and that's something they should do, because people in this city expect it from us to address something sensibly. Somebody made mention of looking for solutions. Years ago, most people here won't remember it, I did come forward with a potential solution for Southsea. I was ridiculed for it at the time, but at least I was looking for a solution. And that's what we all need to do, Lord Mayor. There are solutions there to be had. We just need to grasp them.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Darren Sanders, please. Councillor Sanders.
Thank you very much indeed, my Lord Mayor. I do agree with Councillor Weems in that we are getting close to crunch time. Unquestionably, and crunch time in a lot of ways. We face a whole series of interlocking things in our city. Our air is too dirty, our roads are too clogged. That is damaging our children, it is damaging our economy. And that is why, but we also face an issue that parking has been kicked down, as a can that has been kicked down the road for years. And that is why it is absolutely important that all three come together. We have chosen to support Councillor Smythe's motion around a climate emergency. We are producing a plan around air quality. And to sort of say that parking is somehow different to that is not being right by our city. That is why any plan, and personally I would like to, I agree with the motion, with Luke and Linda's motion, because I think there needs to be a plan, has to be connected with those things. And that's the first way we do it. Otherwise, parking will be piecemeal to the climate crisis that we face, and it can't be. The second thing is to say, well, there's sort of no plan. Well, there is. It's the scrutiny panel. The scrutiny panel outlined in the Liberal Democrat amendment, which this council has never actually formally welcomed, actually outlines many, many good things. I noticed Councillor Paisley-Harris said that, you know, this is all wrong because it calls for a citywide strategy. Well, yes, it does, but it does not call for a citywide scheme. It does not call for a citywide referendum. And I note that those two concepts with interest. There may be differences to what a citywide strategy is, but it does not call for a citywide scheme, it does not call for a citywide referendum. But that is the basis of any plan, because that is what took the scrutiny panel 2 years to work out. I then come towards the comments around the parking zone in the area I represent. I have to say that for many residents in the part of Copner I represent, to call them Baffins will be mildly interesting to them, and I've had fleas in my ear previously when I've tried that, but I understand the concerns of Councillor Newton and Councillor Young and Councillor Swan about that. So I'm prepared to look over that for the future of it, even though I do really disagree with you on that, Rob. But I think having the exhibition on Saturday was very instructive, because we do need to, Councillor Smythe was right, we do need to involve people much more, and the exhibition was a response to doing that. Now, Councillor Stagg, myself, and latterly Councillor Smith have been arguing for some roads in that area, particularly Station Road, Collis Road, Manor Park Avenue, to be parking zones for years. And they were on a list 7 years ago. And nothing happened. Just as the MB and MC zone was brought in and put back, just as the area around the Kings was agreed to in 2013, and nothing happened. That means there is a real problem with people's trust in this authority, and that is why having an exhibition to understand the wider issues that occur, to understand that it might actually affect other people, and to try and see where the issues are, to try and come up with some ways forward, is a good thing. I noticed there were some comments about some of the stuff that Councillor Stagg may or may not have said on social media over the weekend. I didn't see it, but all I can say is that I didn't want to cancel the exhibition, nor would I want to cancel the next exhibition, because we need more. because we need to understand the issues, and Councillor Stubbs actually put forward some of the issues earlier on, about residents, about blurred boundaries, about how we deal with contractors, about vans, because too many people in our city actually need a vehicle to work, and that's something where the can has been kicked down the road. So there is no easy solution to this issue. Councillor Reams is right, because if there had been, it would have been done years ago. But we cannot afford to kick the can down the road much longer, because if we do, we will fail the people of this city, and if we don't integrate it with the climate crisis that we face and the air pollution crisis that we face and have a coherent solution, then frankly we will have done a disservice to a lot of people, not just now but in future. So on that basis, my Lord Mayor, I'm happy to support the amendment. If the Labour amendment, if Councillor Heaney's amendment goes through, I know such reports will be published, because they've got to be, because we've got to make sure that we can't have a rerun of people being told something would happen 7 years ago and it not happening, because then we face real problems with trust from our residents. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Stagg, your light's back on. Was it a point of order? It's got to be a point of order, so I understand. Is that correct? Yes. Has to be a point of order, Councillor.
Tell me if it isn't.
Well, fire away. 1 second.
I just wanted to explain why I put what I... 39B apparently. Okay. He's back. I just wanted to explain why I put what I did on Facebook. Now I had suggested... Oh. Okay, thank you. Right. Okay. Right. I had suggested sending a letter to residents in areas surrounding HC, all of them in Copland postcode, not all in Baffins. This was nothing to do with a ward thing. It was PO3. All of the areas are PO3. In order to involve those residents, something that hadn't been done before, to my knowledge, right? Because the impact comes along. Local Copner councillors rubbished that exhibition, saying it was for political reasons, that we were doing it just for the Lib Dems, which to me suggested they didn't want this council. Yeah, I might be wrong. They didn't want the council to inform local residents what might happen. This is why I suggested this might not be a sensible thing to do, and maybe I needed to rethink this type of consultation with residents. If this is the action exhibitions might have elsewhere in the city.
Okay, sorry, that's enough. Thank you very much. Councillor Albion. Yeah, 1 second. I've got another point of order from...
Sorry, Lord Mayor, to be pretentious about this, but I'm going to be. Quite frankly, you've just literally stood there and said you had no knowledge of this ever happening before. And I quote, it is a point of order, Lord Mayor, because I think Councillor Stagg's misrepresenting. 39A, actually, because it's immediately after. It's done. Just because you don't like it. Right. Basically, you said that this hasn't been done before to your knowledge. And actually, once you put it, the questionnaire was at the suggestion of officers who have done this in their previous jobs. So you actually are of knowledge that it had been done before, you know.
I think we're going to stop now. I think we're going to... thank you. I think we're going to go over to Councillor Graham Heaney, please. Good. Thank you. Thank you. 1 second. Can you stand up when you say point of order? Councillor Robness.
Thank you, 39A. And it's just the accusation there from Councillor Lynn Stagg advising that we didn't want our residents to know about this exhibition. We'd been out in the days in the lead up speaking and canvassing with people, and when they said they hadn't received the letter that the City Council said that they were going to send out, we were obviously concerned, so then we wrote our own letter as well to our residents, and also we came along. We were really looking forward to seeing people engage, but we were just disappointed when there was clearly an attempt to willfully mislead the public by whoever, and hence why we had to get the Chief Exec involved.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to move on now to Councillor Atkins, please. Councillor Atkins.
What about Councillor Heaney?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I was hoping I could speak on the main debate as well as just promote my amendment. As I said earlier, I'm new to the role of traffic transportation, so I have listened with some care to what previous occupants of the post have said and also what the current one says. I know Councillor Pazzacli talked about the sort of irreconcilability of dealing with some of the issues in traffic and transportation, and particularly around parking. I do recognise that it's a difficult problem, and I'm not going to pretend that it isn't. And I do recognise that some people get very emotional, that's both residents and councillors, about car parking, and sometimes can be a little bit irrational about car parking. So we have to bear all that in mind. But as I said earlier, I was trying to get my head around sort of what are we trying to do and how are we trying to go about it. And I don't think the administration have really helped themselves very well in some of the things they've done. Recently, the MD scheme was moved from a scheduled traffic transportation meeting to a full cabinet meeting with very little notice. Residents were not able to come and speak who had wanted to. Some of them contacted me, said they weren't able to do this. And we were much more restricted in our opportunity to have discussions, etc. When I did ask the leader of the council why it hadn't been a chance to consult with the local ward councillors and the traffic transportation, he didn't know. And the reason he isn't really the true answer because he didn't ask the officers to ask us whether we wanted to. That was the real problem. And I think that is not really the way we should be doing things. I probably think there is very little political partisan advantage to be won on car parking because it's such a difficult issue. But what I think is problematic is about the way it goes. We need to be clear about what we can do and what we can't do. Councillor Stang talked about the resource limitations that we have. Well, we should make that clear to people that we are only able to do a certain amount because of the resource limitations we have. We do have a programme, but that's not the same as a proper plan for parking. As we are hearing today, I mean, I wasn't able to go to the consultation on the H area last weekend, but I am planning to go this weekend to have a look myself because it's not my area, but obviously it has a wider implication. And clearly having a scheme set up in an area like that will have knock-on consequences on adjacent roads. And the fact we only appear to be thinking about that now, as we're about to consult on the scheme, does make me rather concerned. We should have been aware of that potential and maybe have said something about when the initial informal consultations are going. We need to set out clearly the parameters in which we do these things. So nobody is claiming that there is a single city-wide scheme that will solve all our problems. So let's get away from this nonsense that people want a city-wide. You do need an approach that looks at the city in more than just the individual elements of the schemes. Because remember, these schemes are all designed artificially. The boundaries of schemes are artificial. There's nothing, there may be natural boundaries like railway lines or whatever, but there's nothing, we design these artificially. And in some areas, there's two areas where we appear to have got a situation where we've got more permits than there are spaces. Now, how we ever came to that, I don't know, but that's obviously past history. And so we need to think about, when we're setting up areas, do we have enough ability to meet the demand there? I'm a little anxious about saying that the residents' parking scheme can be a major contributor to us restricting vehicles in the city, because if you tell people who've lived on our street for 15, 20 years, you're only going to be allowed X number of cars, there's a bit of a sell job you've got to do there, and I'm not entirely sure that we're going to be successful. So we need to think about whether we're going to make that the issue. It's clear that it does cause dissension, and obviously I'm aware that Councillor Smith has resigned from her party, and if I understand it correctly, it's because she doesn't feel that the administration was doing proper things by the residents who were after parking. So it does affect people, and I think that should be a sort of warning bell that we're, even within our own parties we've got issues about this. So all I think the motion was trying to do, and I looked at what Councillor said, I didn't want to amend it and make it more complicated and more difficult. We just asked for a straightforward plan with the notion of doing something within 5 years. I mean, the amendment that the Liberals have put is really, I mean, you do actually acknowledge that it's been piecemeal, because you say that, but this is an attempt as the old student union tactic, delete all after and replace with, so it's your thing on the line or not. So it doesn't say you've got to publish a strategy. I mean, I'm not minded to support the amendment, because I think the Liberal debate amendment, because I think the Conservative one with my proposal for a public does do the basic job. We'd ask the Traffic Transportation Amendment to go away and do some work on this and to work with us on this rather than work against us. So I think we need a sensible approach to this, and I hope that the Liberals would feel that they could actually support the first proposal from Councillor Stubbs with my amendment.
Thank you very much, Councillor. The leader, please. Gerald Vernon Jackson, Councillor Jackson.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. First of all, can I say I think that the Labour amendment seems entirely sensible to have a published thing. I think it would happen anyway, but that seems sensible. I think we need to be fairly frank about this, that when Lynn took over the portfolio, Lynn inherited quite a mess that in terms of their car parking zones. There had been the Conservatives' policy and Labour policy is for a citywide scheme. For 4 years, the Conservatives ran the City Council and took no steps at all towards producing a citywide scheme, probably because they know how difficult it is. But you've had 4 years and you didn't manage to do anything. The only thing that happened, as far as I understand, in that 4 years, was the Conservative Cabinet member for Traffic and Transportation introduced a parking zone in the ward that he represented. So, Jim. So we've inherited a system with a list of lots of places who've asked for car parking zones without a system. Now, I think it's good that there now is a system of a rolling programme of where one area says that they want residence parking zones, to recognise there is this...
Sorry, Leader, I have to stop you. Point of order by Councillor Judy Smythe. Point of order.
I'm not aware that there are proposals for a citywide parking scheme. The demand is for a citywide strategy, which is about policy, which can be applied and the public will understand.
I'm going back to Leader now.
I'm happy to quote you. Labour Party leaflet said all in, all out. So I think you may have dropped it now, but which is very sensible. But that's been the proposal. We've got this system where Lynn inherited a list of lots of different places that wanted one, and has now recognised that there is displacement, and therefore, if one area gets a residence parking scheme, you therefore have a rolling programme of asking the next door area. So Lynn brought to me a really helpful list, which I think is being published today, in terms of the work streams that are going to go on. So there is a work stream for people working on the South Sea stuff. There is a work stream for people working on the Baffins, Cotner, Fratton area. There is a work stream of people working on the list of places all over the city that have asked for this. So there is a sensible, systematic scheme, and I think that will be helpful to everybody when that comes forward. So having the rolling programme has been very, very useful. I think one of the interesting things as well is nobody has brought up something in my ward. In the GB zone, we've just had a survey to ask people if they wanted to extend a residence parking zone, and people said no, they didn't want it. So it's not happening. Nobody's forcing it on anybody. If people don't want these things, they don't happen. But we've also had interesting discussions about thresholds, and not enough people responding to surveys, and does that invalidate them? Now, I think we have to have a think about that. I think in Charles Dickens and in Paulsgrove Ward, 24% or so of people, 25% of people, voted in the elections. I don't hear anybody saying that either Cal or Gemma shouldn't sit in this chamber because only a small proportion of the people in their wards came out to vote. So if that's the case with that, why do we say something different for this? And also, if I remember correctly, Councillor Graham Heaney got 33% of the vote in St Jude Ward, but was elected as councillor, and nobody questions that. But there are people who question why 42% of people...
Sorry, Leader, I've got a point of order by Councillor New. Councillor New.
The reason being, Councillor Vernon Jackson, that that's a poor analogy is because Councillor Corkery and Councillor Gemma New don't negatively impact on people by being elected. They work to do good for the community.
Thank you. Go back to the Leader, please. Thank you.
I think that's an interesting point of order. But if 33% of people voted for Graham Heaney to be elected, and we all accept the result, what's the problem of accepting that 42% of people in the MD zone opted for the most popular option, but that's undemocratic, when the next most popular option by people was 4%. Yeah, and that's what's going to happen, isn't it? So, my Lord Mayor, I think it is good that the Cabinet were prepared to accept in total the view of the scrutiny panel that has worked for many years, and accept that there had been a piecemeal approach which has now disappeared because there is now a systematic approach, and that is a sensible thing to be doing. None of this is easy. Personally, I don't agree with Councillor Hunt, and I think I probably do agree with Councillor Heaney. I don't think there are many votes in this. I don't think we do this for the votes. I think we do this because it's important that we listen to what residents tell us, and if the council's got the ability to do it, then that's what should happen. I remember well, Councillor Elcombe here sat as member for Traffic and Transport, and with no consultation to local residents, none whatsoever, not a single leaflet, not a single letter, cancelled the LB parking zone. Absolutely cancelled it, with no consultation, not interested at all in any residents' views at all. And it took a big campaign, including from the Daily Mail, to try to remind Councillor Elcombe that he should listen to local residents. We don't always get things right, but at least if we're going out and consulting with residents, we've got a chance to be able to give people the things that they want. In terms of Councillor Heaney, I think there are 5 zones in the city already which have more permits issued than there are parking spaces, and yet they kind of work. It's bizarre, I don't know why, but they kind of work. So you never know what will happen.
Thank you. I've got 4 more people to speak so far. Councillor Jeanette Smith, please.
Yeah, thank you, Lord Mayor. Thanks to Councillor Heaney for mentioning me. There were actually many reasons why I resigned, not just on this. I think this chamber is doing the residents a big disservice today, because the misinformation that all sides are putting out to put their own political point some of them are false. Even in my own ward, to put on a leaflet that there will be displacement to Dover Road and Folkestone Road is false. It will not happen. Okay? So residents need to be heard, and they need their deputations on all aspects of parking, including the zone, including the times, and you have to listen to the majority. Not what you think is the majority, but what is the actual majority of people who are voting. Now, we need a citywide strategy, and that should also include climate emergency, that should also include air quality, that should also include parking. And that should be then put to residents and consulted on as a citywide strategy. The piecemeal part is that you're just doing each bit when you feel like you're doing each bit. The personal comments to councillors and portfolio holders is a very difficult job. You should be ashamed that you're making personal comments about people, and you should be upholding the code of conduct on that. You can skew stats any way you want to make any argument you want to, and that doesn't help anybody, especially residents, because they get very confused and all they see is bickering. They don't actually know what is the correct thing. And Gerald, really, you're talking nonsense. Everybody's out for the vote. Everybody in this building's out for the vote.
Councillor, one second. Thank you for that. You've finished, have you? Okay, got a point of order. Councillor Rodno.
Lord Mayor, just to say, it's not us that said that Dover Road, Folkestone Road and Martin Road will likely be one of the sets of roads affected. It's council officers who drew it up on that map.
Thank you for... Did you want to... Yes, your point of order, Councillor.
Other bit of misinformation, you didn't mention Martin Road in your leaflet. You only mentioned Dover Road and Folkestone Road. So if council officers are doing that, then they need to be clear and not on a political leaflet.
Of order? Yeah, okay, 1 second. 1 second.
Road on all of them.
We'll move on then, shall we? Councillor Atkins, please. Councillor Atkins, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'm standing up today to speak to, obviously, in support of the motion and in support, I think, of the quite correct amendment that the eventual strategy for the whole city needs to be published. First, of course, it needs to exist. I will not be supporting Councillor Stagg's amendment because despite the fact I think we can all agree this is a difficult issue, I think it's becoming increasingly clear that the current administration is making a difficult issue worse. You don't introduce zones if they don't improve the situation for the residents and for the city as a whole. The Conservative administration took time to investigate these issues, commissioned a report on the subject, and didn't rush into introducing zones just because small groups of residents started asking for them. And I think that is the correct approach. There are places where there are obviously a need for residents' parking areas, such as around hospitals, in busy shopping areas. But in an ordinary residential street, it is far from clear that it is beneficial to the residents and to the city to introduce a parking zone simply because some residents want one. I think the lack of the strategy from this administration is down to some fundamental misunderstandings, one of which, unfortunately, appears to be the definition of the word piecemeal. Because the text report that was produced clearly states that the piecemeal approach is the wrong approach. Piecemeal is defined as unsystematic partial measures taken over a period of time, step by step, piece by piece, or if you like, a rolling programme, which is the exact words of the Leader of the Council. So doing a zone-by-zone approach is the very definition of piecemeal, regardless of whether or not those in that zone may or may not have voted for it based on low turnout. If I were to summarise what I think the strategy appears from the outside, from the perspective of your average Portsmouth resident who perhaps doesn't pay quite as much attention to the proceedings of this council as we do, I would suggest it looks something like this. A small group of voters, sometimes acquired via means of political surveys, such as with the HC parking zone, rather than by some official council process, approach the Liberal Democrats to ask them to introduce a parking zone. The Liberal Democrats, therefore, after that, rush in to introduce, to investigate the potential for a zone in that area, commission a council report in that area, and then conduct a survey which has low turnout of only those people who live inside the scheme, despite the fact that there is a high cost imposed on neighbouring residents, on some residents who live inside that scheme, who potentially are subject to costs of thousands if they have to give up a car, or hundreds over many years if they have to pay for permits for multiple cars in order to get to work and live their lives, and neighbouring residents who have displacement parking affecting their streets and neighbourhoods. This is a high-cost process. It affects residents and their lives very deeply. It is not something we do without a high threshold of turnout and a high degree of certainty that it's what the residents want and that it's good for the city as a whole. There is a balance there between what people want who live inside the zone and what the city needs. You wouldn't ask a farmer who owns a field in which you want to conduct fracking if he wants a load of money to do fracking on his land without consulting the residents who live around his farm. So it is simply not accurate to say that it is democratic to consult only those who live inside the zone and have no strategy as to how that will affect the neighbouring areas and the city as a whole. This is what we mean when we accuse the administration of a piecemeal approach. There is no vision for the end state for the whole city. That is the strategy that the administration must have. Where does this end? Do you keep rolling and rolling and rolling, forcing every area to eventually accept a parking zone because their neighbours have got one and now they've got displacement parking? Is that the approach? That eventually the whole city will be covered by means of being forced into it by their neighbours? Because that is ultimately what will happen over a course of decades. In the meantime, people who live around these zones that you are introducing will suffer and have their parking misery imposed on them and made worse by your approach. What it appears that the administration does is they conduct a survey based on limited concrete proposals with low turnout, doesn't consult the areas around about, and once the decision or the process is very far advanced, conducts some quite limited and not well publicised consultation of the surrounding streets effectively after there is little they can do about it. Once the zone is put in, they move on to the next one and repeat the process. It's a bad strategy, and I ask the Leader of the Council how many Cabinet members he needs to lose before he realises it's a bad strategy. What is needed is a plan for the end state for the whole city, and by refusing to produce one, the administration is abdicating its responsibilities to plan for the parking for the future of Portsmouth. Relying on the suggestion that small groups of residents in small areas voting in favour of the zone is democratic is abdicating your responsibility to the rest of the city. What we need is a strategy that covers the end state, not a programme of introducing zones piece by piece, which is a piecemeal approach. Thank you, Lord.
Thank you, Councillor Atkins. Yes, I've got, just going to come to you 1 second. Thank you. Okay, let's have Councillor Leader, please. First of all, who's got a point of order? Leader.
Point of order 39B. We do have a clear strategy. It was in our manifesto. We said we would produce parking zones for residents who wanted one, and we would listen to residents. It's very simple. And if we were so determined to force on everybody, with the GB area, we have listened to residents, and they're not getting a zone because we're not imposing.
Okay. Thank you for advising us, everybody. But I do have some people here advising me as well. Yeah, I'm going to come to you, Councillor. 1 second. Councillor Atkins, do you have a point of order, please?
The point of order under 39B clarifying. But what I was stating is that the non-piecemeal approach is a strategy for the end state of the whole city, which I think was the fairly clear message of my speech. I don't believe the administration have one of those.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much. Well said. Okay then, so we've got 2 other people to go at the moment. Councillor Simon Bosher, please.
And to think I could have been kayaking and hailing with my family this afternoon. Hey ho. Lord Mayor, I will try not to go down the political route too much, but it could be extraordinarily difficult, and I might touch on a few things that others have actually said. Perhaps the best way that I can describe the last 18 months or so of a Liberal Democrat administration is encapsulated in what happened at a traffic and transportation meeting last week. We had a report before us, or I say Councillor Stagg had a report before her, because obviously myself and Councillor Heaney, although we can comment, we have no influence as such over it, had a report talking about residents' parking scheme changes. But we had a couple of recommendations in front of us, and I'll just read out one. The charges for permits are changed to allow households with one vehicle powered solely by electricity to obtain a permit free of charge, and to reduce the charge of permits for those who have one vehicle which emits less than 100 grams of CO2 for permits down to 15 quid. Now, the intention of the report, as we are led to believe, is that is effectively a permit charge for households that have just one vehicle, no other vehicles. But it prompted a few questions, because that's not what the recommendation actually says. So if I have 2 vehicles in my house, Lord Mayor, and one's electric and one's a standard diesel, whatever it might be, do I have my standard diesel at 30 quid and my electric one my second permit for free, or do I have my electric permit as my first one for free and my second one for 100 quid? I think I know which route I'd choose to go if I had a 2-car household. Alternatively, if I have an electric vehicle, in 6 months' time I buy a second vehicle which is a diesel, what do I actually do? Is it a first or a second permit? The whole report was a complete ambiguous mess. And Councillor Stagg did the right thing. She pulled the report to go away and be worked on. Although she did ask if I'd help officers rewrite the report, but on that basis, politely I declined, Councillor Stagg. But it demonstrates where we've been over the last 18 months. You go back to July last year. In fact, if we roll back a little bit further than that, Councillor Jim Fleming introduced a programme of residence parking zones that were going to be rolled out across the city. It was stuck to. I didn't change it because it was a public document in a public domain. The moment the Liberal Democrats came into power, the very first thing they did in July of last year was bring forward a report to chop and change everything to suit their own political priorities, which is effectively MB and MC zone coming back in. And there we have the problem in a nub, in the fact that any strategy going forward from the officers at the time was completely out of the window going forward on that basis. We also had the reintroduction of HC zone in Baffins or Cotner or Baffins, probably Baffins, but it could be Cotner, I really don't know, Councillor New, but whatever. But that one isn't a bolt-on at all, that's an isolated one. But we had the debacle of last year, where that report came forward, Councillor Stagg withdrew it, we waited 10 days until we had Councillor Dowling, I believe, actually considered the report. But the other thing that happened that some people noticed and not everybody is that in that 10-day window, what was an MF zone, which was a large chunk of the seafront and Eastleigh and Craneswater, suddenly evaporated down to half a zone for political expediency, Lord Mayor. So we're having a situation where things are chopping and changing and being pulled all over the place to suit the political moves of the administration and what's in it best for them. I mean, Councillor Hunt touched on campaigning on it and said you're just going to lose votes. Well, Councillor Hunt, you campaigned on MB and MC when you were a councillor in Central South Sea. Look where that got you. But going forward, we then have MD zone that comes up, but lo and behold goes before Cabinet rather than a Cabinet member for consideration. And we have a situation with MD zone where the figures are ambiguous. So what happens? We'll review it in 6 months' time. Now, you talk to the officers who are absolutely disheartened at that because they've got a programme that they are promising people that has been pulled apart in July, and it's now been pulled apart all over again because we've got to fit in an MD revision. And what's going to happen? In 6 months' time, we're going to consult. We're going to go out and see what they actually want. Do they want it changed? If they want it changed, we're going to have to go through a TRO and a consultation all over again. So the same process will happen twice. So we have those issues which are going forward and its structure is completely flawed. But what this actually tells us in their amendment, which I already know is going to happen, is that Councillor Stagg is going to come back on the 8th of August with yet another programme of priorities for residents parking. So effectively, in the space of 18 months, that programme will have changed 3 times. In fact, it's changed 4 times because Councillor Vernon Jackson has referred to GB zone, where they've consulted and decided not to take it. GB zone is on the agenda for later in the year. We should be looking at other zones before we actually get to GB, but somebody has actually reprioritised that and moved it forward. And that's why we're talking in terms of a citywide strategy, so that the residents of Portsmouth have surety that they're going to be considered for a scheme and they're not going to be dumped on because of political priorities of the administration.
Sorry, I missed the last point, but it sounded good. Okay. Sorry, Councillor Steve Pitt, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. As I've said before in Cabinet, the reason that zones are done on a rolling basis is that every council in the country does zones on a rolling basis, and despite a huge amount of energy expended on arguing for contrary examples, which are never evidenced with any demonstration whatsoever of how they would actually work in practice, that is what they do. I found one council in a considerable amount of personal investigation which had got to 77, I think, % coverage in London and decided that they would do a borough-wide solution for the rest of the borough because it had got to 77%. So it is possible to do a bigger area, but you need to get a hell of a long way down the road before you can do that. And despite constantly asking, no one has come up with any suggestion whatsoever as to what the alternative is, other than at best, and we believe that this is at best, to ask people area by area. With regard to the response rates for these surveys and TROs, in 2012, the Hampshire Police and Crime Commissioner was elected on 15% turnout. So I didn't see anybody on that occasion saying that they wouldn't listen to him, he shouldn't control a big budget because the turnout was so low. Here's a little scenario for you, Lord Mayor, that's interesting. When before the Lib Dems took back control of the council last year, the previous significant zone that was introduced under the Conservative administration in the 4 years that they were in control was in Cosham. They did not survey the surrounding roads in Cosham, and I know that, Lord Mayor, because the residents of Mulberry Lane contacted me when MB and MC zone had been taken out to try and speak to somebody who might understand their frustrations at not being consulted when a decision was taken by the council. They had been in a very frustrating position. They had written to the cabinet member and that cabinet member's successor asking to be included in the zone for it to be reviewed inside 12 months, as was the council policy at the time. Nothing happened. Not a thing. They were just left hanging, but they came to see Councillor Stagg last week, and she's now looking at a solution for them. So it is nothing short of total hypocrisy to say you didn't consult the neighbouring roads, you didn't do this, you didn't do that, when you did exactly that in 2016. It's just ridiculous. You can sit here forever arguing about the implementation strategies of parking zones, but the facts remain the facts. Of course, the programme is changing because an evolving rolling programme has to change. If it didn't, it wouldn't be an evolving rolling programme. Now, on HC zone, I noted Councillor Bosch's comments that he didn't change anything. Okay, so HC zone was third on the list to be consulted in 2012, and it remained there. It remained there until Councillor Stagg decided that since it had waited for 5 years or more to actually be formally surveyed by the council, and this is where there's a lot of confusion around informal and formal surveys. An informal survey is the nature of the first round of consultation. That happened on the 10th of March this year in HC zone, and the people who responded will now get an official TRO consultation. So all that's happened to date is due to a significant level of interest from people in that area, they're going to be asked what they think. What on earth is undemocratic about that? If the councillors in the surrounding roads in Copler Ward are so intent on making sure that there's a high turnout for these things so that we understand what people genuinely think, I would encourage them to go and help Councillor Stagg to knock doors in the proposed HC zone, and then we'll make sure we get the turnout that we actually need. It's also not right for people to sit in here and say, we never said all or nothing. We never said that if we did a citywide referendum, it had to be every single area or none at all that the zones came in. And when I've specifically asked during the election campaign, if you had a citywide referendum and people voted no in that referendum, would you take out all the existing zones? And the answer was very clearly no from both of the other parties who said we've never said that and we've never proposed it. But they also say that existing parking zones cause displacement into neighbouring areas. So what they were telling the people in MD zone, Lord Mayor, is that they could just get stuffed. They weren't remotely interested in whether they ever had a positive outcome or not, and have shown no interest for the previous 4 years in doing anything about it. But now they're absolutely, it's the number one priority because they are making it a political thing that it doesn't need to be. We've seen stuff in leaflets about the high cost of permits, which were massively hiked under the previous administration for £590 for the third permit. So why do we think people are displacing to other zones? And that's why it's on the document that Councillor Stagg is taking back on the 8th of August to review. We can go on forever and ever and ever talking about political nonsense, but Councillor Hunt is right. The argument's been lost, this is the only way to do it, and it should have been done 10 years ago.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you, members. I've got one other person who wants to speak, and then we might nearly be finished. It's Councillor Ben Dowling at the moment. Councillor Dowling.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I think I'm naive because upon leaving the Cabinet and becoming Deputy Lord Mayor, I thought I might never have to talk about parking in a public meeting again. But clearly I was wrong. I'll just pick up 2 points which have been kind of vaguely battered around, but there's been various definitions from all parties and people in the room, those being on the topics of democracy and listening. Democracy is obviously a concept that I think, broadly speaking, everyone in the room signs up to, and democracy is something that I particularly like talking about from a theoretical perspective as well as a kind of a practical one. And Councillor Bosher and I had a wonderful scrutiny management panel meeting last year about the democratic elements of the famed July meeting last year that Councillor Heaney quoted from much earlier in the debate. Now, from my perspective, democracy is about people having power and the ability to enact that power. Now, in 2018, we had a local election. The result of that local election, and I'm not going to get into the detail of whether we think the system works or not, but under the current system of government that we have for Portsmouth City Council, the result ended in a minority Liberal Democrat administration. Now, in that election, the Liberal Democrats stood on a very clear manifesto. It was published on the website, delivered to every home in wards which had a Liberal Democrat councillor restanding or a Lib Dem held seat. And we were very, very clear from the outset what our policy on parking was. Now, that policy has become more detailed, but the principle of the policy has stayed absolutely the same the entire time, which is people should have a detailed say on their parking zones, and where people want them, then they should have a strong possibility of getting them, and where people don't want them, they should have a strong possibility of not getting them. Now, it's not a vote. No one's saying it's a vote. There's been lots of comparisons with voting, whether it's the Police and Crime Commissioner or Paulsgrove Ward, or how many votes X councillor got over Y councillor. But in principle, the policy has always been people have their say. Now, we've got to a point where the policy has become more detailed over time, as pretty much every policy that's ever been written does. Every time we have a new Act of Parliament on a particular topic, it is longer than the previous one. That's a normal occurrence. And we've ended up in a system where people have not one, not two, but three individual points at which a person can have a say on whether or not they want a parking zone. They can respond to the council's official informal consultation or survey. That's point one. They can respond to the council's official TRO. That's point two. They can give a deputation, written or verbal or in person, to a public meeting where a decision is then made upon whether or not that TRO is implemented. So there are three very clear steps, notwithstanding any informal conversation they might have with their ward councillors or with a cabinet member, or anything that might come up during an election, or any points that people might stand on. So when you put all of those scenarios into a mix, that's a lot of opportunity for people to have their say, which is the principle that, in theory, everyone in here says they sign up to, that we should listen to people and that there is a democratic process for doing that. That's all, Lord Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Dowling. So I now call upon the proposer, Councillor Stubbs, to sum up, and then a vote will be taken. So you still... Yep. Okay. Full, haven't you? Sorry, Councillor Stowe. Sorry.
Councillor Stagg made a point of saying that I had said we found it too difficult to implement a parking scheme. What I did in fact say was the report wasn't published because of the TRO that had to go on the student buildings, which meant that we couldn't act on a report because the report wasn't there until after you took over. So that's what I said. We have lots of poorly constructed schemes, ones where there are 400 spaces too many, one where there are 200 spaces too few. It needs a really comprehensive scheme that will look at all the areas and apportion as much as possible all those spaces, so that you're not having one person sitting looking across the road, seeing an empty space they can't park in. Two, I was quite surprised when we went to the Cabinet meeting, Councillor Stubbs said to Councillor Jackson, oh, there were 100 empty spaces in Winter Road. Sorry. Said there were 100 spaces in Winter Road, to which Councillor Vernon Jackson laughed and said, oh, don't be silly, there's not 100 spaces in the road. Well, there are in fact 250. So not a very knowledgeable response, was it? For MD, I felt really sorry for the people living there, because although they demonstrated in nearly all the emails, well, 300 of them at least, that although they did look favourably upon a scheme, what they didn't want was a scheme that went from 4:30 to 6:30. Who on earth comes home from work at 4:30 in the afternoon? So Instead, those pleas were ignored completely. The meeting had been changed, there was very little notice, so no one had a chance to turn up. Now, I think that was, I'd like to say, not very honourable, but it was quite dishonest in a way, because those people would have come along, they would have voiced their views, lots of them had already written, but they were completely ignored and told they'd have to wait 6 months. And that will be at more cost and expense to the ratepayer, because we'll have to go through that whole exercise all over again. So Albert Road businesses, other people that will suffer. I mean, we're told in one sense, oh, some people are going to get £30 permits, but business permits at £30 for some people and £200 for others, that isn't fair either. So I think this whole thing has become a terrible mess. Councillor Vernon Jackson talks about people in his area not wanting a parking zone. Well, no, they don't at the moment, but wait until the Festing Grove scheme comes in. Wait until the scheme for the rest of Central Southsea, which I'm sure will be just before the election, comes in, and by God they'll want a scheme there. And this is how it goes on. And it causes so much misery. People are driving round like hamsters on a wheel, trying to find somewhere to park, whilst looking at empty spaces in other areas. It's not fair to the residents, it's not fair to anyone who lives in the city to be held to ransom, so they'll ask for a scheme. I just think that it's just about time the council admitted. I mean, the Councillor Pitt, a School of Economics, doesn't quite add up either, does it? And I'm sure he realises that. We need a very comprehensive scheme in this city that doesn't disadvantage some while rewarding others. And I hope that just for once they'd listen and learn.
Thank you, Councillor. I'm going to go to call upon the proposer, Councillor Stubbs, to sum up, and a vote will be taken.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I think it's been an interesting debate, and there have been positives and negatives in the contributions that have been made. I do think regarding the views expressed by Councillors Vernon Jackson and Pitt, that there has been no real learning about the displacement problem. There is still the message. Still the message from that part of the core of the administration is this can be looked at street by street, zone by zone, and that displacement isn't real, it isn't really a problem. I mean, if you look at, if you take part of my ward as an example, so the area around just south of Highland Road, at the moment, I would estimate, if you ask people whether they wanted a residence parking scheme, it would be about 70-30 no. But within 2 years, it's almost certainly going to get one, because it's going to get all the displacement from all the neighbouring schemes which are yet to be created, and at that point people will change their mind. So we are in a situation where you can't look at this locality by locality. That's the point I've been trying to make, and my colleagues have been trying to make for quite some time. On a more positive note, I did detect some measure of change, I think, if I'm interpreting this correctly, from Councillors Smith and Sanders in their contributions, certainly recognising that parking strategy does tie up with other issues such as air quality. I accept that, that's true. And I detected perhaps a bit of a change in tone, a bit of a recognition that yes, we are at a tipping point situation here, and that, you know, my conclusion from that is a wide-scale introduction of residence parking is inevitable, given the zones that have been recently created, which is why I keep making the point we should do this in a more holistic way. I very much agreed with the points made by Councillors Heaney and Smythe relating to some of the details of MD, and really saying that the hours chosen was chosen in part because of the King's Theatre. I'm sure that's correct. And that's a legitimate policy thing to do. There's nothing wrong with that. But if that is the policy, it should be stated as a policy. People should have known that was a policy at the time they were being asked, so they knew a residence parking scheme would be designed in such a way, if it was agreed, so as not to overly disadvantage the King's Theatre. It should have been made explicitly up front. And that's the whole point, isn't it? We've got a process, but we don't have a plan. And we do need a plan, and we need a plan also for some of the details, which are just going to get left and ignored, aren't they? I mean, like the overlapping zones issues, how to trade off between commercial vehicles, shops and so forth. I mean, that needs some form of strategy up front. So that's really what this motion is about. I hope it is successful, and also I accept the Labour amendment.
Okay, thank you very much. So we're just voting on Councillor Stagg's amendment, is that correct?
That's correct.
That's correct. Yeah, is that okay? Yeah, okay, everybody know? So all those in favour of Councillor Stagg's, will you please raise your hands up, please? Okay, those against, please. Then, isn't it? So it's lost. Any abstentions? Just one.
So you're backed.
Yep. Sorry.
You're back to the original motion incorporating Councillor Heaney's amendment, which was subsumed by Councillor Stubbs.
Okay. So it's Councillor Heaney's one, isn't it?
That's been incorporated.
So yeah, it's incorporated.
Councillor Stubbs incorporated.
Yeah, Councillor Stubbs was Councillor Heaney's amendment. All those in favour? Can you please show? Okay, so those against, thank you, please show.
Lord Mayor.
14. Any abstentions? Just one? Yes. So that one's carried, thank you very much. So that concludes today's motions, members. Number 12, questions from members understanding Order 17. Members, there are 9 questions understanding Order 17. There's been previously circulated to you. As you know, there is a total of only 45 minutes allocated within the standing orders to deal with the questions. Can I remind everyone that the member asking the original question may have up to 2 supplementary questions that must arise directly out of the original question. Any other member is limited to 1 supplementary question that must arise directly out of the original question or the replies. So, question 1.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. My question is to the Leader of the Council, and it refers back, and I've been very pleased to hear reference to the climate emergency motion today in discussions. It refers back to the decision at full council on 19th March where there was unanimous support for the Labour Group's declaration of a climate emergency. We have had a lot of people from environmental groups.
This is a speech, not...
No, this is a question. The Labour Group, I'm just reading it out. Yes. Okay. A question in my name then, that's fine. Thank you.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor, and thank you to Councillor Smythe for raising the question and ensuring that the important issue of climate change continues to be addressed by the City Council. I can provide reassurance that work is underway and a report is to be presented to the Cabinet on the 24th of July, and Councillor Smythe would be extremely welcome to join us at that meeting, setting out how the terms of the notice of motion will be addressed. This paper is now in the public domain and available on the Portsmouth City Council website. But to summarise, the Cabinet will be asked to formally allocate resources to work with significant partners in the City to ensure sign-up to the Climate Emergency Declaration, to refresh the organisation's carbon reduction plan to ensure there's an aspirational, realistic, but this is aspirational, realistic and covers the full breadth of the Portsmouth City Council's activities, including the operational footprint, for example, staffing, waste, administrative buildings, housing and commercial stock, and policies such as planning and procurement. Ensure that the refreshed carbon reduction plan includes specific, measurable, achievable, realistic and timely targets that can be monitored regularly and reported on an annual basis. We will use the process of refreshing the plan to identify clear asks in terms of additional powers and specific funding that will be pursued with ministers and other organisations to support our climate change objectives and identify relationships with other plans and policies, for example in respect of housing numbers. Alongside the development of the organisation's carbon reduction plan, resources will be allocated to facilitate the development of a Portsmouth Climate Change Board in support of this work, with a specific role of developing community engagement. It's important to recognise that lots of work is happening or has happened that can be the building blocks of the plan. For example, work on clean air, single-use plastics, waste stream reductions, vehicle fleet improvements, home energy efficiency. The Council put in place its first climate change strategy in 2010 as part of a wider approach to sustainability. Whilst this plan has not been actively monitored since 2015, this work creates a strong foundation on which the next phase of activity can be built.
Supplementary question, Councillor.
Thank you. That's somewhat reassuring. The 7 actions were approved on the 19th of March, and one was to require the Chief Executive to establish a Portsmouth Climate Change Board. Is that what you're referring to? And will it be established by the end of July, involving all partners and stakeholders as at Manchester?
The report's coming to the Cabinet on the 24th of July. If Cabinet decides to support it, which I hope it will, that then happens and is established.
Did you want another go?
Is your proposal going to include an environmental impact statement in the same way that we have an equal EIA declaration and a financial impact statement on everything that we decide?
I'm sorry, I don't know. I think there were issues with doing it on everything, but I think it's one of the things that we can usefully tease out in that discussion at the Cabinet, and you'd be more than welcome to come.
Councillor Luke Stubbs.
In the leader's response, he made reference to housing numbers. Now, I mean, on the face of it, that looks to be sort of quite weak when you're justifying it in terms of climate, because the housing need, if it's not met in Portsmouth, will be met somewhere else in the country, whether locally or not. So, really, can he put a bit more flesh on the bone over that? Because it sounds to me like that you can't really justify lower housing numbers off the back of carbon.
With all these things, it's not there are not a single policy objective that makes life simple. So with housing numbers, there are lots of competing demands, and it's the job of the Council to try to balance those different competing demands. So in some ways, there is the demand for housing for people, sometimes the demand for some of their first home, sometimes demand for their second home or third home. There's also the demand, the pressure in terms of air quality, because we know new homes with gas central heating contribute towards the problems we have in air quality. And then there are the other environmental concerns that follows from them. As with so many things, it's about getting the right balance between different competing pressures. In exactly the same way, with parking zones, you have to try to you get different competing pressures, and you have to try to find the right middle ground.
Thank you, Leader. Councillor Sanders.
Thank you very much, my Lord Mayor. Would the Council Leader agree with me that the housing targets to which you are, the central government imposed housing targets to which you are referring, are in fact greater than the planners say the city can theoretically cope with, and so therefore on that basis are environmentally unsustainable, and therefore the approach of actually taking back control of our housing numbers in order to meet local housing need, as opposed to targets that can never be delivered practically, is a very sensible option in terms of tackling air pollution and climate change?
Yes.
As part of your stakeholder engagement, will you be engaging with schools and the university?
I hope we'll be doing much more than that, but definitely yes.
Councillor Hunt.
Would the Leader of the Council agree with me that all councillors can have an impact on this, particularly when they're doing their outside bodies? For example, recently I questioned the... Sorry? I have asked a question. I've lost my train of thought, sorry. Would you agree with me that, for example, and do you welcome the news then that the Office of the Police Crime Commissioner has confirmed that the Chief Constable of Hampshire is going to made it a priority that all police vehicles are compliant? Good.
Sorry, I think that's it for that question. Question number 2. Your name? Okay, thank you. Question 2 is Councillor Stubbs.
Question 2, Lord Mayor.
Yeah.
Right, the city centre road scheme they use a modelling system that they've used since 2010, which is used across the Solent area. It's called the Sub-Regional Transport Model, or SRTM. It's a multimodal transport modelling covering highway and public transport modes and allows the testing of impacts and benefits of land use and transport interventions. It's common, as I said, across the whole of the Solent transport area, so everywhere is doing exactly the same thing. It's capable of providing outputs which can robustly support the development of transport strategies and schemes, provide information to support funding bids and business cases, and can inform land use strategies and develop transport assessments. SRTM is operated by Sistra, a consultancy, which is under contract to Solent Transport, and since 2010 has been a key resource securing several hundred million of transport funding across the Solent area. For the city centre road scheme, SRTM was used to derive trip generation, that means the number of vehicles going through, distribution and assignment for the proposed highway development. Local micro-simulation modelling was also carried out in VISIM, which is, now don't ask me what they stand for, but it's the world's most advanced and flexible multimodal simulation, and to create 3D visualisations of the scheme, the traffic data for which was based on information from SRTM. Similarly, for air quality projects, SRTM has been used to drive trip generation. This in turn has been fed into the air quality model alongside the fleet composition information to determine the levels of air pollution in the 2021 forecast. The other model is the one that is being imposed on us by DEFRA, and that's a national one, but it doesn't necessarily fit in with anywhere else in the area.
Councillor Stubbs, did you have a supplementary?
The sub-regional model predicts growth in car traffic between 2015 and 2031 of 20%, whereas the national model predicts a far lower rate of growth. Now, obviously, I understand that we shouldn't just have our own Portsmouth models, and we should use consistent methodologies across the country, but nonetheless, those two models come up with radically different outputs. So how do you reconcile that? How really can we have one model that predicts high traffic growth and one model that predicts low traffic growth, and to use them for different things?
Yeah, I believe the officers use the modelling several times so they get a consistent picture at the end. And if they're not consistent, then they look at the average between the two, which is what happens in most things.
Well, I mean it doesn't sound consistent, and I'm not trying to blame you on this when I appreciate that you're constrained on what you can do. But when it comes to air quality, the council will be held responsible for actual outcomes rather than predicted outcomes. So if we've got two different models, one of which is producing reassuring numbers and the other one is not producing reassuring numbers, how do you pick which one to go with? Surely what we need somehow, and this is a national thing really, is some form of consistent single model. And can you make representations to the Department for Transport or whoever so that can be agreed?
Just to let you know that the two models that have been used have produced different results on two separate occasions, so there's no consistency.
Here we are. Councillor Terry Norton.
Mayor, does the Cabinet Member for Traffic and Transportation believe that she has the confidence of the Leader of the Council to make decisions within her portfolio?
I don't see what's that got to do with traffic modelling, or am I wrong?
Councillor Scott Pater Harris.
And following on for a non-response there, from Councillor Norton's question, if the Leader does have your confidence, then why did the MD zone go before Cabinet, and do you feel this clearly shows that you're inept?
Sorry, they're just asking me, is that a question?
Is it related
to the question? It is a question. Were you happy to answer it?
It needs to.
No, they don't want to answer that one. Sorry.
It needs to emerge.
Councillor Robert No, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Will a traffic and transport lead agree with me that the Baffins HC parking zone will unfairly impact more residents across Copner, Fratton and Baffins outside of the proposed zone, that it might actually help, and given such a low survey response that it should be abandoned?
Thank you. Councillor Stagg.
Absolutely nothing to do with traffic modelling for the city centre road.
Councillor Simon Bosher. Councillor Lee Mason.
Arising out of the questions that have been asked previously, so it is in a valid situation, does she agree with her Cabinet colleague, Councillor Lee Hunt, that a citywide strategy should be adopted as per his minority report from many years gone by?
Councillor Stagg.
I don't know if I'm particularly thick, but I can't see anything in these questions that's got anything to do with the different traffic models covering the city centre.
Councillor... Okay, 1 second. Councillor Haney.
Lord Mayor, I don't want to be too pedantic, but we have to have a system whereby members don't ask random questions on anything they want to ask. The rules, as I understand it, unless they've changed, is you have to ask a question on the answer that was given. Whilst I'm sure these issues are of great importance, then they should put their own questions in. We can't have this randomness, and I hope, Lord Mayor, you would feel confident enough to rule these questions out of order.
I'm trying my best, but trying to push the buttons and everything and hearing what goes on, and you've got 20 buttons going. It's a bit like bingo down here, but I'm relying on these. So can you listen out for me, please?
I will.
Right, okay. So, Councillor Heaney, you are correct, they're saying. So thank you for that, and thank you for bringing that to my attention. Please, members, try and make my job a little bit easier. It is difficult, so please just make it a little bit easier for me. So let's start off with Councillor Swan. Councillor Swan, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Why wasn't the text report's recommendation of what reads to me as a citywide approach or review adopted by the administration?
It's got to emerge from the previous response, so that. So I'm going to just ignore that one, and unless it's what they're saying, I'm just going to forget it and cut you off and go on to the next one. So be warned. Councillor Gemma New.
It's fine. It's gone.
Councillor Atkins.
I'm confused by the Cabinet member's response that traffic modelling has nothing to do with parking zones. Don't you think that traffic modelling would be a useful tool in ensuring that new parking zones such as the HC ward don't upset and cause disruption to the lives of many residents in surrounding wards like Cotton Ward, Fratton, and even within your own ward in Baffins?
The question, as I've got it written down, I may be wrong here, but I've read, why is the council relying on two different traffic models covering the city centre, the national one when predicting air quality and the sub-national one when justifying the need of the city centre road scheme? As far as I'm aware, there isn't a city centre road in Copner or Baffins, so I don't think it applies.
Thank you very much. Councillor Stephen Morgan, please. Councillor Morgan.
My Lord Mayor, back to the topic in hand. Does the Cabinet member agree with me that modelling should enable and encourage active travel? And can she set out how you're engaging with organisations such as Sustrans and the Portsmouth Cycle Forum?
I met with the Cycle Forum on Friday evening, and we're developing between us priorities, because I think we need to have, having looked at what Southampton are doing, I'm very, very impressed with their cycle network. And I've also talked to Peter, I can't remember his name, who's actually developing the bid for transforming cities in Southampton. And we were talking at a conference last Wednesday for the Southwestern trains. We want to work together to get some ideas to cross-reference. So working with the Cycle Forum, but also with Rachel from Friends of the Earth on the walking bit, because I think these have to be built in to the city scheme. We were talking about this morning when we had a meeting with Tristan Samuels. So yes, we have to have more sustainable transport methods of getting around. But also I've been working with the bus companies, because we are the we have the lowest take-up of buses in the whole of South East England, urban areas. It's gone up a little bit, but Southampton has gone up by 17% in the last year. So we need to get that, because if you take cars off the road, and we have to take cars off the road because there simply isn't enough room for parking or also on the roads, the congestion which is leading to the air pollution, we've got to have alternative forms of transport. We've also been talking with a company that does electric scooters, and I heard on the radio just yesterday that they are actually trying to get the government to agree to allow electric scooters to go on the roads, particularly in bus areas. So that's another area. Cargo bikes. So there's a whole load of things that we're looking at. Electric vehicles, obviously, we're rolling out the charging points, and we're now looking at rapid charging, so to put into places like supermarket and walking. Well, that's where Rachel comes in, and Friends of the Earth, because it's walking routes, and that's working along with the Cycle Forum. Okay.
Councillor Vernon-Jackson.
Thank you, Madam. I wonder if the Cabinet Member would be able to comment. What do you think the chances are of two government departments, the Department for Transport and DEFRA, adopting the same model for traffic modelling and being able to consistently keep to it? Any chance at all?
I wouldn't have thought so, because currently, DEFRA, we have to get our business plan into them by the 31st of October. Our bid for Transforming Cities Fund is 3 months later, and we can't put in what we want to do as far as addressing the air quality things without the confirmation that, and we've got money coming from the Transforming Cities Fund. So the right hand is not, I could say other areas of the body, but the right hand is not talking to the left hand. Plus, of course, we've got an added thing, and that is that DCLG, they're not talking about, they're telling us to build 800 odd houses, whatever it is, per year. The buildings themselves transmit a whole load of pollution, and they're not. We can't cope with that, plus the additional transport that's going to be in journey. So trying to get three departments to work together is impossible.
Councillor Bosher.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. Thank you to Councillor Stagg for acknowledging good old Conservative introduction of electric vehicle charging points. She touched on working with the Portsmouth Cycle Forum, and I think it was probably about 18 months ago the City Council had a notice of motion that sort of played higher and higher with the local transport plan, but agreed to 20% into cycling schemes. Could the Cabinet Member give us an update on the introduction of a bike hire scheme that was approved in March 2018, rejigged at last autumn, but still hasn't materialised because we will have missed at least 2 summer opportunities with the bike hire scheme, and we're now moving towards a 3rd year?
I'm just wondering which part of the traffic modelling for the city centre that comes under.
The question rises out of the answer given by to something else, and Councillor Morgan actually referred to the Portsmouth Cycle Forum and cycleways, so it is perfectly appropriate to ask what's happening about the bike hire scheme from 2 years ago.
Problem with that one?
Yeah, fair enough. The next bike actually reneged on their contract because the contract was that they were going to install the bikes or buy the bikes, etc., and free of charge, and we were going to sort of maintain them. But that fell through. They decided they had to charge for them, and what they were charging was much too high. So we're at the moment negotiating. What's his name? Charlie A.D., who he is negotiating, trying to work out a scheme which will work with us and the university and the dockyard. So as soon as we can, we'll get it in. It wasn't anything to do with us. They actually reneged on their contract, and we could have actually pursued that and forced them to take up the offer. But we're looking at a docked scheme rather than the dockless one, which they were going to put in, because that's safer in a city like Portsmouth.
Thank you, Councillor Stagg. We're 21 minutes so far. Question number 3, please.
In my name.
Thank you, Councillor. So, Councillor Steve Pitt.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. The
there's been quite a lot of work going on, but I thought it was worth starting off with saying some of the things that have been going on over the years in Southsea, and referencing, of course, the decision to move Southsea Library into the precinct some years ago, which was something that wasn't universally supported at the time, but in the words of the management of Knight and Lee on more than one occasion, they stayed as long as they did, partly because of that decision. So it just goes to show that it is possible for the council to intervene and make a difference, and that's something that we will continue to look for opportunities to do. So where are we at now? PCC has been engaged with a group of businesses through their chosen representative in the area, and we've been looking at what the local businesses are saying are their priorities. That's been around cleansing, maintenance and ASB and social behaviour. So what we did was I went down to Southsea with John Nevis, who manages the PFI contract, and Becky Alexander, who's our place and markets officer, and we walked around the whole of the Southsea precinct area, going through to the now no longer solely pedestrian end of Palmerston Road and across Osborne Road into Clarendon Road, around the whole patch, including Marmion Road, and just looked at everything that we could find that may be an issue that, if improved, could help to support business and make the area more attractive. So we looked at things such as paving, the current parking down there, and for example, things such as loading bays that were obviously put in very historically for certain shops that are no longer required. But the most important thing is that once all this has been worked up, we need to have a discussion with the 3 local ward councillors to make sure that they're happy and support the businesses in the proposals that they're bringing forward. We will constantly look for funding to help regenerate the area. The funding streams that have been on offer from government so far have not, the criteria have not fitted Southsea, and specifically it was a bit disappointing that we couldn't make Marmion Road fit the Heritage High Streets bid, but Castle Road does fit it, and therefore a bid is being submitted for Castle Road. The scheme is very much around grade 2-star plus listed buildings, and that's why Castle Road's been put forward. But as I say, we'll continue to look for any opportunity we can to get the relevant funding in to support improvements to the area. You'll be aware, of course, that the John Lewis building closed on Saturday, but you'll also be aware that the new owners have already had 2 public exhibitions hosted by Southsea Library, and have been to meet the East Southsea Neighbourhood Forum on a couple of occasions as well, and carry out extensive consultation about their proposals for the store. I understand from them that a planning application will be coming forward shortly. Obviously there have been some issues around the suspension of planning applications through the issue we've had with nitrates, but we hope to get a solution around that fairly soon, and therefore we'll look forward to that application coming forward. It is an interesting proposal. The things that were in the exhibition that we saw included some elements of retail, and also for a bike maintenance management and storage area, potential for an independent cinema to develop in there, a number of meeting rooms, breakout spaces, networking areas, whilst making sure that the building elements thereof are still permeable to local residents to use and enjoy. Those plans are still developing. Look forward to seeing them come forward in due course. The City Council continue to manage a programme of activities in the area. I'll personally be down both days at the Southsea Food Festival this weekend, as will tens of thousands of other people. Generates a huge amount of footfall into Southsea, and something that administrations of more than one colour have supported, along with Christmas lights switch on. The calendar of markets that we do for the area, which we're always making sure are the best ones that are available and maintain a high standard. They're very popular with the local residents down there and the footfall that the area attracts, and there are currently investigations going on with a couple of potentially new market providers that we may see come forward in a few months' time. We've been looking at whether we can put in tree lighting to make the area more attractive throughout the winter, not just at Christmas time. We've recently done some additional cleaning of the area, and I think the feedback that we've had from businesses and residents down there is that it's made a big difference because it was thoroughly deep cleaned. We've also looked at how we might link the paving schemes, not just from Palmerston Road, but across to Osborne Road, Clarendon Road, etc. And we will be looking at the potential of bringing forward a proposal in due course so that it's not just the Palmerston Road precinct, but the wider areas are included. And there is a discussion going on with the PFI team around that. We're also looking to correct something that has been an issue, and that is that Becky, who is the Place and Markets Officer, is expected to look after all of the markets and all of our high streets across the city, 9 in total. To expect one person to do that work and make a meaningful difference is simply not fair. So we are currently looking to recruit an apprentice in the first stages, and then look whether that needs further officer support, but so that Becky's got some support to be able to concentrate on doing a more detailed level of work with stakeholders. There are challenges, of course. We know that the nature of retail is changing. Footfall has been in decline. We've seen an increase in vacancy rates across the country, not unique to Southsea. Homelessness causes an ongoing issue, although I am rather appalled to see that a party has recently put round a survey suggesting that we hide the homeless people to help the shops. I'm not sure that's something I would support. So these issues are not unique to Southsea or to Portsmouth, but we've been doing a lot of work with both the licensing team and the community wardens who have been tackling antisocial behaviour and making sure that anyone who does need the council's help gets it, and that we actually support these individuals into housing. We believe, and the work that was going on with local business owners tells us that there is confidence that the area is improving. There is much more still to be done, but we'll look for every opportunity that we can find. On one final note, the question does note that both anchor stores are closing. Knighton-Lee has closed. Debenhams is due to close in the new year. We have already had a meeting with the current owners, the freehold owners of the site, and are exploring possible options with them, and we'll have a report back in due course.
Thank you very, very much. Detailed answer there. Councillor Symes, did you want to add a supplementary question?
I'm wondering if it's in relation to actually buying the building, because you were quoted in the news before the elections saying that you were hoping to buy the building and install a Sherlock Holmes museum there.
I don't believe I was quoted as saying that, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Symes, did you want to do a supplementary to that one?
Bids have been put in, and what location have you sorted out for the Sherlock Holmes Museum?
There has, to date, been an amount of exploratory work as to possible sites, but given the challenges that we have in not just Southsea, but several places around the city, we will need to make sure that when we make that decision around the positioning for a potential Sherlock Holmes Conan Doyle exhibition or visitor experience, that it is the right one and best fits the regeneration for that area.
Thank you very much. Councillor Tom Coles, please. Councillor Coles.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. Does the Cabinet member share the Labour Group's disappointment in the Conservative government's failure to support Portsmouth's future High Street Fund bid?
I do, Councillor Coles, but also like to stay optimistic because there's a lot of work still going on around that. There will be another round of funding that comes up. We have every intention of bidding in for that again. The team believe that they can make the bid even stronger, although we were particularly disappointed for Commercial Road because we thought it was the expression of interest that had gone in was a strong one. But we remain committed, and just because we didn't get it the first time doesn't mean we won't the second.
Councillor Atkins.
I welcome the long list of planning and strategic approaches that the Cabinet member is taking to this. I was just wondering if, given the importance of the Christmas trading period to retail, whether or not any action on the ground is likely to be taken before Christmas.
Is not quite normal, but could Councillor Atkins be a bit more specific about what he means, if I can give him that opportunity?
Sure, I just meant that obviously with the closure of one of the main anchor stores with Christmas shopping and one closure coming in the new year, you listed a lot of sort of long-term planning approaches you were taking. You didn't list anything that you were doing on the ground prior to Christmas.
Lord Mayor, with respect, I believe I did. I talked about the markets that we already have. Christmas markets in that area do drive quite a lot of footfall. We're looking to potentially enhance that market programme. And whereas occasional busking down there of a semi-amplified nature has been rejected in the past, I think there is an opportunity to do something that is slightly low-key but does have an impact in entertaining the shoppers down there during the Christmas period. I'd also remind people that the Ashby Place car park remains free to people in the afternoons.
Thank you. Just to remind members, we've got 13 minutes to go. Councillor Hunt.
Would Cabinet Member Councillor Pitt agree with me that the decision of the Lib Dem Council to relocate the popular Southsea Library 8 years ago into the empty Woolworths shop, opposed by Councillor Symes, opposed, yes it was, don't argue, and opposed by Councillor and...
Through me, please, councillors, please, thank you. Can we just...
Times and opposed by Councillor Stubbs proves how forward-thinking we are and how backward-thinking that they are.
Yes. Councillor Judith Smythe.
In view of your mention, Councillor Pitt, of the cost of regenerating the high streets and staffing we need, does the Cabinet Member regret not supporting the Labour Group's positive budget proposals to invest in the city's high streets put forward in our budget amendment in February?
Pardon? I've forgotten what I'm answering now. I'm getting it from all sides. No, I don't regret that, Councillor Smythe, at all, because I do note that in the detailed notes that you said that it would enable some small changes to our high street areas, and small changes is not what we're actually looking at here. We're trying to develop a much wider scheme.
Councillor Luke Stubbs, can I just remind members, please stop chipping in. Councillor Stubbs.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. The News on April the 27th quoted Councillor Vernon Jackson in relation to Debenhams saying, in anticipation of this announcement, that's the closure, we have been speaking with the landlord about other possible uses for this venue. We have been looking at the option of a more cultural venture and using the building as a home for a Sherlock Holmes experience. Can the Cabinet Member from his earlier answers confirm that actually that isn't happening? Because we've just heard that that's not what you're looking at.
Lord Mayor, when I'm asked the right question, I'll give the right answer. I was asked earlier on it was said that I'd said it. I said that I didn't say it. I didn't say that Councillor Vernon Jackson didn't say it. He clearly did. He's been quoted in the paper. And yes, we have had discussions, as I have already said, with the current owners of Debenhams. We are exploring options for the store, and that will include the possibility of whether the Debenhams store could offer the right positioning for a Sherlock Holmes Conan Doyle experience, but that does not necessarily mean the council buying the freehold of the store. Other options are available.
Councillor Scott Pader-Harris.
Sorry, Lord Mayor, I was looking at pictures of my dog. Given the rapid pace of change in the retail sector in both Southsea and the city centre, does the Cabinet Member think the existing policy of restricting food and drink is sustainable?
No.
Sorry, next question. Question 4.
Question 4.
Thank you. Leader.
Thank you. I was down at Southsea Library. I went out to talk to some of the guys who were living on the street at the time. It was actually very interesting to hear from their point of view, because so often we hear things that come via some sort of filter through council officers or whatever, but to actually talk directly to people. And they talked to me about how often that the night shelters that we offer don't work for them because they are perceived as violent places, which are dangerous, that they, particularly if people are trying to come off drugs, that they're surrounded by other people who are not, and that's difficult. Talk to me about the way in which having places where you share lots of facilities can mean that it leads to breakdown of tenancies, and therefore having your own front door into your own dedicated space is important, and then also particularly in relation to the shelters, the problems with people with dogs, because only one person with a dog is allowed in at any one time, and many people who are homeless rely significantly on their dogs for emotional support, and trying to get people to move somewhere where you say you can't take your dog is very difficult. So we had a significant problem a while ago. I'm glad that it's got better. I understand that there are 2 people at the moment who I've been reported as being there, one of whom has either come in today or is like to come this week to have an appointment with Housing Options. I'm always happy to go and talk to anybody, but it was really useful to go and hear direct from people what would make a difference to them. Having done that, we were able to try to find some of the things that work for them, and that was productive.
Councillor Stubbs, did you want to ask a supplementary, sir?
Only really part of Councillor Vernon Jackson's response was around drink and drugs, and I've been to see the night shelter, and it's not dry and it's not drug free, and that is recognised. But then, of course, most of the people who are rough sleeping are on drink and drugs, and that's just the reality of it. So what are you proposing to do? Because you've recognised that there's a problem there. Is this a problem you've got a plan to solve, or is this a problem that you just recognise that you can't?
So I think we are doing some work, and my thanks to Darren and all the team in housing. So one of the things we put into our budget this year was £1 million to go and try to identify housing for people who are homeless, to buy private sector housing, to meet some of their needs, and to work with Hope Not Hate. We put some money in our budget 2 years ago to try to work with Hoping to Action, not Hope Not Hate, Hoping to Action, to be able to work with churches, to be able to buy properties, to be able to support people. Unfortunately, in your administration, you decided not to support that, but we are now doing that work. And so we are out and we're buying houses in the private sector so that we've got places that are available to meet the needs of individuals who've got fairly complex needs.
We have 5 minutes to go. Councillor Judith Smythe, please.
Does the leader of the council realise that there were many other people involved in this, and that it would have been much better to have recognised that work by paying credit to obviously the Homeless Working Group and Sharon George and Ray Goulding for the very many hours of work they spent to move people into suitable in Palmerston Road, and that to claim that you personally solved the problem isn't helpful to the teamwork that we've got going.
Leader.
I'm very happy to acknowledge the work that many people have done for many years across the council, and I was pleased when Elaine Bastable left that Darren and I were the only councillors who turned up to say goodbye to her, to thank her for all the work that she and Housing Options had done. Masses and masses of people have done huge amounts of work across this city and across this nation to try to resolve homelessness. I've never claimed that I've solved that. I hope that by listening to some of those guys, that I got a better understanding of what their needs were, and that I could then transmit that to people who can make something happen. But I absolutely recognise that there's been an enormous amount of work by hundreds of people across the city to try to resolve this, and that it is an enormous problem which is caused by government policy as much as anything else, and won't be solved until those national policies are changed. But I think if we listen to people, we are more likely to get better results, not just in this, but in everything.
Councillor Norton.
Thank you. Yes, so a little over a year ago, in a sensitive subject, I'm aware, one of the first things the Leader of the Council said was that we must tackle homelessness across this city. Does the Leader of the Council feel that he's handled this as quickly as he would like?
I would hope to live in a society where there was no question of anybody ever being homeless. I think it is right that people have an expectation in a country as rich as this that they have the right to somewhere decent to live that is warm and dry and secure. We are miles away from that in this country. We have enormous inequalities in this country which drive people into homelessness and others into having second, third and fourth homes. So we live in a deeply unequal society. The bits that we can do here is to try to treat some of the fallout from that, and I think we work on that well. Inevitably, we could work on that better. Everybody could do things better, but the thing that would change this is a recognition that people should have the right of somewhere decent to live, and the way in which people who are poor and excluded have been targeted and attacked by this government over many years is absolutely wrong, and that is what causes the homelessness, and we need to make sure that we campaign against that.
Councillor Sanders, please.
Thank you very much, my Lord Mayor. As the person who went down with the council leader to Palmerston Road at that time, after some real frustration at the lack of action from other authorities with regards to dealing with the issues that Councillor Smythe, then Councillor Tompkins...
Question, please, Councillor Sanders.
Council leader agree with me that it is absolutely important that we adopt a balanced approach and that we reject the notion that we must hide the homeless.
We need to house the homeless, not hide the homeless. And a council policy that doesn't do that and that tries to pretend that this is not a problem is fooling people. And that's why I'm so pleased to work with Darren and everybody who works so hard in housing, and with all the voluntary sector groups as well, that we need to be supporting people in any way we can to try to make sure they have somewhere decent to live.
Councillor Smith, please.
Would the council leader agree with me that without the voluntary sector you would not achieve 3/4 as much as what the statutory agency can do? And what are you going to do to engage the voluntary sector in some very deep issues, including homelessness and poverty?
I completely agree. I think it's probably even more, a higher percentage of stuff that we depend on the voluntary sector for. I think we've made really great strides in the council by establishing the Hive, and we need to make sure that we are supporting that work, to work with voluntary sector in all the things that they're able to do. In terms of working with homelessness voluntary sector, there are lots of different organisations, and often when I talk to them, I find that sometimes they don't agree with each other in terms of strategy over some of these things. And everybody has got a good heart, but sometimes it's in terms of how they're going to try to do this. So I think we have to listen to both what the voluntary sector has said, also the people who are homeless, but also to our officers about trying to make sure that we have a consistent policy. I think the work of the Hive is going to be absolutely crucial, and some of the ways in which the Hive is getting us to think is really important in terms of changing how we operate. So it isn't a system of those in the civic telling people what's going to be good for them. It is working through a system of co-production of something that works for the people who are desperately in need. But we've got to recognise that people are desperately in need, and poverty drives homelessness.
Thank you, Leader. Just to remind, that's the end of questions. It's 46 minutes, so that's it, I'm afraid. Just to remind everybody that the rest of the questions that you put in, the people will respond back, I'm sure. So that concludes today's council meetings. May I take this opportunity to invite all members, please, and officers, as well as members of the public, to my parlour for a little light refreshment. Thank you very much.